BookEmpathy.com presents True Crime by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Men, Tammy said, her hand shaking as she lifted the beer bottle for another swallow. I hate them all. Angry murmurs from all around the room echoed her emotion. Every time Danny drops Cindy off for our weekend visitation, Kristen said, sucking intensely on her vape pen, I swear I want to kill him right there and then. Last Sunday, I was trying to fix the basement door, and I was still holding a nail gun when I went to open the door, and I wanted so bad to just put one through his eye. I could see it. The nail going in. The way his head would snap back. The little pop sound it would make punching through the socket. I keep a baseball bat under the bar, Tammy said. Last week some guy grabbed my ass on his way to the bathroom. I watched him walk back to his stool, and I thought about swinging that bat into the back of his head, so hard his face would come apart on the bar top. I thought about his teeth scattering across the wood like dice. I thought about mopping it up after. Gerald's hunting rifle is still in the closet, Noel said, her knitting needles clicking. Loaded. Every Sunday I sit in his chair, and I sight down the barrel at the wall, and I picture Rick Pruitt's face where the wallpaper is. I picture the kick against my shoulder. I picture the back of his head opening up like a watermelon and the look of surprise that would still be on his face when what was left of it hit the floor. I sit in my car outside Caleb's school 3 mornings a week, Joy said, not looking up from her knees. Doug parks his truck in the same spot every time. Same spot. Same time. I think about flooring it straight into the driver's side door. I think about the door caving in on him. I think about the metal folding around his body like a fist. I think about the sound he'd make. I think about how quiet it would be after. I hold the knives, Lee said. I take them out of the block one at a time, and I hold them, and I think about what it would feel like to push one into someone. Not anyone specific. Just a man. Any man. I think about the resistance. Whether it would be hard or easy. Whether it would be warmed. Diane swirled the wine in her glass. I don't fantasize about the killing. I fantasize about after. The moment it's done and he's on the ground and his eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. That silence. That perfect silence when a man who hurt a woman stops breathing and the world gets a little bit cleaner. She drank. I think about that silence every single day. They'd been at it for hours. The bottles on the coffee table told the story: 2 dead wines, a 6-pack of Shiner with 1 soldier left, a handle of bourbon that Tammy had brought, and they'd all hit harder than usual. The books they were supposed to be discussing lay in a pile on the floor, where Tammy had swept them off the table an hour ago. Nobody had argued. The books weren't why they came anymore. The books hadn't been why they came for a long time. I found something, Kristen said. She pulled her laptop from her bag and opened it on the coffee table, angling the screen so they could all see. Something real. Not a book. Not a podcast. Something happening right now, 40 miles from where we're sitting. The room shifted. Lee felt it, the anger finding a point, a direction, like a compass needle swinging north. 3 weeks ago, a woman named Shelby Dawes disappeared from Buckhorn. Kristen turned the laptop so Shelby's Facebook profile filled the screen. Auburn hair, gap-toothed smile. Her last post was a sunset, no caption, 3 weeks old. 29. Dental assistant. No record, no trouble, no reason to vanish. What happened to her? Tammy said. She was sleeping with a married man named Travis Maitland. Kristen clicked to another tab. A square-jawed face, receding hairline, grinning beside a bass boat. 42. Plumber. A church deacon. 2 kids. Wife named Gail who didn't know a thing. Until Shelby told a friend she was going to tell Gail everything. And, Diane said. 3 days later, Shelby was gone. Gone how? Noel's knitting needles had stopped. Gone. No car. No phone pings after that Thursday. No bank withdrawals. Nothing. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Tammy, what are the cops doing? The sheriff talked to Travis once. He said he hadn't seen Shelby in weeks. They filed a report and moved on. Because he's a deacon, Diane said. Because he's a man, Kristen said. It's always the man with the smile, Noel said. Shelby Dawes told a friend she was going to expose his affair, Kristen said, her voice hard and flat. 3 days later, she vanished from the face of the earth. Her phone went dead. Her bank account went cold. What more do you need, Joy? Joy shrank back into her hoodie. Diane set her glass down. Show me more. Kristen scrolled through Travis's page. Travis at a barbecue. Travis in a church pew with his wife and boys. Travis at a Little League game 2 days ago. Great game today, boys. Proud of these kids. Travis with a dead buck strung up by its hind legs, his hand on its neck. Look at him, Tammy said. Posting about baseball while that girl is in the ground. We don't know Joy started. She's in the ground, Tammy said. Just like Jennifer Dulos, Noel said. Just like Lassie Peterson, Kristen said. Just like Shannon Watts, Tammy said. The names came tumbling. Lee felt the room tightening, the hum behind her eyes, the bourbon and the anger braiding together into something that had a pulse. I am so sick of this, Diane said. She was still standing, still looking at the screen. I am so sick of sitting in this room, talking about what men do to women, and never doing a single thing about it. What are you saying? Lee asked. Let's go, Diane said. Now, Lee said. Right now. Buckhorn's 35 minutes miles away. I want to see where this man lives. Tammy already had her keys out. We'll take 3 cars, Diane said. Nobody drives alone. Tammy, you're with me. Kristen, take Noel. Lee, Joy's with you. I don't think, Joy started. Get your shoes on, Joy, Kristen said. Joy got her shoes on. They walked out into the flat white afternoon, blinking, the sun still high enough to drill into Lee's skull through the bourbon haze. Joy climbed into the passenger seat of Lee's Honda and pulled her hood up and didn't say a word. Lee pulled out her phone. We're going to Buckhorn. Now. All of us. M replied in 10 seconds. Good. Tell me everything. She started the engine and followed Diane's black Tahoe out of the driveway. Buckhorn was 35 minutes on back roads, through flat brown scrubland and cattle fence. The asphalt shimmered. Joy sat with her forehead against the window. Lee drove with both hands on the wheel, the bourbon sitting thick in her gut, and watched Diane's Tahoe and Kristen's gray Camry ahead of her on the empty road. Kristen had found Travis's address from his business page and texted it to the group. 1140 Pecan Street. They drove through Buckhorn, a main street with a diner, a hardware store, a Baptist church with a gravel lot, a gas station with a hand-painted price sign, and turned onto Pecan, and there it was. A ranch house with a chain-link fence and a brown yard and a mud-splattered pickup in the driveway. A big wheel tipped over on the front walk. They parked around the corner on a cross street, 3 cars along the curb, engines off. The neighborhood was quiet. A dog barking somewhere. A sprinkler ticking 3 houses down. They watched. The sun moved across the sky, and the shadows stretched, and the heat leaked slowly out of the afternoon. 5 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Joy fell asleep with her head against the window. Lee's mouth was dry and her back ached, and she needed to pee, and her skin felt tight and hot and wrong. And under it all the bourbon hummed like a low-grade fever, and she sat there with her hands in her lap and felt the anger settling into her bones the way it always did, the slow, familiar poison of it, the weight that never lifted. At 7:12, the front door opened. Travis Maitland walked out alone. Ball cap, jeans, work boots. He got in the pickup and backed out of the driveway. "He's moving," Lee texted the group. They followed. 3 cars spaced out, headlights on in the fading light. Travis drove through town and out past the gas station and the feed supply and into the scrubby outskirts, where Buckhorn gave way to empty lots and chain link, and auto body shops with junked cars stacked behind them. He turned off Route 9 into a strip mall that looked like it had been dying for years. Half the storefronts were plywood and spray paint. A pawn shop with iron bars on its windows. A convenience store with a flickering sign. A shuttered nail salon. A laundromat with 1 light on inside and nobody in it. Travis pulled around the side of the building and parked in the alley behind the strip mall. Lee could see the nose of his truck poking out between the pawn shop and the nail salon. He got out and walked through the alley to the back entrance of the pawn shop and went inside. He went in the back, Kristen texted. "The pawn shop." "Let's go in the front," Diane texted. They parked out front. The lot was empty, except for a van with no wheels sitting on cinder blocks and a shopping cart on its side. The evening was warm and orange, the sun low, the shadows long across the cracked asphalt. They all got out. All 6 of them. Even Joy trailing behind, her arms wrapped around herself, her hoodie pulled tight. They walked into Buck's Buy and Sell. A buzzer sounded when the door opened. The shop was small and cramped and smelled like old cigarettes and gun oil. Glass cases full of watches and rings and pistols. Guitars hanging on the wall. A rack of power tools. A man behind the counter with a gray ponytail and a gut straining against his t-shirt. And Travis Maitland, standing at the counter with his back to them, leaning on the glass. Lee heard his voice before she saw what was in his hand. "Been my mother's, I told you that last time. I got a whole box of this stuff at home." "I can give you 40 for this one," the man behind the counter said. "Last time you gave me 60. Last time was a ring. This is a pendant. 40. Travis sighed. "Fine." The man behind the counter counted out 2 20s. Travis pocketed the bills and slid the item across the glass, and Lee saw it before he let go. A small gold pendant on a thin chain. The letter S. As for Shelby. Lee's breath stopped. She looked at Diane. Diane was looking at the pendant. Her face hadn't changed, but her knuckles were white around the strap of her purse. Kristen grabbed Lee's arm. Her fingers dug in hard enough to bruise. Lee looked at her, and Kristen's eyes were wide and bright and furious, and she mouthed the word, "Shelby." Travis turned from the counter and walked past them toward the back of the shop without looking at them, and pushed through the back door into the alley. They stood there for a moment. The man behind the counter looked at them. "Help you ladies." "Just looking," Diane said, and they walked out the front. They stood on the sidewalk, in the fading orange light. Through the window of the convenience store next door, Lee could see Travis at the register, waiting while the clerk bagged his groceries. "That was her pendant," Kristen said. "S. for Shelby." "He's selling a dead woman's jewelry," Tammy said. Her voice was shaking. "Piece by piece at a pawn shop where nobody knows him." "We saw it," Noel said. "We all saw it." "S could be for anything," Lee said, and even as she said it, she knew it was pointless. "It could be his mother's name." "He said it was his mother, S." "His mother's name is June," Kristen said. She'd already checked. Of course she'd already checked. June Maitland née Harlow. No S in the family. "Oh my God," Noel said. "Oh my God, he really did it." "He killed her," Tammy said. "He killed Shelby Dawes, and he's selling her jewelry, and nobody is doing a goddamn thing about it." "What do we do?" Lee said. She was looking at Diane. They were all looking at Diane. "We should call the cops," Lee said. "We should call someone." "And tell them what?" "That we followed a man to a pawn shop and watched him sell a pendant with the letter S on it. They'll laugh at us. They'll tell us to go home. Just like they told Shelby's mother to go home." "She's right," Kristen said. "She's right," Tammy said. The convenience store door opened. Travis came out carrying a bag of groceries and turned toward the alley, heading back to his truck. Tammy was already walking after him. Lee felt her legs moving before she decided to follow. The others were moving too. Diane. Kristen. Noel. Even Joy, drifting behind them. 6 women walking into a darkening alley after a man carrying groceries. The alley was narrow and dim. The sun was below the roofline now, and the light was gray and grainy, dusk settling into the gaps between the buildings. Dumpsters on both sides, overflowing the stink of rotten food and something chemical, paint thinner or solvent. Broken glass on the ground. Travis's truck was parked 30 feet in, facing out. "Travis Maitland," Tammy called out. He stopped and turned around. He looked confused. "Yeah," he said. "Do I know you?" "Where S. Shelby Dawes?" "I'm sorry, who?" "Shelby Dawes. The woman who disappeared 3 weeks ago." Travis shook his head. "I don't know what this is about. I don't know who you people are." He looked past Tammy at the other women filing into the alley behind her. "You need to get out of my way." "We saw what you sold in there," Kristen said. "The pendant. The letter S. That was my mother, S. I already told the guy inside, it's my mother's estate." "Your mother's name is June." Travis stopped. He looked at Kristen. He looked confused, and under the confusion, wary, the wariness of a man who was beginning to understand that 6 strangers had followed him and knew things about his family they shouldn't know. "How do you know my mother's name?" he said. "Who are you people?" "We're asking the questions," Tammy said. She was close to him now, too close. "Lady, I don't know what you want from me, but you need to back off." He shifted the grocery bag to his other arm and took a step backward. "I'm getting in my truck and I'm leaving, and if you don't move." "You're not going anywhere," Diane said from behind them all, her voice carrying down the alley, quiet and curt. He looked past the semicircle of women at Diane, and Lee saw his face turn ugly. "Get out of my way," he said. "Right now." He reached for his back pocket. Tammy's hand came up with the pepper spray. She carried every shift at the bar, and she hit him full in the face from 6 inches. The grocery bag hit the ground and split open, cans and boxes scattering across the asphalt. Travis screamed. He doubled over, clawing at his eyes, a thick rope of mucus swinging from his chin. He lurched sideways, blind, gagging, and his arms swung wild and caught Tammy across the mouth. She went down hard on the asphalt, blood bursting from her split lip. "He hit her," Kristen screamed. "He hit her." Everything collapsed. Kristen grabbed Travis's arm, and he wrenched free and swung blind and caught her in the ribs. Noel was behind him, trying to get his wrists with the zip ties she kept in her purse. Tammy was back on her feet, blood streaming down her chin, and she shoved him with everything she had. He staggered backward, choking, eyes swollen shut, pepper spray and spit running down his face, and Diane was right there behind him, right there next to the dumpster. She put her hands on his chest and pushed. Travis's skull hit the steel edge of the dumpster, and the sound went through Lee's body like electricity. A thick, wet, heavy crack. Not like anything she'd ever imagined. Not like anything from the podcasts, or the books, or the fantasies she'd whispered in Diane's living room. It was a real sound, a final sound, and it meant something that could never be taken back. He went down. His legs twitched. His boots scraped against the asphalt, a dry, rasping sound, and then his body released itself, his bladder, his bowels, and the stench hit Lee like a wall. A hot, ripe sewage smell that mixed with the copper smell of blood and the chemical burn of the pepper spray, and Lee doubled over and vomited on her shoes. She heard Kristen gagging beside her. She heard Noel saying, "Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord," in a voice Lee didn't recognize. She heard Joyce screaming from the mouth of the alley, a high, thin sound like an animal caught in wire. She heard Tammy's breathing, harsh and ragged, and she looked up and saw Tammy standing over Travis's body with blood dripping off her chin onto her shirt, staring down at him with an expression that Lee couldn't read because she'd never seen it on a human face before. Diane was standing against the dumpster. Her hands were at her sides. Her silk blouse had a dark smear on the front where Travis had been against her when she pushed. She was looking at her hands, and her hands were shaking. "Is he?" Lee tried to say, but her voice broke, and she had to spit bile and try again. "Is he dead?" Diane knelt. She pressed 2 fingers to his neck. She held them there for a long time. The alley was almost dark now. The orange glow of a sodium light at the far end threw long shadows across the asphalt and caught the pool of blood spreading from under Travis's head, black in the bad light, creeping into the cracks. "He's dead," Diane said. Joy's screaming turned into a sound that was worse, a gasping, hyperventilating sob, the sound of a woman who was drowning on dry land. Noel sat down on the asphalt with her back against the wall and put her head in her hands and started rocking, saying, "What did we do? What did we do? What did we do?" Kristen was bent double, hands on her knees, dry heaving, strings of saliva hanging from her mouth. Tammy hadn't moved. She was still standing over the body, looking down at it, her fists clenching and unclenching. Lee looked at Travis Maitland's face. His eyes were half open, catching the sodium light, and there was nothing in them. Not pain, not surprise, not anything. His mouth was open. A dark line of blood was running from his ear down his jaw and dripping onto the asphalt. The stain on his jeans was spreading. A fly landed on his lower lip. This is what it looks like, she thought. Not like the books. Not like the podcasts. Not like the fantasies. This is what a dead man looks like. This is what we did. Her phone was in her hand. She didn't remember taking it out. He's dead. We killed him. He fell and hit his head and he's dead. We're in an alley and he's dead, and I don't know what to do. Please help me. Please. M replied in 10 seconds. Breathe. All of you need to breathe. Don't run. Don't scream. Breathe. Lee read it twice. She looked up from her phone. Joy was on her knees at the mouth of the alley, hyperventilating, her whole body shaking. Kristen was pacing in tight circles, pulling at her own hair, saying, "We have to go, we have to go, we have to go," in a loop that had stopped sounding like words. Noel was rocking against the wall, her arms around her knees, saying, "What did we do, what did we do, what did we do?" Diane was still kneeling by the body, her head bowed, her hands flat on the asphalt. "Shut up," Lee shouted. Nobody heard her. Joy was wailing now, a high keening that bounced off the walls and seemed to get louder with every echo. Kristen was getting louder too, her pacing tighter, her hands tearing at her hair. Noel was rocking faster, her voice rising. Somewhere on the road beyond the parking lot a car passed, its headlights sweeping across the mouth of the alley, and Kristen saw it and made a strangled sound and said, "Someone's coming," and started toward the street, and Lee grabbed her arm and yanked her back. "Shut up," Lee screamed it this time, loud enough to scrape her throat raw, loud enough to cut through Joy's wailing and Kristen's babbling and Noel's prayers. "All of you. Shut up." They stopped. Not all at once, Joy's wailing thinned to a wet gasping. Kristen froze mid-step with Lee's fingers still clamped on her arm. Noel's mouth stayed open, but the words died in it. They looked at her. 5 faces, pale, streaked, wrecked. "Stop talking," Lee said. Her voice was shaking, but she made it loud enough to hold. "Stop talking and just breathe. Do it. Breathe and calm yourselves." Kristen tried to speak. "We need to." "Do it," Lee said. "Breathe in. Right now. All of you." Kristen closed her mouth. She put her hands on her knees and took a breath, ragged and wet. Noel closed her eyes and breathed, her arms still around her knees. Joy shuddered and gulped air. Diane lifted her head and looked at Lee and took a breath, deep and slow, and some fraction of the old steadiness came back into her eyes. Tammy hadn't moved. Tammy was still staring at the body. But she was breathing. She'd been breathing the whole time, slow and even, and that scared Lee more than the screaming had. "Again," Lee said. "Breathe." They breathed. In and out. 3 breaths. 4. 5. The alley was quiet except for the buzz of the sodium light and the distant sound of a truck on the highway. "Okay," Lee said. "Nobody moves. Nobody runs. We breathe and we figure this out." She looked down at her phone and typed. "They're listening. What do I do?" M replied. "Good. Now tell me exactly where you are and what's around you." Lee looked around the alley. The dumpsters, overflowing, black trash bags spilling out. The brick wall of the pawn shop on one side, the plywood-covered wall of the nail salon on the other. The fire escape above her, rusted, the ladder pulled up. Broken glass on the ground. Travis's truck parked 30 feet away, the cab dark. The sodium light buzzing at the end of the alley. The strip mall parking lot beyond it empty. She typed it all. Her fingers felt thick and wrong on the screen. Em replied, "Good. Now listen to me carefully. Do exactly what I tell you, and you'll be okay. First, is anyone else around? Look. Look carefully." Lee walked to the mouth of the alley, on legs that didn't feel like hers. She looked left and right. The parking lot was deserted. The van on cinder blocks. The shopping cart on its side. The laundromat light still on, still empty. The road beyond the lot was dark and empty in both directions. "Nobody," she typed. "Good. Now here's what you're going to do. Don't skip any steps. Check his pockets. Take his wallet, his keys, and his phone. Give them to whoever is calmest." "Diane," Lee said. "Check his pockets. Take his wallet, his keys, and his phone." Diane looked at her. Her eyes were red and wet. "How do you?" "Just do it. Please." Diane knelt by the body. Her hands were still shaking. She reached into Travis's front pocket and pulled out a phone with a cracked screen. His back pocket, a leather wallet soft and worn. His belt loop, a ring of keys. She held them in her hands and stared at them. "Give them to me," Lee said, and Diane did, and Lee put them in her own pockets because nobody else was in any shape to hold onto anything. Next instruction from M. "The blood on the ground. You need to cover it. Is there anything absorbent nearby? Cardboard. Rags." There were flattened cardboard boxes stacked against the wall by the dumpster, damp and soft. Lee dragged them across the alley and pressed them over the blood pool. The cardboard went dark and heavy. The copper smell rose up and Lee's stomach clenched, but there was nothing left in it. "Help me," she said. Kristen straightened up, wiped her mouth, and grabbed an armful of cardboard. They covered the blood. They covered the vomit too. Next from M. "His truck. Is it nearby?" "In the alley. Right here. He parked behind the pawn shop." "Good. You're going to put the body in the bed of his truck and drive it out of there. You and one other person in the truck. The rest follow in your cars. I'm going to send you a location. It's about 40 minutes southeast. Do exactly what I tell you when you get there." "We need to put him in his truck," Lee said. Joy made a sound from the mouth of the alley. A moan. "Joy," Diane said. Something had come back into her voice. Not the old calm, that was gone. But something harder. Something that understood that the only way out of this alley was through it. "Help us or get in a car." They wrapped him in the trash bags. Lee pulled them from the overflowing dumpster, and they spread them on the asphalt and rolled Travis Maitland's body onto them and wrapped him up. Layer after layer, black plastic over his face, over his hands, over the dark stain on the back of his skull. Lee's hands were slippery with blood and sweat. She could feel the shape of his shoulder through the plastic, the weight of his arm, the lump of his belt buckle. Noel was on her knees tying the bags with twist ties, her gardening gloves. She'd put on the gardening gloves she always kept in her purse, smeared dark, her lips moving in what might have been prayer. Tammy had his feet. She lifted them without flinching, her bloody face set and blank. They carried him to the truck. It took all 6 of them. Lee had his left arm. Kristen had his right. Tammy and Noel had his legs. Diane carried his head, and Lee saw her flinch when her fingers slid through the wet mess at the back of his skull. Joy held the middle, her hands clamped on the trash bags at his waist, crying steadily, tears running off her chin. They got him into the bed of the pickup, and Lee grabbed a paint-spattered tarp that was wadded up behind the cab and pulled it over him and tucked the edges down. M sent the location. A pin on the map, deep in the scrubland southeast of Buckhorn. A ranch road that turned into a dirt track that turned into nothing, threading through dense mesquite and cedar. "I'll drive the truck," Lee said. "Kristen, you're with me." "Why me?" Kristen's voice was raw. "Because you can navigate." Kristen wiped her mouth and got in the passenger side of Travis's truck. The cab smelled like him, aftershave and coffee and something minty. A Dallas Cowboys air freshener hung from the rearview mirror. A child's drawing was taped to the dashboard, stick figures under a yellow sun, the word Daddy in crooked letters across the top. Lee put the truck in gear and pulled out of the alley. The others followed. Diane's Tahoe, then Tammy and Lee's Honda with Joy, then Noel in her own car. 4 vehicles in a line on the dark 2-lane, headlights cutting through the dusk, heading southeast into the empty country. Kristen navigated from her phone. Left on County Road 9. 6 miles, then right on an unmarked ranch road. They drove in silence. The truck's engine rumbled beneath them. The tarp flapped in the wind in the bed behind them, and Lee adjusted the rearview mirror so she couldn't see it. The ranch road was dirt, rutted, barely a road at all. Mesquite branches scraped the sides of the truck. Cedar closed in overhead, blocking the last of the light. The headlights threw wild shadows. M sent another message. "Keep going until the road ends. There's a clearing. Dense brush on all sides. Drive the truck as far into the brush as it will go." The road ended at a clearing that wasn't really a clearing, just a widening in the brush where the track gave out. Lee kept driving, the truck bouncing over roots and rocks, mesquite branches scraping the windshield, until the brush was too thick to push through and the truck shuddered and stalled. She looked around. They were deep in it. The brush was head-high on all sides, dense cedar and mesquite, the kind of scrub that could swallow a house and you'd never see it from the road. She couldn't see the dirt track behind them. She couldn't see anything but brush and the dim shapes of the other 3 vehicles parked back where the road had ended, their headlights off, waiting. Am sent. "Leave the truck. Leave the keys in it. Leave everything. Walk back to your cars. Don't touch anything on the way out." "Leave it," Lee said to Kristen. "Leave the keys. Leave everything." Kristen looked at her. "Who are you talking to, Lee? Who's telling you all this?" "Not now." "Lee." "Not now, Kristen." They got out. Lee left the keys in the ignition. She looked at the tarp in the bed, at the shape underneath it, and she thought about the stick figure drawing on the dashboard and the word Daddy, and she turned away and walked. The brush closed behind them. By the time they reached the other cars, the truck was invisible. You could have walked within 10 feet of it and never known it was there. They drove back to Diane's house in 3 cars. Noel rode with Lee. The dark country roads unwound around them. Noel didn't speak. The only sound was the engine and the tires on the asphalt and Noel's lips still moving in silent prayer. Diane's living room looked exactly the same as when they'd left it. The bottles on the coffee table. The books on the floor. The cross-stitch above the fireplace. Well-behaved women seldom make history. Lee looked at it and tasted bile. They sat in a circle. Nobody touched the bourbon. Nobody touched anything. Noel was still wearing the gardening gloves. Tammy's blood had dried to a dark crust on her chin. Joy's face was swollen from crying. Kristen was gray. Diane sat in her chair by the fireplace and looked at each of them. "What happened tonight," Diane said, "stays with us. Forever." "He attacked Tammy," Kristen said. "He swung at her. He hit her. We defended ourselves." "It was an accident," Noel said. "He fell." "It was justice," Tammy said. "It was," Joy started, and her face crumpled and she couldn't finish. "It was what it was," Diane said. "And it's done. And none of us can undo it. And if any one of us talks, all of us go down." She let that sit. "All of us. Do you understand?" "We don't talk about this," Diane said. "Not on the phone. Not by text. Not to anyone outside this room. If we need to talk about it, we do it here. Face to face. In this room." She paused. "Say it. Each of you. Say you understand." "I understand," Kristen said. "I understand," Tammy said. "I understand," Noel said. Joy couldn't speak. She nodded, a jerky, violent motion, like her head was being pulled by a string. "Lee," Diane said. "I understand," Lee said. "Good," Diane stood up. "Go home. Burn what you're wearing. Shower. Don't call each other tonight. We'll meet here Friday, same as always, and it'll be the same as always. Because nothing happened. We were here all evening. We drank wine and talked about books and nothing happened." They left one at a time, 5 minutes apart. Lee was last. She walked to her car in the dark and sat behind the wheel and put the key in the ignition, and her hand was shaking too hard to turn it. She pulled out her phone. One message from M. "Burn the clothes. Shower. Sleep. Tomorrow you'll feel different. You did the right thing." Lee put the phone down. She started the car. She pulled out of Diane's driveway and drove 4 blocks, and then she had to pull over because she couldn't see the road through the tears, and her hands were shaking so violently on the wheel that the car was drifting across the center line. She pulled onto the shoulder and put it in park, and the shaking took her whole body, her arms and her legs and her jaw and her chest. And she gripped the steering wheel with both hands and pressed her forehead against it, and sobbed, ugly and raw and animal, her mouth open, no sound coming out, just her body convulsing against the seatbelt. It lasted until it stopped. She didn't know how long. When it was over, she sat there, and breathed and wiped her face on her shirt, and looked at herself in the rearview mirror. Her eyes were red and swollen. There was a smear of something dark on her cheek. She put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road, and drove the rest of the way home with both hands on the wheel and her jaw clenched shut, watching the headlights eat the yellow lines one at a time. Chapter 2. The crack of the bat carried clean across the diamond, and Ruth was on her feet before she knew she was standing, her hands cupped around her mouth, yelling Marcus's name as the ball sailed over the shortstop's glove and bounced into left field. "Go, go, 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 go," Aaron said beside her, his voice low and urgent, his body tilted forward on the bleacher like he could will the boy around first base by leaning hard enough. Marcus rounded first, his legs churning, his helmet bouncing on his head, and slid into second in a cloud of red dust that billowed up and caught the late afternoon sun. The second baseman slapped the tag down a half-second too late. The umpire spread his arms wide. "Safe." Ruth clapped until her palms stung. Aaron grabbed her shoulder and squeezed, and she looked at him, and his face was pure joy, unguarded, the way it only got when the kids did something that made him proud, and she thought, This is what I spent my whole life trying to find. "That's my boy," Aaron shouted, and Marcus looked up from the base and found them in the bleachers and gave a quick nod, trying to be cool about it, 14 years old and too grown up to wave at his parents, but the grin broke through anyway. "He's been working on that swing," said Ray Mendez, sitting one row down with a bag of sunflower seeds on his knee and a Whataburger cup wedged between his boots. Ray's son Dominic played catcher for the same team. "Aaron, you've been coaching him at home." "Every night after dinner," Aaron said. "Backyard. Wiffle balls. He broke a window last week." "Which window?" "Kitchen. Ruth's favorite." "It wasn't my favorite," Ruth said. "It was just the only one I could see the bird feeder from." "We're getting it fixed Tuesday," Aaron said. "You said that last Tuesday." "I said that last Tuesday with full sincerity and genuine intention." Ray laughed. His wife Carmen leaned over from beside him. "Ruth, ignore him. My husband promised to fix our screen door in 2019. We have raccoons now." "We don't have raccoons," Ray said. "Something is living in the garage, Ray." "That's a possum." Totally different situation. Ruth sat back down and let the warmth of the bleachers soak through her jeans. The metal was hot from the sun but not unbearable, not yet, the way late May in central Texas could go either way, pleasant or punishing, sometimes in the same hour. Today it had decided to be kind. The sky was wide and blue and cloudless, the light golden and long, the shadows stretching across the outfield grass. The air smelled like cut grass and dirt, and the smoky sweetness of mesquite drifting from somebody's grill in the parking lot behind the concession stand. Jake was in the dugout with his team, the older kids, the 16 and under league that played on the adjacent diamond. His game started in 40 minutes. He was sitting on the bench with his glove on his knee and his cap pulled low, talking to a teammate, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He'd grown 3 inches since Christmas and hadn't figured out what to do with the extra height yet. He moved like a foal, all knees and elbows, but on the mound he was someone else entirely, composed, focused, deliberate. Aaron's mechanics and Ruth's concentration. She'd never say that out loud, but she thought it every time she watched him pitch. Ava was sitting beside Ruth with a sketchbook open on her lap, drawing the diamond. She'd been at it for 2 innings, her pencil moving in quick, precise strokes, capturing the geometry of the base lines, the arc of the pitcher's mound, the figures of the players in their positions. She had her hearing aids in today, the ones with the purple cases she'd picked out herself, and her hair was pulled back in a French braid that Ruth had done that morning in the kitchen, while Aaron made pancakes and Marcus ate 4 of them before anyone else got to sit down. Ava tapped Ruth's arm and held up the sketchbook. She'd drawn Marcus mid-swing, his weight on his back foot, the bat a blur, his face set in concentration. It was good. It was better than good. "That's amazing, baby," Ruth said, signing as she spoke. "You got his stance exactly right." Ava's hands moved quickly. "His front foot is too far open. Coach Hernandez keeps telling him," she pointed at Marcus on the base path. "When he opens up too early, he pulls everything to the left." That hit went to left field because he got lucky, not because he did it right. Aaron leaned over Ruth's shoulder to look at the sketch. "She's not wrong." "Don't tell him that right now," Ruth said. "Let him have his double." "I'm not going to tell him now. I'm going to tell him in the backyard tonight when we do the wiffle balls. And break another window." That window had it coming. Ruth leaned into him. His arm came around her shoulders, automatic, easy, the weight of it familiar and right. She could feel the sun on her face and his warmth against her side, and she could hear Marcus's teammates shouting encouragement from the dugout and the ping of an aluminum bat from Jake's diamond, where someone was taking batting practice, and the low murmur of parents on the bleachers talking about weekend plans and sprinkler systems, and whether the Astros had a shot this year. "Hey, Ruth!" Janelle Parker was waving from the end of the bleachers, her 3-year-old on her hip, a diaper bag slung over her shoulder. "Are y'all coming to the cookout at the Hendersons next Saturday?" "We'll be there," Ruth called back. "What should I bring?" "Just yourselves. And Aaron's brisket, if he's feeling generous." "He's always feeling generous," Ruth said. "I am," Aaron confirmed. "It's a character flaw." The next batter grounded out to first, and the team switched. Marcus jogged in from second and disappeared into the dugout. Ruth watched him high-five 2 teammates and grab his water bottle and pour half of it over his head and shake the water out of his hair like a dog. 14. She remembered when Aaron first introduced her to his boys, how quiet Marcus had been, how watchful, a kid who'd learned to read rooms because his world had shifted too many times. Now he poured water on his own head in public and didn't care who saw. That was safety. That was home. Ava tugged her arm again. Her hands moved. "Can we get snow cones?" "After Jake's game," Ruth said, signing back. "That's like 2 hours," Ava signed, her eyebrows rising in exaggerated disbelief. "Then you'll appreciate it more." Ava gave her the look, the one that was half amused, half exasperated, the one that said she knew Ruth was being unreasonable, but also knew there was no point arguing. It was a look Ruth recognized because she'd invented it. "Fine," Ava signed. "But I want the big ones. With extra cherry." "A deal." The innings rolled by. Marcus's team won 7-4, and he came up into the bleachers with his jersey untucked, and his face streaked with dirt and sweat, and sat down next to Ava and immediately tried to look at her sketchbook. And she pulled it away, and he lunged for it, and Ruth said "Marcus," in the voice that didn't need to be loud, and he stopped and grinned and said "sorry," and didn't mean it, and Ava held the sketchbook up and showed him the drawing she'd done of his swing and his face went soft and surprised. "That's me." Ava's hands moved with exaggerated patience. "No, it's some other kid with your exact batting stance, and your exact helmet, and your exact number on his jersey." "Yes, it's you." "Can I have it?" "Maybe. If you're nice to me for the rest of the day," she signed. Define nice. "No wet willies." "No putting your sweaty jersey on my head." "No eating my snow cone when I'm not looking." That's a lot of conditions. "Take it or leave it." "Deal," Marcus said, and stuck out his hand, and Ava shook it, and Ruth looked at Aaron, and Aaron looked at her, and neither of them said anything because nothing needed to be said. Jake's game started at 5. He was pitching. Ruth settled in with her elbows on her knees and watched her oldest take the mound with that walk he had, the unhurried stride, the cap tugged down, the glove tucked under his arm while he toed the rubber and looked in for the sign. He'd grown into himself on that mound. Off it, he was still the quiet kid who read too much, and said too little and communicated best through the subtle vocabulary of nods and glances he shared with Aaron. On it, he was someone who commanded 60 feet 6 inches of dirt and air and physics, and made batters look foolish. He struck out the first 2 batters on 11 pitches. The third grounded out to short. Jake walked off the mound with the same expression he'd walked on with. Aaron nodded once to himself, a small private satisfaction that Ruth caught and filed away in the place where she kept the things that made her love him. "Your boy's got a nice arm," Ray said. "He does," Aaron said. And that was all he said, because Aaron didn't brag about his kids to other parents. He just watched them and let them be what they were, and saved the pride for the quiet moments at home when he'd put his hand on Jake's shoulder at the kitchen sink and say, "Good game today," and that would be enough for both of them because they were built the same way. The game went 6 innings. Jake gave up 2 hits and no runs over 4 innings before Coach Hernandez pulled him for the closer. Ruth watched from the bleachers and kept score on her phone the way she'd taught herself to do last season, tracking pitches and locations, and Ava sketched Jake on the mound from 3 different angles, and Marcus ate 2 hot dogs and a bag of peanuts and half of Aaron's nachos, and was starting on a 3rd hot dog when Ruth said, "That's enough," and he said, "I'm a growing boy," and she said, "You're a boy who's going to be sick in the car," and he put the hot dog down. Jake's team won 3-0. He came off the field and walked straight to Aaron, and Aaron put his arm around his shoulders and said something Ruth couldn't hear, and Jake nodded once. The same nod Aaron had given from the bleachers. And Ruth's heart did the thing it did sometimes when she saw the 3 of them together, Aaron and his boys, the thing where it expanded and ached at the same time, a fullness that was almost too much to hold. They packed up the bleacher cushions and the cooler and the sunscreen and Ava's sketchbook and Marcus's gear bag and Jake's pitching jacket and walked across the parking lot in the long golden light. All 5 of them, Ruth and Aaron side by side and the kids orbiting around them the way kids do. Close but not too close, connected but independent. A constellation that had taken years to form and now moved together without thinking about it. Ava tugged Ruth's arm and signed, "Snow cones." "Snow cones," Ruth confirmed. They stood in line at the concession stand, the 5 of them, and Ruth ordered a large cherry for Ava and a blue raspberry for Marcus, and a lime for Jake, who insisted he didn't want one until he saw Marcus. And changed his mind, and a mango for Aaron and a small watermelon for herself. They stood in the parking lot in the fading heat and ate their snow cones, and their lips turned colors, and Marcus got blue raspberry on his jersey, and Ava covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. And he pretended to wipe it on her, and she dodged, and Ruth said, "Marcus," in the voice again, and Aaron said, "Let them go. They're fine," and she looked at him, and his lips were orange from the mango, and she kissed him anyway, and Ava signed, "Gross." And Marcus said, "Get a room," and Jake said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched. This was her life now. This ordinary, extraordinary, impossibly beautiful life that she'd never dared to imagine when she was a girl with no family and no one to sit in the bleachers and cheer for her. She had a husband whose lips tasted like mango snow cone. She had 3 children who argued about almost nothing and loved each other without knowing how to say it. She had a town that knew her name and a bleacher seat that was always waiting and a Saturday that smelled like cut grass and mesquite smoke and cherry ice. She had everything. Her phone buzzed in her back pocket. She pulled it out and looked at the screen. "Hi, Ben," she said. She listened for 10 seconds. 15. Her face didn't change. She said, "Okay, and we're on our way," and disconnected and looked at Aaron, and his snow cone was already in the trash, and he was reaching for the car keys. "Kids," Ruth said. Change of plans. Chapter 3. The dirt road ended a quarter-mile back. After that, it was just ruts and crushed brush, mesquite branches, scraping the undercarriage of the DPS Tahoe as Ruth followed the tire tracks deeper into the scrubland. Aaron was driving. Neither of them had spoken since the turnoff from County Road 14. The tracks were easy to follow. Somebody had driven a full-size pickup through here at speed, snapping branches and flattening scrub in a path wide enough to read from the air. The broken mesquite was already browning at the edges, the leaves curling and drying in the heat. A few days old, maybe more. Aaron slowed as the path curved around a stand of cedar and opened into a rough clearing where 3 vehicles were already parked. 2 DPS crime scene units and a Buckhorn County Sheriff's cruiser with its light bar dark. Yellow tape was strung between mesquite trunks in a wide perimeter. A portable generator hummed somewhere behind the brush line. Ruth could hear the low voices of the forensic team before she could see them. She stepped out into heat that hit like a wall. The air was thick with cedar and dust, and something under it, something Swedish and wrong, the smell that 10 years in law enforcement had taught her to recognize before her conscious mind had time to name it. A DPS trooper was holding the perimeter log at the tape line. Ruth signed in, clipped her credentials to her belt, and ducked under. Aaron signed in behind her. The truck was 30 yards in, nose deep in mesquite, branches piled against the windshield and draped across the hood. A mud-brown Ford F-150, older model, Texas plates. It had been driven hard into the brush until the vegetation stopped it. A paint-spattered tarp was pulled over the bed, its edges tucked down. 2 forensic techs in white coveralls were working the exterior, one photographing the cab through the driver's side window, the other on her knees beside the rear bumper with an evidence kit open on the ground. Ruth could see the shape under the tarp. She'd known what she was looking at before she got out of the Tahoe, but knowing and seeing were different things and always would be. A man in his 60s was standing 10 feet back from the truck, arms folded, watching the techs work. He was big, thick through the shoulders and gut, wearing a sweat-darkened khaki uniform and a hat he kept taking off and putting back on. His face was the color of old concrete. "Sheriff Honeycutt," Aaron said. "Rangers," Honeycutt shook their hands. His grip was damp, and he held on a beat too long, the way people do when they're holding themselves together by the act of touching another person. "I appreciate you coming out. I know you drove a ways." "Tell us how he was found," Ruth said. Honeycutt looked back at the truck. "Rancher named Virgil Cope owns this land. 600 acres, runs about 40 head of cattle on the east half, lets the west half go wild. He was out this morning, checking his fence line on his 4-wheeler. Saw the tire tracks coming off the ranch road, and thought somebody had been dumping trash on his property again. Happens out here. People drive washing machines and mattresses into the brush and leave them." He paused and took his hat off and wiped the band with his thumb. Virgil followed the tracks in on foot. Found the truck. Saw the tarp and figured it was a stolen vehicle somebody had ditched. He called my office around noon. Deputy Garza came out, pulled back the tarp and called me. I was here by 1. Took one look and called DPS. "You recognized him," Aaron said. "I did," Honeycutt's voice caught on the second word. He cleared his throat and set his jaw. "Travis Maitland. My only detective. He'd been missing 4 days." Ruth walked toward the truck. The lead forensic tech, a woman named Darcy Yates whose work Ruth knew from 2 previous cases, looked up from her camera and nodded. "What have you got so far?" Ruth asked. Yates pulled her mask down. Male victim, mid-40s, in the bed of the truck wrapped in black trash bags. Multiple layers. Cause of death appears to be blunt force trauma to the posterior skull, massive depressed fracture, probably a single impact against something with a hard edge. No visible gunshot or stab wounds. We'll know more when the ME gets him on the table. Time of deaths. Decomposition is consistent with 3 to 5 days in this heat, but I'd rather let the ME pin it down. Insect activity is significant. Ruth stepped up onto the rear bumper and looked into the bed. The tarp was pulled back on one side, where Deputy Garza had lifted it. The trash bags were black and heavy-duty, layered 3 or 4 deep, secured with twist ties. The shape inside was unmistakable. Where the bags had split from gas expansion, she could see gray-green skin and the dark stain of lividity. She looked at the bed of the truck around the body. A pair of work gloves wadded up behind the cab. A coil of rope. A toolbox bolted to the sidewall. A child's drawing, sun-faded, taped to the inside of the rear window, stick figures under a yellow sun, the word Daddy in crooked letters. She stepped down. "His pockets?" she asked Yates. "Empty. No wallet, no phone, no keys, no weapon. Whoever did this stripped him clean." "What about the cabs?" "Dallas Cowboys air freshener on the rear view. Registration in the glove box confirms the truck belongs to Travis Maitland. Coffee cup in the holder still has residue. We'll process it, but it's probably his. Keys were in the ignition." Ruth turned that over. "They took his wallet, his phone, his keys, and his weapon. Then they left his keys in the ignition of his own truck. That meant they drove the truck here. They had their own transportation to get back from the dump site." "More than one person," she said to Aaron. Aaron was crouched beside the truck, studying the ground. "Footprints are a mess. The brush chewed up most of it. But look at this." He pointed to a patch of bare dirt between 2 mesquite roots. "That's a shoe print. Small. Women's size 7, maybe 8. Ruth looked. The impression was faint but readable, a smooth sole, no tread pattern. Not a boot. Not a sneaker. A flat, maybe a casual shoe. The kind of thing you'd wear to a friend's house on a Saturday afternoon, not the kind of thing you'd wear to dump a body in the brush." "Yates, did you get this?" Ruth said. "Casting it now. We've got 3 more partials along the track between here and where the road ends. All small, all smooth-soled. Any larger prints? Boots, men's shoes." Yates shook her head. "Nothing so far. The ground is hard and the brush covers a lot. But what we've got is all small." Ruth looked at Aaron. He looked back. Neither of them said it out loud. She walked the perimeter while Aaron worked the truck with Yates. The brush was dense, head-high mesquite and cedar, the kind of scrub that swallowed things. She could see where the truck had come through, broken branches, bark scraped off trunks, a path of destruction that a 15-year-old on a dirt bike could have followed, but a rancher checking fence line might miss for weeks if his cattle didn't graze this section. Virgil Cope had found it by accident. A man checking his fences. If the truck had been driven another 50 yards deeper, if the mesquite had been thicker, if Cope had checked his east fence instead of his west, Travis Maitland might have stayed in the brush until there was nothing left to find. She pulled out her phone and called Ben Miller on the secure channel. "We're on scene," she said. "Victim is confirmed as Travis Maitland, Buckhorn County Sheriff's detective. Blunt force trauma to the skull. Body was transported in his own truck and dumped in dense brush on private ranch land about 12 miles southeast of town. His personal effects were stripped, no wallet, phone, keys, or weapon. Keys left in the truck ignition. Multiple perpetrators based on the logistics. Footprints we've recovered so far are small, smooth-soled, consistent with women's shoes." "Women's shoes," Ben repeated. "That's what the evidence says." "A copy. What do you need?" Full workup on Maitland's phone records, last 72 hours before he went missing. Bank and credit card activity. I want to know where he was and who he was talking to. And Ben, pull whatever you can on his active caseload. Honeycutt says he was working something. I'm about to find out what. On it. She hung up and walked back to Honeycutt. He was standing in the same spot, arms still folded, watching the Tex work his detective's body out of the truck bed with the careful choreography of people who did this for a living and never got used to it. Sheriff, tell me about Travis. Honeycutt let out a breath that seemed to take something out of him. 6 years in major crimes with Williamson County before I hired him. He was the real deal. Thorough, patient, good instincts. I brought him on because I had a problem I couldn't solve with the resources I had. What problems? 3 women dead in this county over the past 2 years. All local. All ruled accidental or undetermined by the ME. He ticked them off on his fingers, 3 women, 3 fingers, and each one cost him something. Taken individually, nothing jumped out. But I've been doing this job 19 years, and something about the pattern kept me up at night. 3 women, all local, all in 2 years. No connection between them that anybody could see, but the frequency bothered me. So you brought Travis on to investigate. Hired him specifically for that purpose. Told him take his time, work it quiet, see if there's something there. If there's nothing, we close the files and I sleep better. What did he find? He told me he was making progress. Last few weeks, he'd been spending time off-site, running something down. He was excited about it, I could tell, but he wouldn't give me details. Said he wanted to be sure before he brought it to me. Honeycutt's jaw tightened. That was Travis. He didn't deal in maybes. When did you last hear from him? Thursday evening, around 6. He called to say he'd be working late and not to expect his report until Monday. That was the last time. He didn't say where he was going or what he was doing. No. And I didn't push. He'd earned the leash. Ruth looked at Aaron. He'd come up beside her, his notebook out, pen moving in the small, precise handwriting she'd learned to read upside down over the years. We're going to need everything he was working on, she said. His case files, his notes, his computer, his phone records. All 3 of those women's files, the originals, not summaries. I'll have it for you this afternoon. Everything at the office. And we need to talk to his wife. Gail. She's at the house with the boys. She hasn't left since I told her. His voice went rough. I had to tell her Rangers. I had to drive to that house and knock on that door and tell that woman her husband was dead in the back of his own truck. Ruth let that sit. There was nothing to say to it that would help. She took one more look at the truck. The forensic team had the body on a transfer sheet now, the trash bags still intact around it, ready for the body bag and the long ride to the ME's office in Austin. One of the techs was photographing the truck bed where the body had been, the stains and the fluids and the impressions left in the corrugated metal. The child's drawing was still taped to the rear window. Daddy in crooked letters. A yellow sun. Stick figures holding hands. Ruth turned away and walked toward the Tahoe. We start with the wife, she said to Aaron. Then the case files. Aaron fell into step beside her. 3 dead women, and the only cop investigating them is murdered. And whoever did it went to a lot of trouble to make him disappear. Strip his pockets, drive his truck 12 miles into the brush, cover it up. That's not a crime of passion. That's a plan. A plan executed by people who wore flats to a body dump, Aaron said. People who didn't expect to be dumping a body that night, Ruth said. The shoes tell you that. Whatever happened, they didn't walk out the door planning to kill someone. She opened the passenger door and looked back at the brush one more time. Somewhere in that tangle of mesquite and cedar, the forensic team was still working, still photographing, still lifting what evidence the heat and the insects and the days hadn't already taken. Travis Maitland had 4 days, head start on decomposition, and his killers had 4 days, head start on distance. She got in the truck and pulled the door shut. Let's go talk to Gail Maitland, she said. Chapter 4. Cars lined Pecan Street on both sides. A minivan in the driveway, behind where the pickup used to sit. A sedan on the lawn with its doors still open. 3 more along the curb. The neighborhood that had been quiet on a weekday afternoon was full of people who had dropped everything and driven here. Ruth and Aaron walked up the front path. A big wheel lay on its side on the walk. A basketball hoop on the garage had a net with frayed edges. A garden hose dripped slow into the dirt by the spigot. The front door was open. Through the screen Ruth could hear voices inside, low, murmuring, the sound of a house that had too many people in it and not enough air. Someone was crying in a back room. Someone else was running water in the kitchen. A woman in her 40s pushed the screen door open before Ruth could knock. She had Gail's jaw and Gail's dark hair, but she was taller, broader through the shoulders, and her eyes were red-rimmed and hard. Who are you? Texas Rangers. I'm Ranger Baker, this is Ranger Tate. Sheriff Honeycutt called ahead. He called 20 minutes ago. We've been waiting. She didn't move from the doorway. I'm Denise. Gail's sister. She's in the bedroom. She won't come out. How is she doing? How do you think she's doing? Denise's voice was flat and sharp at the same time. Linda Garza brought soup. Gail threw it up. She's 5 months pregnant. Did Dale tell you that? Ruth felt it land in her chest. No. He didn't. Travis only told the family last weekend. They were going to announce it at church. Denise's jaw tightened. Do you know who did this? That's why we're here. Denise looked at her for a long moment, then pushed the screen door wider and stepped aside. The living room was small and full of people. An older woman sat in the armchair by the window with a tissue wadded in her fist, her face blotched and swollen. 2 neighbor women were in the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets, making coffee nobody would drink, doing the busy work that people do when someone dies because standing still is worse. A man in his 60s in work clothes and a feed store cap sat on the couch with his elbows on his knees, turning a set of truck keys over and over in his hands. He looked up when Ruth and Aaron came in, and his eyes were wet and lost. That's Dale Sr., Denise said quietly. Travis's father. Drove down from Temple. Got here an hour ago. 2 boys were sitting at the kitchen table. The older one, maybe 10, was staring at a plate of food he hadn't touched. The younger one, 7 or 8, was drawing on a piece of paper with a crayon, pressing so hard the crayon was breaking. He was drawing a truck. A brown truck. Ruth looked away from the boys. Can we see Gail? She asked Denise. I'll ask her. Denise walked down the hall to the closed bedroom door and knocked softly. Gail. The Rangers are here. The ones Dale called about. A pause. Ruth heard a voice inside, thin and muffled. Denise opened the door and went in and closed it behind her. Ruth stood in the living room and waited. The older woman in the armchair looked at her. "Are you going to find who did this to my boy?" "Travis's mother." Her voice was raw, scraped down to nothing. "Yes, ma'am," Ruth said. "We are." "He was a good boy. Always. Even when he was little, he was the one who looked out for everybody else. He'd bring home stray dogs and birds with broken wings, and one time a possum that bit him and he had to get shots, but he didn't care because the possum was hurt and somebody had to help it." She was crying now, the tears running down her face, and she wasn't wiping them. Who kills a man like that? Who kills somebody's boy? Dale Sr. put his hand on her arm. He didn't say anything. He just put his hand there, and she reached over and held it, and they sat like that. Two parents holding onto each other in a living room full of casserole dishes and unanswered questions. The bedroom door opened. Denise came out and nodded. Ruth went in alone. Aaron stayed in the living room. Too many people in a bedroom would feel like an interrogation, and Gail Maitland was not a suspect. She was a woman whose husband had left for work 4 days ago and never came home. The bedroom was dim, curtains drawn. Gail was sitting on the edge of the bed in a faded Baylor t-shirt and sweatpants, her hair loose and tangled, her feet bare on the carpet. She was small, mid-30s, and her face was swollen and blotched, and there were dark circles under her eyes, so deep they looked like bruises. Her hands were in her lap, gripping a cell phone, Travis's charger cable still plugged into the wall beside the bed. "Mrs. Maitland," Ruth said. "I'm sorry to bother you right now." Gail looked up. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused, the look of someone who had been crying for hours and had reached the place past crying where the body just stops. "Dale said you found him." Her voice was barely there. "He said Travis was in his truck. In the brush. He said somebody," she couldn't finish it. "Yes, ma'am." Did he? She pressed her hands together around the phone until her knuckles went white. "Did he suffer?" Ruth had been asked that question more times than she could count. The answer was almost never the one people wanted to hear. She didn't know yet, not until the ME's report came back. But she knew what the wound looked like. A single massive impact to the back of the skull. "We don't believe so," Ruth said. "It appears to have been very fast." Gail closed her eyes. A breath shuddered out of her, and her shoulders dropped, and Ruth understood that Gail had been holding that question inside her body for hours, and the answer, even an uncertain one, had let her loosen her grip on it just enough to breathe. "I need to ask you some questions," Ruth said. "Anything you can tell me about Thursday night will help us find who did this." Denise said I should have a lawyer. "You're not in any trouble. You don't need a lawyer. But if you want one present, that's your right and I'll wait." Gail shook her head. "I don't want to wait. I want you to find them. Ask me whatever you need to ask." Ruth sat in the chair by the dresser. "Tell me about Thursday evening." "He came home from work around 5. Normal time. We had dinner, chicken and rice. Tyler had a math test, and Travis helped him study at the kitchen table while I cleaned up." She stopped. Her eyes went to the pillow on Travis's side of the bed. "He was good at that. Patient. He'd sit there for an hour going over the same problems and never raise his voice." "What happened after dinner?" "Around 7, he got a call on his cell. He went out on the back porch to take it. I could see him through the kitchen window, pacing. He came back in and said he had to go out. Something for work." "Did he say where?" No. But that wasn't unusual. He'd been going out in the evenings, a lot the past few weeks. Running something down, he said. Did he seem worried? Afraid? The opposite. Something moved across Gail's face, a flicker of the man she'd married showing through the grief. He was energized. Focused. Travis got this look when he was close to something, this intensity. He had it Thursday night. What was he wearing? Jeans, work boots, his gray Henley. The cowboy's cap. Did he take anything with him? Files, a laptop. Just his phone and his keys. And his gun he always carried. What kind of guns? A Glock. I don't know the number. He kept it on his hip. Ruth noted that. The weapon wasn't with the body, and it wasn't in the truck. Whoever killed Travis Maitland had his service weapon. What time did he leave? 7:30. Maybe 7:45. He kissed me at the door and said he'd be back by 10. Her voice splintered. He said he'd be back by 10. Denise appeared in the doorway. She'd been listening from the hall. She came in and sat beside Gail on the bed and put her arm around her sister's shoulders and held her while Gail pressed her face into Denise's neck and made a sound that Ruth had heard before, in other bedrooms, in other houses, the sound of someone understanding for the first time that the person they love is never coming through that door again. Ruth waited. She didn't look away and she didn't leave. She sat in the chair and waited because that was part of the job too, the sitting and the waiting and the being present for someone else's worst moment. When Gail lifted her head, her face was wet and wrecked and her eyes had changed. The numbness was cracking and what was underneath was raw. I called him at midnight, Gail said. His phone went straight to voicemail. I called 3 more times. Then I called Sheriff Honeycutt. What did Honeycutt do? He came by the house himself. 1 a.m, still in uniform. He said he'd put out a call on Travis's truck and start checking the roads. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. He came back every day. Every morning and every evening. He sat right where you're sitting, and he told me they were looking and they'd find him. Mrs. Maitland, did Travis keep any work materials here? Notes, case files, anything from his investigation. He had a desk in the spare bedroom. He kept some things there. Dale already asked about it. I told him to take whatever he needs. Has anyone been in that room since Thursday? I went in Saturday morning. Looking for something. Anything that would tell me where he went. She shook her head. His laptop was gone. He must have had it with him. Ruth filed that. The laptop wasn't in the cab. Either Travis had it with him Thursday night and his killers took it, or it was somewhere else. One more thing. In the weeks before Thursday, did Travis say anything that stood out? Anything about what he was working on? Anything that worried him or surprised him? Gail was quiet. Denise rubbed her shoulder and waited. About 2 weeks ago, Gail said, he came home and he was different. Quiet. Not the good quiet, a heavy quiet. He sat at the kitchen table after the boys went to bed, and he said something I didn't understand. What did he say? He said, it's not what I thought it was. It's worse, she looked at Ruth. I asked him what he meant, and he shook his head and said he'd tell me when he was sure. That was Travis. He never told you something until he was sure. Ruth stood. We're going to need to go through that spare bedroom. And I'd like your permission to have our team look through Travis's personal effects here at the house. Take anything you need. Gail's hand went to her stomach, the reflex of a pregnant woman touching the place where the new life is without knowing she was doing it. Just find who did this. Please. My boys need to know why their father isn't coming home. Ruth handed her a card. Gail took it and held it in both hands and stared at it. If you think of anything at all, you call me directly. Day or night. Gail nodded. Denise took the card gently from her sister's hands and put it on the nightstand next to the phone charger. Ruth let herself out of the bedroom. In the hallway, she could hear Travis's mother still talking to someone in the living room, telling stories about the boy he used to be. The younger boy was still at the kitchen table, still pressing crayons into paper. He finished the brown truck. Now he was drawing a man standing next to it, a stick figure with a ball cap, and underneath it in crooked letters he'd written Dad. Ruth walked past him and out the front door into the heat. Aaron was waiting by the Tahoe. He'd spent the time in the living room, talking quietly with Dale Sr. and the neighbors, the low voice, the patience, the questions that didn't feel like questions. Anything from the family? Ruth asked. Dale Sr. says Travis called him Sunday before last. Excited. Said he was close to cracking something big, but wouldn't say what. Said he'd tell his dad when he could. Aaron opened his door. Same thing he told Gail. Same thing he told Honeycutt. He was onto something, and he was keeping it close. His laptop is missing. It wasn't in the truck, and it's not in the house. So whoever killed him took his phone, his gun, and his laptop. They didn't just want him dead. They wanted whatever he'd found. Ruth looked back at the house. Inside, the coffee was being made, and the stories were being told, and the younger boy was drawing pictures of a truck and a man in a ball cap who would never park in that driveway again. Let's go look at that spare bedroom, she said. Then we get Honeycutt's case files, and we find out what Travis Maitland was working on and whether or not it had anything to do with his own murder. Whatcha wanna bet it did? Aaron said as they got back in the Range Rover. She shook her head, still thinking of the widow, the look on her face, and how a woman could go from being a happily married mom and mother one day to a grief-strict widow the next, just like that. Life turned on a dime. I'm not taking that bet, she said. Chapter 5. Lee saw it on the news first. She was standing behind the register at the pharmacy, counting back change for Mrs. Hernandez and her blood pressure medication, when the television above the waiting area cut from a used car commercial to a breaking news banner. Body found in rural Buckhorn County. She gave Mrs. Hernandez the wrong change and had to redo it twice, and Mrs. Hernandez looked at her funny and Lee smiled and said sorry, long day, and watched the old woman shuffle out the door, and then she couldn't breathe. The anchor was a blonde woman with a serious face and a red blazer. Lee couldn't hear what she was saying because the television was on mute and the closed captions were 2 sentences behind, but she could read the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Unidentified male found deceased in pickup truck on private ranch land. Buckhorn County Sheriff's Office and Texas Rangers investigating. Texas Rangers. Her phone buzzed in her back pocket. Kristen. Turn on the news. Then Tammy. Did you see it? Then Diane, in the group chat that had been silent for 4 days. My house. Tonight. 8 p.m. Everyone. Lee put her phone away and finished her shift. She counted pills and filled bottles and smiled at customers and said have a nice day, and the whole time her hands were steady, and her voice was normal, and inside her skull, there was a sound like a smoke alarm that wouldn't stop. She drove home and showered and changed and fed the cat, and sat on the edge of her bed for 20 minutes staring at the wall. Then she got in the car and drove to Diane's. She was the last one to arrive. 5 cars on the street, the same configuration as before, Diane's Tahoe in the driveway, the others along the curb. The living room windows were lit. Lee sat in her car for a full minute before she could make herself open the door. The cross-stitch was still above the fireplace. Well-behaved women seldom make history. The bottles from last time were gone. The books were back on the shelf. The coffee table was bare except for a box of tissues and a glass of water nobody was drinking. The room looked normal. Everything looked normal. Nothing was normal. They were all there. Diane in her chair by the fireplace, legs crossed, a glass of wine in her hand that she wasn't drinking either. Kristen on the couch with her vape pen, pulling on it so hard the tip glowed orange in the dim room. Tammy standing by the kitchen doorway with her arms folded and her jaw set. Noel in the rocking chair by the window, knitting needles in her lap but not moving. Joy on the floor with her back against the wall and her knees pulled to her chest, her hood up, her face hidden. Nobody spoke when Lee walked in. She closed the door behind her and stood there. "You all saw it," Diane said. "They found him," Kristen said. "They found the truck." "We know what they found, Kristen," Tammy said. "Texas Rangers," Noel said. The knitting needles started clicking, fast and erratic, the rhythm of a woman whose hands needed to be doing something. "They called in the Texas Rangers." "That's what they do when a cop gets killed," Diane said. The word landed in the room like a brick through glass. Killed. Nobody had said it out loud since that night. They said what happened. They said that night. They said the thing. Nobody had said killed. "He wasn't a cop," Kristen said. "He was a detective, Tammy. Buckhorn County Sheriff's Office. It was on the news." Kristen's eyes widened for a second, then she shook her head firmly. "That's not what the Facebook page said. The Facebook page said he was a plumber. A church deacon with 2 kids and a wife who didn't know about his girlfriend." "His girlfriend whom he killed," Lee added. "We don't know that," Diane said. Kristen turned on her. "We don't know that. Are you serious right now? We saw him selling her pendant. The letter S. For Shelby. His mother's name is June. You were all right there." She looked around, seeking support. "You found that on the internet," Tammy said. "You found all of it on the internet. The Facebook profile. The wife's name. The mother's name. The whole story. And it was wrong. He wasn't a plumber, Kristen. He was a cop." Kristen pursed her lips, her cheeks turning white. She sucked hard on her vape pen, her cheeks hollowing. "So what if he was a cop? Cops kill women all the time." "That's not the point." "Then what is the point, Diane?" "The point is we didn't know who he was. We didn't know what he was. We followed a stranger to a pawn shop because of something Kristen found on Facebook, and now he's dead, and the Texas Rangers are investigating, and we're sitting in this room pretending we can talk our way through it like it's a book club meeting." Tammy pointed at her own mouth, where the split in her lip had scabbed over and was starting to scar. "We didn't pretend anything." He reached for his pocket. "He hit me." He swung at Kristen. "We defended ourselves." "He was pepper sprayed in the face, Tammy. He was blind. He couldn't see who he was swinging at. He was reaching for something. His wallet." He was probably reaching for his badge. The silence that followed was the worst silence Lee had ever heard. It was the silence of 6 women understanding something they hadn't let themselves understand for 4 days. "You don't know that," Kristen said. Her voice had changed. The hard, certain edge was gone. "You don't know what he was reaching for." "Neither do you." "He could have had a gun." "He did have a gun. And he never pulled it." A trained law enforcement officer, pepper sprayed in the face by 6 strangers in an alley, and he never drew his weapon. Why do you think that is? Nobody answered. Joy made a sound from the floor. A small, broken sound, not crying exactly, more like the noise a person makes when something inside them finally snaps. She pulled her hood tighter and pressed her face into her knees. Diane set her wine glass down. She hadn't taken a single sip. "What's done is done." "What's done is done," Noel turned on her. "That's what you're going with." "Diane, a man is dead." "A detective. He had a wife and 2 kids. He was investigating something, actual crimes, actual cases. And we killed him because Kristen found a Facebook page that said he was a plumber who murdered his girlfriend." "The Facebook page was real," Kristen said. "Real how?" "Real because it existed. Anybody can make a Facebook page. Anybody can put up pictures and write a story and make you believe whatever they want you to believe." "So who made it?" Tammy said. "Who would make a fake Facebook page about some random guy in Buckhorn?" "I don't know. I don't know who made it. But somebody did, and somebody pointed us right at him, and we went." "Nobody pointed us anywhere. Kristen found it on her own." "Did she?" Lee looked at Kristen. "Did you really find it on your own? Or did somebody send you a link? Did it show up in your feed? Did someone in one of your true crime groups share it?" Kristen opened her mouth, closed it, pulled on the vape pen. The orange glow lit her face, and in it Lee could see something she hadn't seen before: doubt. "I don't remember," Kristen said. "I was scrolling through missing persons cases, and it came up." "It came up?" "Yes. It just appeared. Out of nowhere. A missing woman in a town none of us had ever heard of, connected to a man whose home address was on his business page, whose mother's name was searchable, whose entire life was laid out online like a trail of breadcrumbs. That's how the internet works, Lee. That's how a setup works." Noel's knitting needle stopped. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying maybe we were the ones who got played." The room went very quiet. Tammy uncrossed her arms and crossed them again. Diane picked up her wine glass and put it back down. Kristen stared at the vape pen in her hand like she'd forgotten what it was. "That's crazy," Tammy said. But she said it quietly. She said it the way people say things when they're not sure they're right and they know it. "Is it? We're a true crime book club. We read about murdered women every week. We sit in this room and we talk about what we'd do if we could get our hands on the men who hurt them. And then one night Kristen brings us a case that hits every single button: a missing woman, a man with a boat and a church smile, a piece of jewelry with the victim's initial on it. And we drive 35 minutes to his house and follow him to an alley and kill him. And it turns out he was the man we thought he was." "Stop," Joy said from the floor. Her voice was raw and barely audible. "Stop talking. Please stop talking." "Joy." "I can't." Joy was rocking now, her arms around her knees, her body curled tight. "I can't do this. I can't sit here and listen to you all argue about why we did it like there's a version of this that makes it okay. We killed a man. We killed a man, and I held his body while we carried him to his truck, and I can still feel the weight of him, and I can't sleep, and I can't eat, and every time I close my eyes I see his face and the fly on his lip, and I can't. She was hyperventilating, the words breaking apart, her breathing going ragged and fast. Noel got out of the rocking chair and knelt beside Joy and put her arms around her and held her. She didn't say anything. She just held her and rocked with her, and the knitting needles lay on the carpet where they'd fallen. We should turn ourselves in, Joy said into Noel's shoulder. No, Diane said. We should. We should go to the police and tell them what happened and what, Joy? Diane's voice was steady and cold. Tell them 6 women followed a man to an alley and killed him. Tell them we drove his body 12 miles into the brush and left him there. Tell them we went home and burned our clothes and agreed never to talk about it. Which part of that story do you think makes us look like victims? We didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident. Tammy pepper-sprayed him and he fell. He fell because I pushed him. Diane said it flat, without emotion. I pushed him at the dumpster, and he fell and hit his head. I felt his chest under my hands, and I pushed. That's not an accident, Joy. That's a choice I made. The room absorbed it. Tammy looked at Diane with something that might have been respect, or might have been fear. Kristen looked at the floor. Noel kept holding Joy. It doesn't matter what it was, Tammy said. Accident, self-defense, whatever. The law isn't going to see 6 women who made a mistake. The law is going to see 6 women who stalked a man, assaulted him, killed him, disposed of his body, and covered it up. That's murder 1. That's conspiracy. That's 25 to life for every one of us. Tammy's right, Diane said. Tammy's always right about the worst things, Noel said softly, still holding Joy. Lee leaned against the wall. She was tired. She was so tired. 4 days of not sleeping, 4 days of washing her hands 3 and 4 times in a row, and still feeling the weight of him through the trash bags. 4 days of holding conversations at the pharmacy counter while the smoke alarm screamed inside her skull. And now this room and these women and the same circular argument that was never going to land anywhere good. There's something else, Lee said. They looked at her. His gun. We took his wallet and his phone and his keys. But we didn't take a gun. Yates, the forensic tech on the news, said there was no weapon found with the body or in the truck. So, Tammy said. So he was a cop and he was carrying. His wife said so on the news. They interviewed a family member, a sister or somebody, who said Travis always carried his service weapon. A Glock. But when we stripped his pockets, there was no gun. Maybe he left it at home that night. A cop leaves his gun at home. A detective working a case, going out alone at night. Then where is it? I don't know. But we didn't take it. Which means either he didn't have it, or somebody else took it before we got to him, or she stopped. Or what? Diane said. Or it fell out during the fight, and it's still in that alley. The temperature in the room dropped. Lee could feel it. 6 women thinking the same thing at the same time. A loaded service weapon lying in an alley behind a strip mall in Buckhorn, with their fingerprints on nothing but their DNA on everything, the pepper spray residue, the blood, the vomit Lee had left on the asphalt. We cleaned up, Kristen said. We covered it with cardboard. Cardboard soaked in his blood and my vomit. There might have been security cameras on the pawn shop and the convenience store. She thought for a moment, then said, "There almost certainly were. Everyone has cameras now." The cameras might not work. Half that strip mall was shut down. Might not. You want to bet the rest of your life on might not? Kristen didn't answer. Diane stood up. She walked to the window and looked out at the dark street where their cars were parked along the curb, and the neighborhood was quiet and ordinary and ignorant of what was being discussed in this living room. Diane turned from the window. She looked at each of them, one at a time, the way she'd looked at them that night in the alley when she'd taken control and told them what to do, and they'd done it because Diane was Diane, and when she spoke you listened. "Here is what we know," she said. "A man is dead. The police found his body. The Texas Rangers are investigating. We left evidence in that alley. We don't know how much or how useful. Someone named M knows what we did. And the Facebook page that started all of this may or may not have been real. Yeah, Diane, but what do we do?" Joy's voice was plaintive, a cry for help. Noel squeezed her hand, and they both looked up at Diane. Everyone was looking at Diane, except Kristen, who had a frown on her face and seemed to be turned inward. "Here is what we do. We don't panic," Diane said. "We don't turn ourselves in. We don't run. We don't change our routines. We go to work, we pick up our kids, we live our lives. If anyone asks, we were here that night. Book club. We drank wine and talked about books and went home. So we do nothing?" Tammy asked. "Exactly. We do nothing. We say nothing. We change nothing. We wait. If the police come to one of us, that person says nothing. Not a word. You ask for a lawyer and you shut your mouth. If anyone asks about that Thursday night you were here. Book club. Wine and books. That is the only story, and there is no other version. And if they find evidence," Noel said. She'd gotten Joy to her feet and settled her back against the wall, and now she was standing with her hands clasped in front of her, the gardener's hands, the hands that had tied twist ties around trash bags while her lips moved in prayer. If they find DNA or cameras or fingerprints, then we deal with it when it happens. Not before. "I can't do this," Joy whispered. "You can," Diane said. "You will. Because the alternative is prison, Joy. The alternative is your son growing up without his mother. Is that what you want?" Joy shook her head. "Then you hold it together. All of you. You hold it together and you wait." Lee looked around the room. At Tammy by the kitchen door, her arms folded, her scarred lip tight, already building the wall she'd live behind. At Kristen on the couch, her vape pen dead in her hand, doubt creeping into the corners of her certainty. At Noel by the window, her hands clasped, her lips moving again in what might have been prayer. At Joy against the wall, her hood pulled tight, her eyes closed, a woman trying to make herself small enough to disappear. At Diane now settled back in her Queen Anne sea bear with the high back, her wine almost fully drained, her face composed, the leader of a group that had followed her into an alley and out the other side, and was now bound together by something none of them had names for yet. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. One message. Unknown number. "Don't worry. You're safe. I'll be in touch." Lee read it twice. "Who is that?" Diane asked, her eyes hard and narrowed. "Who texted you?" Lee felt a twinge of fear. Diane could be really hard if you got on her wrong side. That mean streak, coupled with her much bigger build, and weight made her a bully who wouldn't hesitate to get physical. She had seen Diane slap a man once in a movie theater, hard enough to make him spill his soda and popcorn and cry out. She cringed at the thought of Diane slapping her. Then she remembered that she had something that was better than being big and strong and mean. She knew something none of them did. And knowledge was power. She put the phone back in her pocket. Just my mom, as usual. Asking me if I'm coming to dinner. Why? You want to read my texts now? Check my emails. Go through my stuff. Diane stared at her for a moment longer, then sighed and looked away. She went back to saying something to the others about solidarity and girl power. The usual Diane crap. Lee let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. The phone vibrated in her pocket. She desperately wanted to read the text, but decided to wait until later. That had been a close call. Chapter 6. Ruth pulled up to the middle school entrance and put the Range Rover in park. Marcus unbuckled his seatbelt, grabbed his backpack, and was out the door with a bye thrown over his shoulder before Ruth could say anything back. He was halfway across the courtyard and talking to a kid from the baseball team before Ava had even unbuckled. She took her time, gathering her sketchbook, adjusting her hearing aids, checking her bag. Taylor was waiting for her by the entrance, and the two of them fell into step together, signing back and forth, laughing about something Ruth couldn't catch. Ruth watched them disappear through the doors, then pulled away from the curb. Aaron was on the phone in the passenger seat, talking to Jake's school about a permission slip they'd forgotten to sign. Jake had driven himself this morning in the truck Aaron had bought him last month, a decision Ruth still had opinions about. "Yes, ma'am, we'll get it to you today," Aaron said. "I appreciate it." He hung up and looked at Ruth. "She says he can still go on the field trip, but we owe her a signature by 3. I signed it last week. It's in his backpack." "It's not in his backpack. I watched him dump his backpack on the kitchen floor last night looking for it. Because he took it out to show Marcus the permission slip for the river trip, and Marcus put it on the counter, and then somebody put a plate on it. That somebody was you. That somebody was your son. Your oldest son. The one you bought a truck. You're going to hold that truck over my head forever, aren't you? I'm going to hold that truck over your head until he's 30. Aaron smiled. It was the smile she'd married, the one that started slow at the corners and took its time reaching his eyes, the one that made her feel like the only person in the room even when they were sitting in the Range Rover in a school drop-off line in Central Texas at 7:45 in the morning. She pulled out of the school lot and headed for Rosita's, the taqueria on Main Street, where they'd been stopping for breakfast since they moved to the area. It was a converted gas station with plastic tables on a concrete patio and a hand-painted menu board, and the best breakfast burritos in 3 counties. Ruth ordered 2 barbacoa with extra salsa verde and 2 black coffees. They sat at the corner table by the window where they always sat, the one with the wobbly leg that Aaron had been promising to fix for months. Maitland's wife said his laptop was gone, Ruth said. It wasn't in the truck, it wasn't in his home office. He took it with him Thursday night, or he kept it somewhere else. You think whoever killed him took it along with his phone and his gun? Maybe. But we know from the scene that the people who moved his body were panicked. The shoe prints, the way the truck was driven into the brush. Would they think to grab a laptop out of the cab? They took what was on him, wallet, phone, keys. Things in his pockets. A laptop in the truck is a different kind of thinking. So maybe he left it somewhere before he died. A second location. A detective running a quiet investigation into 3 deaths might want a place to work where nobody could look over his shoulder. Aaron tore off a piece of burrito and chewed it slowly. We could ask Honeycutt if Travis had any regular spots. A diner, a library, somewhere he liked to spread out. I'll ask today, she checked her watch. We need to get moving. Coyote said she'd have the autopsy results ready by 9. They finished their burritos and drove to the command center at the Buckhorn County Sheriff's Office. Honeycutt had cleared out a conference room for them, folding tables along the walls, a large display screen mounted at one end, power strips running across the floor for laptops. Ruth's team had set up overnight. Jake Ramirez had driven down from Austin with the mobile tech kit and had 3 monitors running on the back table. One showing Maitland's phone records, one with the case management database, one with a map of Buckhorn County with the dump site, the Maitland residence, and the 3 victims' addresses flagged in red. Tina Chen was cross-referencing the victims' financial records on her laptop in the corner. Brett Kowalski had a timeline up on the display screen, color-coded, stretching from Marcy Kellner's death 14 months ago to Travis Maitland's disappearance last Thursday. Ruth and Aaron stood in front of the display and pulled up the case files. Okay, Jake, we're all yours. Jake did his thing, switching scans of the murder books on the screen as he talked them through the highlights of each case. 3 victims, Jake said. All women. All in Buckhorn County. All in the past 2 years. The image changed Marcy Kellner's file came up, driver's license, address, case summary. Marcy Kellner. 41. Lived alone on a county road, about 6 miles north of town. Found dead in her home in March of last year by a neighbor who came to check on her after she didn't show up for work. Sexual assault confirmed by the ME. Strangulation. No forced entry. No defensive wounds. The sheriff's office at the time, this was before Honeycutt brought Travis Maitland on, treated it as a domestic. They looked at an ex-boyfriend, couldn't make it stick, filed it as open unsolved. He tapped his touchpad, and the screen changed to the next file. Danielle Pruitt. 27. Waitress at the diner on Main Street. Found dead in August, same year, in a drainage culvert about 2 miles outside town. Sexual assault confirmed. Blunt force trauma. This one actually resulted in an arrest. A drifter named Carl Sheehan, who'd been seen drinking at the bar where Danielle worked the night she died. Sheehan's in county lockup, right now awaiting trial. Solid case, Aaron asked, leaning against a table. On the surface. He was in the area, he was seen talking to her. He's got priors, 2 assaults in Louisiana, 1 in Oklahoma. DA liked him for it, Jake paused. But Maitland's notes say the physical evidence is thin. Sheehan was picked up 48 hours after the murder, and the forensics were inconclusive. No DNA match. The case is mostly circumstantial. Proximity, prior record, no alibi. He switched screens again. Rosa Garza. 33. Lived on a small property on the south end of the county with her teenage daughter. Found dead in January of this year. Sexual assault confirmed. Ligature strangulation with an electrical cord. The daughter was staying at a friend's house that night. ME ruled it a homicide. Sheriff's office investigated, got nowhere, filed it open unsolved. 5 months between each one, Tina said from her corner. She stopped typing and was looking at the timeline on the display. March, August, January. Almost exactly 5 months apart. Maitland noticed it too. Jake pulled up a scan of Maitland's handwritten notes. Ramirez had photographed and digitized the contents of the thin folder last night. The handwriting was small and precise, the notes organized with the discipline of a man who'd spent 6 years in major crimes. He's got a timeline on the first page. 3 victims, roughly 5-month intervals. All sexually assaulted. All killed in or near their homes. All lived alone or were alone at the time of the attack. No forced entry on 2 of the 3. No connection between the victims, different ages, different jobs, different social circles. Except they're all women, they're all local, and they're all dead, Ruth said. Maitland writes here. Jake zoomed in on a section circled in red ink. He says, interval pattern, sexual assault as common element, no connection between victims, no forced entry. This reads like a serial offender operating in a defined geographic area with a cooling-off period between attacks. If Sheehan is responsible for Prout, the pattern breaks. If Sheehan is not responsible for Prout, we have 3 victims of a single offender, and the interval suggests a 4th is coming. The room was quiet for a moment. He thought it was a serial killer, Ruth said. He thought it might be. And he was trying to prove it before he took it to Honeycutt. Jake closed the file. And then somebody killed him. Somebody who knew what he was looking into, Ruth said. Or somebody who stumbled into it. Aaron caught himself. He was reaching for conclusions before the evidence took her there. No, scratch that last thought. It's premature. We don't know the connection between his murder and these cases yet. We don't know if there is one. 3 dead women. The cop investigating them gets murdered. That's a hell of a coincidence, Jake said. It is. But coincidences happen. You know the drill. We look at everything. Everything. We follow the evidence. Ruth looked at the clock on the wall. Aaron, we need to go. Kayo's expecting us at 9. Brett, get me Maitland's phone records. I want every number he called or texted in the last month, cross-referenced against the victim's contacts. Tina, see if there's any financial overlap between the 3 women. Same bank, same employer, same landlord, anything. Jake, I want you at the courthouse, pulling the full Sheehan file. If Maitland thought Sheehan might be innocent, I want to know why. On it, Ramirez said. Tina nodded. Brett was already on the phone. Ruth and Aaron walked out into the morning heat and got in the Range Rover. The Buckhorn County Medical Examiner's office was in the basement of the county hospital, a 2-story building on the edge of town that shared a parking lot with a veterinary clinic. Ruth pulled open the door, and the cold hit her like walking into a refrigerator. Dr. Lydia Kayo was waiting for them in the autopsy suite. She was small, mid-50s, with reading glasses pushed up into her hair, and a manner that told Ruth she let the dead do the talking and didn't appreciate being rushed. Rangers, she said, snapping on a fresh pair of gloves. Your timing is good. I finished the external exam last night. Internal is done. I was about to start on my report. Travis Maitland was on the table under a white sheet. Ruth had seen him in the truck bed, wrapped in trash bags, bloated and discolored. He looked different here. Cleaned up, the debris and the insects removed, the body washed and laid out under the fluorescent lights. He looked like a man. A man with a square jaw and a receding hairline and hands that were thick and calloused from the weekend plumbing jobs he did for his neighbors for free. Walk us through it, Ruth said. Kayo pulled the sheet down to the shoulders and turned the head gently to the left, exposing the back of the skull. Cause of death is blunt force trauma to the posterior skull. Massive depressed fracture of the occipital bone, approximately 4 inches in diameter. Single impact, significant force, enough to crack the skull inward and drive bone fragments into the brain tissue. Death would have been rapid. Seconds, not minutes. What kind of weapon are we looking at? Aaron asked. That's where it gets interesting. Ko picked up a magnifying lens from the instrument tray and held it over the wound. Come look at this. Ruth leaned in. Under the lens, she could see the fracture site in detail. The spiderweb of cracks radiating outward from the central depression, the raw edges of bone, and embedded in the wound margin, tiny flecks of color. A green. Industrial green, the flat matte shade that Ruth had seen on 1,000 municipal surfaces, park benches, mailboxes, utility boxes. Paint transfer, Ko said. Green enamel, embedded in the bone at the point of impact. And here, she moved the lens a fraction. Metal filings. Varus. Consistent with steel. So he hit something steel that was painted green, Ruth said. Or something steel and painted green hit him. But based on the fracture pattern, I'd say the former. The wound is consistent with a fall onto a fixed object rather than a strike with a swung object. The point of impact is low on the occiput, which suggests he was going backward, falling, stumbling, being pushed, and the back of his head connected with something roughly waist height with a hard edge. Waist height, hard edge, steel, painted green, Aaron said. Ko looked at Ruth. You want me to guess? I want you to narrow the field. The paint and metal traces are consistent with samples I've pulled from other cases where victims sustained injuries involving commercial dumpsters. The heavy steel kind you see behind strip malls and restaurants. They're typically painted green or brown. They have a reinforced steel lip along the top edge. And they're exactly the right height and hardness to produce this kind of fracture in a person who falls backward into one. Except his body wasn't found anywhere near a dumpster, Ruth said. He was in the bed of his own truck, 12 miles from town, in the middle of the brush. Which tells you the dumpster isn't where he ended up. It might be where he died. Ko set the lens down. I wouldn't testify to dumpster in court until I get the lab analysis back on the paint and metal composition. Could be a dumpster. Could be a painted steel railing, a machinery housing, a dozen other things. But if you're asking me where to start looking, that's where I'd start. How long for the lab results? Aaron asked. Days if I push it. Weeks if I don't. Push it, Ruth said. Already planned on it. Ko pulled her gloves off and dropped them in the biohazard bin. One more thing. I found pepper spray residue on his face. OC spray, oleoresin capsicum. Heavy concentration around the eyes, nose, and mouth. Whoever he encountered that night sprayed him point blank before he went down. Ruth filed that. Pepper sprayed, then fell backward into something steel and green. Blinded first, then killed. That changed the picture. A man who couldn't see wouldn't be able to defend himself, wouldn't be able to brace for a fall, wouldn't know what was behind him. So somebody sprayed him in the face, she said. And while he was blind and disoriented, he went backward into a hard surface and it killed him. That's what the evidence says, Ko said. Whether he fell, was pushed, or stumbled, I can't tell you that from the body. But the spray came first. The skull fracture came after. Ruth thanked her and they walked out of the autopsy suite and up the stairs and through the lobby and into the parking lot where the heat hit them after the refrigerated basement. Aaron opened the Range Rover door and stood there for a moment, squinting against the glare. Pepper spray and a dumpster, he said. That's not a premeditated murder. That's a confrontation that went wrong. Maybe, Ruth said. Or maybe somebody knew exactly what they were doing and the pepper spray was step one. Aaron frowned. If someone intended to kill him, pepper spray's a weird way to do it. They'd know he's a cop, that he'd be packing. And they'd have had to get up close and personal to administer the spray. I'm not buying that. Sounds more like someone that he was getting too close to might have used the spray to get him to back off. A personal beef? Aaron thought for a moment. By a dumpster suggests it might have been a random encounter. Maybe we should look into Maitland's sexual history. Any record of sexual harassment, complaints by coworkers, exes. Ruth stared at him. You really think the guy was a creeper? That he walked up to some strange woman behind a bar and tried to put the moves on her? Aaron shrugged. It would explain the scenario. Pepper spray dumpster. Even the shoe prints by the truck. Ruth leaned against the Rover and thought about it long and hard. She tried to picture it. Maitland, drunk, after hours in some seedy roadhouse or dive bar, stumbling out after an attractive cowgirl in a mini-skirt and a spangly top, coming on to her too hard. She's at her truck, about to get in, keys in hand. Cowgirl, reaching into her handbag with the shiny rhinestone clasp, pulling out a canister, spraying him. Maitland yelling out, clawing at his eyes, stumbling back, tripping over his own feet, falling back against the dumpster. Sickening thud. Then the awful stillness, staring eyes. Cowgirl panics, calls her girlfriend, or maybe she's already with her, drinking buddy, and the two of them formulate a hasty plan. She shook her head. It doesn't track. If it was a woman he creeped on, that would make it genuine self-defense. She'd have called 911, pleaded self-defense. The bar's rear lot cameras would have picked up everything, confirmed her story. She wouldn't risk it all by digging herself into a hole that would make her look like the guilty one. Aaron frowned, then sighed. You have a point. It'd still not be a bad idea to check surveillance footage from all the bars. Make that all the back lots. Any place with a dumpster out back, that would probably be every place, he shrugged. Plus side, it's a small town. Well, smallish. Either way, we need to find the dumpster. He nodded, every green dumpster in the area where Maitland might have been Thursday night. We start with the businesses along Route 9 and work outward. I'll tell Jake to follow up. She got in the Range Rover and pulled her door shut. Somewhere in Buckhorn or the country around it, there was a steel dumpster with Travis Maitland's blood on it. And wherever that dumpster was, that was where he died. That was the crime scene nobody had found yet. Chapter 7. The Range Rover hummed along the two-lane blacktop, the air conditioner running full blast against the afternoon heat. Ruth had the window cracked an inch, just enough to feel the air moving, the smell of dry grass and hot asphalt filtering through. Aaron pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. 12:47, he said. I'm hungry. Ruth kept her eyes on the road. You're always hungry. I'm always hungry because I'm always burning calories. I'm a big man. I require fuel. You ate a breakfast burrito the size of a bowling ball 5 hours ago. That was 5 hours ago. My body has processed that burrito into pure investigative energy. There's nothing left. She could feel him looking at her, the way he did when he was about to suggest something he knew she'd resist. Let's go back to Reseda S., he said. That salsa this morning was good enough to go back for. We're 10 minutes from the command center. The command center will still be there after we eat a sandwich. She opened her mouth to argue and closed it. He was right. She could feel the edge of the crash coming, the slight fuzziness at the corners of her concentration. Fine, she said. Reseda S. 30 minutes. 30. I promise. He put the phone down and leaned back in his seat. The parking lot at Receda's was fuller than it had been that morning. A mix of work trucks and sedans, the lunch crowd filling the tables on the concrete patio. Ruth pulled in next to a Ford F-250 with a welding rig in the bed and killed the engine. The heat hit them when they stepped out, wrapped in the smell of hot grease and cumin and the sweet smoke of the grill. Through the open door, she could hear the hiss of the flat top and the low murmur of voices and the clatter of plates. The inside was cooler, dimmer, the windows tinted against the sun. The woman with the salt and pepper ponytail looked up from the register, and her face changed when she recognized them. Back already. Must have liked the burritos. We did, Aaron said. They were outstanding. They took the same booth by the window. The vinyl was cracked and patched with duct tape in 3 places. The wobbly leg shifted under Ruth's elbow when she leaned on the table. Lacey appeared with 2 glasses of water and a basket of chips. Y'all came back, she said, grinning. You've got a good memory, Aaron said. Small town. I remember everybody. She set the chips down. You need a minute. Give us 2, Aaron said. Ruth picked up the menu, the same laminated page with the curling edges. The chip basket sat between them, warm, the smell of fresh corn and salt rising off it. How's Ava's sketchbook coming? Aaron asked. Full. She filled 15 pages at the baseball game. Marcus's swing, Jake on the mound, the bleachers, the concession stand. She's getting better. Her hand is steadier than mine. She gets that from your side. I can't draw a straight line with a ruler. Exactly. She gets it from your side. The only thing my side can draw is a gun. Your side brings the raw artistic genius. Ruth smiled. It came easy, the way it always did when they talked about the kids. Marcus asked me if he could get his learner's permit this summer, she said. He's not old enough. He thinks he is. Apparently his friend Dominic got his permit early. Dominic also caught a foul ball with his face last season, so I'm not sure Dominic is the benchmark for good decisions. He's not asking me for permission. He's asking me to drive him to the DPS office. So we're past the debate. We're at the logistics stage. He's been practicing on the golf cart at Uncle Mike's place. A golf cart is not a car. Tell him that. Aaron took a chip and chewed slowly. Jake didn't get his permit until he was ready. He waited because he knew he wasn't there yet. Marcus is different. I know. That's what worries me. Jake knew what he wasn't ready for. Marcus doesn't know what he's not ready for because he's never met a thing he couldn't do. Aaron wiped his mouth with a napkin. That confidence is going to serve him well someday. Right now, it's going to get him in trouble if we don't keep an eye on it. I'll talk to him. We'll talk to him. Together. After this case cools down. If this case cools down. When it does. It will. She believed him. Not because the evidence pointed that way or because the investigation was going smoothly, but because Aaron had a way of saying things that made them feel inevitable. It was one of the reasons she'd married him. I talked to my mom this morning, he said. She's asking when we're coming for Sunday dinner. She says it's been 3 weeks. Has it been 3 weeks? Apparently. She's keeping count. Tell her we'll be there this Sunday. I told her that last Sunday. Then tell her we mean it this Sunday. She won't believe me until she sees us pull into the driveway. Lacey came back with her pad. Aaron ordered the breakfast enchiladas with chorizo and a side of refried beans. Ruth ordered the torta al pastor, no crema, extra avocado. Lacey wrote it down without looking at the pad and walked away. They sat in the quiet of the booth and Ruth let herself breathe. The air conditioning hummed from the unit mounted in the back wall. A ceiling fan turned slow overhead, stirring the smell of grilled meat and warm tortillas. Through the window she could see the parking lot and the road beyond it, the heat rising off the asphalt in visible waves, and for a moment the world felt still and ordinary and far away from dead men in truck beds and women's shoe prints in the dirt. Aaron reached across the table and put his hand over hers. She turned her hand over and laced her fingers through his, and they sat like that for a moment, not talking, just being there, the way they'd learned to do in the spaces between the work. Ruth's phone buzzed on the table. Jake Ramirez. She pulled her hand back and picked up. What do you have? Emmy's office called. They fast-tracked the paint analysis. The green enamel on Maitland's skull is a commercial-grade industrial coating. They matched it to a manufacturer that supplies a specific waste management company, Crown Disposal, out of San Marcos. I already called them. They have a route sheet for Buckhorn County. 3 collection points on Route 9, a gas station, a veterinary clinic, and a strip mall. Send me the list. And tell Brett we may need a forensic team. Already done. Sending the addresses now. Good work, Jake. She hung up and looked at Aaron. He had his fork halfway to his mouth. Lacey had brought the plates while Ruth was on the phone, and he set it down now when he saw her face. The dumpster, he said. 3 of them. One of them's probably our murder scene. We just got our food. We can take it with us. She was already standing. Lacey, could you get us boxes for this? Aaron looked at his plate, then at her. A low groan escaped him. We haven't even taken a bite. We'll eat in the cars. Lacey appeared with 2 to-go boxes. Aaron transferred his enchiladas with the air of a man making a sacrifice, sliding the refrieds in beside them, hooking the lid closed. Ruth packed her torta, wrapper and all, and they were moving. The heat hit them crossing the parking lot. Aaron carried both boxes, balanced one on top of the other, his chin holding the top one steady while he fished for the keys. Route 9, Ruth said, sliding into the driver's seat. Gas station first. The gas station was a single-pump operation with a gravel lot and a faded sign advertising cigarettes and cold beer. The building was cinder block painted white, the paint peeling in long strips, the windows covered in decades of dust and fly specks. Ruth pulled around the back. The alley was narrow, flanked on one side by the cinder block wall and on the other by a chain-link fence that separated the property from a cattle pasture. A dozen head of black Angus stood in the heat beyond the fence, flicking flies, paying no attention to the vehicle. The dumpster was at the end of the alley, pushed against the fence. Green enamel. Standard 8-yard commercial container, the kind you saw behind every restaurant and retail strip in the state. The lid was closed, secured with a bungee cord hooked through a rusted latch. Ruth got out. The heat hit harder back here, trapped between the cinder block wall and the fence, no breeze moving through. The smell was ripe, old garbage, rotting organic matter, the sweet chemical undertone of something that had been sitting too long in the sun. She walked up to the dumpster and circled it slowly, running her hands along the surface, feeling the texture of the paint under her fingers. She stopped at the lip, the reinforced steel edge at waist height, and leaned in close, examining it inch by inch. Scratches from trash bags being dragged over it. A few dings where something heavy had been set down. Rust in the creases where water collected and sat. She pulled out her penlight and shone it along the top edge, looking for disruption in the oxidation, fresh scrapes, paint transfer. She moved the light slowly, left to right, covering the full length of the lip, then turned and worked her way back. Nothing. She crouched and examined the ground around the base. Gravel and packed dirt, scattered with bits of trash, a cigarette pack, a receipt, a bottle cap. She looked at the ground from a low angle, letting the light catch what the eye might miss from above. No dark patches. No compacted impressions. No staining on the stones. She picked up a handful of gravel and turned it over in her palm, checking the undersides of the stones for anything that had seeped down from the surface. Clean. She stood up and walked the full perimeter, checking the fence line, the wall of the station, the ground where a vehicle might have parked. She looked for tire marks in the gravel, for disturbance in the dust along the base of the wall, for anything that suggested someone had been here in a hurry or under duress. She checked the cinder block wall for scuff marks, handprints, smears. She checked the fence posts for caught fabric or hair. Aaron had been working the other side, doing the same thing. They met back at the front of the dumpster. Anything, she said. Clean. Paint's intact, no fresh damage to the lip. Gravel's undisturbed. He looked at the fence. They had a pickup 2 days ago, according to the manager inside. The dumpster's been emptied since Thursday. If anything was on or inside it, it's gone. Ruth took one more look. She put her hand flat on the lip of the dumpster and pressed down, testing the height against her own body. Waist height. The right height. But everything else was wrong. The paint was too intact, the ground was too clean. A man dying here would have left more than the garbage truck could take away. One down, she said. The veterinary clinic was half a mile south. A low brick building with a sign shaped like a paw print and a gravel parking lot that held 3 cars and a faded Ford pickup with a horse trailer attached. A dog was barking somewhere inside, a steady rhythmic yelp that cut through the hum of the air conditioner. Ruth drove around the side of the building, following a narrow access road that ran between the clinic and a fenced-off equipment lot full of rusted tractors and dead irrigation pipes. The road ended at the back of the property, where the dumpster sat at the edge of a field of dry grass that stretched flat to the horizon. Same model. Same green enamel. Same 8-yard commercial container. Ruth parked and got out. The barking from inside the clinic was muffled back here, replaced by the drone of flies and the distant rumble of a truck on the highway. The air smelled different, drier, cleaner, the garbage smell cut by the open field and the wind coming across the grass. She walked the same pattern she'd walked at the gas station. Circle the dumpster. Hands on the surface, feeling for disruption. Penlight along the lip, inch by inch. The paint on this one was in better condition, newer, maybe, or less use. The lip was clean, the rust minimal. She ran her fingers along the top edge, pressing into every seam and joint, feeling for the roughness of a recent impact, for the broken edge of enamel where something hard had struck at speed. She worked the full length, then dropped to a crouch and checked the underside of the lip where it met the body of the container, looking for spatter or transfer that might have been thrown downward on impact. Nothing. The steel was smooth and intact. She moved to the ground. Hard-packed dirt here, no gravel, cracked and dry in the heat. She walked it in a grid, 3 feet at a time, her eyes on the surface. A body falling here would have left an impression in the dry crust. Blood would have pooled and darkened the dirt and drawn insects. The surface was undisturbed. No footprints, no drag marks, no scuff marks from boots or shoes. "Nothing," she said to Aaron. "Same," he said. He'd checked the access road, the fence line, the ground between the dumpster and the building. "Clean." "2 down," she said. "1 to go." They got back in the Range Rover. Ruth pulled up the 3rd address on her phone. The strip mall. Route 9 widened into a 4-lane stretch as they headed south, the gas stations and feed stores giving way to commercial buildings that had seen better days. A shuttered Pizza Hut with the sign still up. A used car lot with the same cars on it she'd noticed the last time they drove through. A strip mall at the end of the block, set back from the road behind a cracked asphalt parking lot. Ruth pulled into the lot and killed the engine. The strip mall was a long single-story building divided into 4 storefronts. The convenience store at the far end had its neon sign on, but the letters were dead. The window film bubbled and peeling in the heat. Next to it, a shuttered nail salon with plywood over the door and a spray-painted for lease sign that had been there long enough to fade to pink. Then a laundromat with 1 machine running inside, a single customer slumped in a plastic chair watching his clothes tumble. And on the near end, the pawn shop, BookEmpathy Buy and Sell, the sign announced in chipped gold letters set into the brick above the door. Iron bars on the windows. A security camera mounted above the entrance, its lens pointed at the parking lot. They got out. The heat radiated off the asphalt in visible waves. A car passed on Route 9, its tires humming, then the silence settled back in. Ruth led the way around the side of the building, between the pawn shop and the nail salon, into the alley. It was narrow and deep. The sun barely reached the ground back here, blocked by the roof lines and a rusted fire escape that hung over the center of the alley. The air was still and hot and heavy with the smell of rot, something organic, something sweet, mixed with the sharp chemical bite of solvent or paint thinner. Walls on both sides. Brick on the left, plywood on the right. 2 dumpsters sat against the back wall, side by side, both green. The one on the left was newer, its paint intact, the lid closed cleanly. The one on the right was older, dented, scuffed, the paint chipped along the edges, rust blooming at the corners where the steel had been scraped clean. Ruth started with the newer one. Same procedure as the first 2, hands on the surface, penlight along the lip, checking every inch. The paint was smooth, the lip undamaged, the ground around the base clean. She checked the underside of the lip and found nothing. She checked the ground in a grid and found nothing. She moved on. The older dumpster was more abused. The surface was rougher, the paint chipped in a dozen places. Rust had eaten into the corners, and along the bottom edge, where the steel sat in standing water during rainstorms. The lid didn't close all the way, the hinge on the right side was bent, leaving a gap of about 4 inches. She put her hands on the lip and started at the left end. Slow. Inch by inch. The penlight moved ahead of her fingers, the beam catching every scratch and pit and flake of rust. She found a dent where something had struck the lip from above, old, the rust inside it layered and dark. She found a scrape where the lid had been dragged sideways, the paint peeled back in a long curl, the steel underneath already oxidized. She found 3 separate places where the enamel had chipped down to bare metal, each one a different age, a different impact. This dumpster had taken years of abuse. Every mark on it told a story, and none of them were the story she was looking for. She kept going. Past the halfway point, working toward the right end. More scratches, more chips, more rust. Her neck was aching from the angle, and her eyes were stinging from the sweat dripping off her brow. She reached the end of the lip and found nothing that distinguished itself from the accumulated wear and damage of a dumpster that had been sitting in an alley for a decade. She stood up and stretched her neck and looked at Aaron, who was on his knees examining the ground around the base. "Anything on the ground?" she asked. "Gravel's uneven. Some of it's darker than the rest, but that could be oil, could be water staining, could be anything. Hard to tell without a kit." Ruth looked at the dumpster. She wasn't satisfied. She'd been thorough, but thorough wasn't the same as finished. The first two dumpsters had been clean in a way that was easy to read: intact paint, undamaged lip, undisturbed ground. This one was different. This one was covered in damage, old and layered, and anything recent could be hiding in the noise. She went back to the beginning and started again. Left end. Inch by inch. The same scratches and dents she'd cataloged the first time. She moved slower now, holding the penlight at different angles, letting the beam catch the surface from the side instead of straight on. Shadows changed. Details she'd passed over the first time showed differently in the raked light. 2/3 of the way along the lip, on the side facing the brick wall, she stopped. A scratch in the enamel. She'd seen it the first time and moved past it because it was one scratch among dozens. But in the raked light, the edges looked different from the others. She brought the penlight in close and held it at a low angle. The edges of the paint were sharp and clean. Not softened by weather. Not dulled by oxidation. The steel underneath was bright, not the dull brown of old rust, but the silvery gray of recently exposed metal. It ran for about 3 inches along the top of the lip, shallow, the kind of mark that would be made by something scraping across the edge with force. She leaned closer. At the far end of the scratch, where it terminated, the paint had chipped away entirely, and the steel had a slight concavity. Not much, barely enough to feel with a fingertip, but enough to tell her that something had struck here hard enough to deform the metal. She moved the penlight to the edge of the gouge and held it at the low angle, letting the beam rake across the surface. The impact had peeled the steel back into a small, jagged curl of metal. And caught on that curl, held there by nothing more than friction and the roughness of the torn edge, was a tiny scrap of fabric. No bigger than her thumbnail. She held her breath. The fabric was pale blue. Faded, almost white in the beam of the penlight, but with a faint pattern she couldn't quite make out. It had been pulled tight against the torn metal, the thread stretched, the weave compressed, caught under pressure, not brushed against. "Aaron," she said. She kept her voice level. "Come look at this." He was at her side in 3 steps. She pointed without moving her hand. Fabric snag. Caught on torn metal at the lip. There's a fresh scratch here, paint still sharp, steel still bright underneath. And at the end of the scratch, a gouge. Something hit this edge hard enough to dent the metal and tear the paint off. The fabric is caught in the torn metal. Aaron crouched beside her, his eyes following her line of sight. He didn't touch anything. He looked for a long time. "Could be from anything," he said. "A delivery. A garbage pickup. Somebody leaned against it and snagged their shirt." "Could be." She shifted her angle, trying to see the fabric from the side. "But look at the way it's caught. It's pulled tight against the torn metal, like it was snagged under force, not just brushed against. And the gouge, that's not from leaning. That's from impact. Something hit this edge and hit it hard." Aaron pulled his own penlight from his pocket and shone it at the snag from a different angle. The 2 beams crossed at the fabric, throwing it into sharp relief against the dark metal. In the doubled light, Ruth saw something she'd missed, a faint discoloration on the steel around the gouge. Not rust. Darker. A stain that had seeped into the raw metal, where the paint had been torn away. That could be blood, she said. Could be. She stood up and stepped back, her eyes moving to the ground directly below the gouge. The gravel here was uneven, scattered, some of it darker than the rest. She crouched and looked at the ground at a low angle, the way she'd been trained, not at the surface, but across it, letting the light catch what the eye might miss. A small patch of gravel, maybe a foot across, directly below the gouge on the lip. It was compacted differently from the rest. Pressed flat into the dirt. Slightly darker. She picked up a stone from the edge of the patch and turned it over. The underside was stained a faint brown that didn't match the surrounding soil. This is where he went down, she said. His head hit the dumpster here, and he landed here. The blood soaked into the gravel. She stood up and pulled out her phone. Brett, she said. The strip mall on Route 9. The alley behind the pawn shop. I need a full forensic unit. Now. She hung up and looked at Aaron. He was standing at the mouth of the alley, looking back toward the parking lot, toward the security camera mounted above the entrance of Buck's Buy and Sell. That camera, he said, pointing. If it works, it might have caught whoever was back here Thursday night. It might have caught everything. Ruth looked at the dumpster one more time. The scratch. The gouge. The scrap of pale blue fabric. The dark stain on the raw steel. The compacted gravel on the ground below. She thought about Gail Maitland sitting on the edge of her bed in a faded Baylor t-shirt, gripping a phone that would never ring again. She thought about the younger boy at the kitchen table, pressing crayons into paper so hard they broke, drawing a brown truck and a stick figure with a ball cap and the word Dad. She thought about the shoe prints at the dump site. Small. Smooth-soled. Women's shoes. Ruth turned away from the dumpster and walked toward the parking lot. Let's go talk to the pawn shop owner, she said. And then, I want every piece of security footage from every camera on this strip mall and every business within a quarter mile. Chapter 8. The buzzing sound hit Ruth before she reached the door of Buck's Buy and Sell, a low electrical hum, the frequency of old fluorescent tubes and dying refrigeration units. She pushed through the door, and a bell mounted above the frame announced her with a single thin chime. The inside was dimmer than the alley. The windows were caged in iron bars that cut the afternoon light into stripes across the floor. Glass cases lined the walls and the center aisle, filled with watches and rings and necklaces laid out on black velvet trays. Used power tools hung from pegboard behind the counter. A row of guitars mounted on the wall, their strings dull and tarnished. The air smelled like old cigarettes and gun oil and a metallic tang. The man behind the counter was younger than Ruth expected. Late 20s, maybe 30. A t-shirt with a picture of a cat wearing a crown and the message "Got 'em knit donut." Whatever that meant, a sleeve of faded ink on his left arm, barbed wire, a skull, a name she couldn't read. His hair was long on top, shaved on the sides, and he was looking at his phone with absorbed concentration. Ruth walked to the counter and set her credentials on the glass. Texas Rangers. I'm Ranger Baker, this is Ranger Tate. He looked up from his phone. His eyes moved from her face to the badge and back again, and she watched him decide, in the space of a single breath, that he didn't like what he was seeing. Yeah, he said. What's this about? We're investigating a death. The body was found in the brush about 12 miles southeast of town. We have reason to believe the victim may have been in this area the night he died. Okay. His name was Travis Maitland. The name didn't land. No recognition. No flicker. The young man just looked at her with the same flat expression he'd worn since she walked in. Don't know him, he said. He was a detective with the Buckhorn County Sheriff's Office. Still don't know him. I don't know a lot of cops. I don't make it a point to know them. Ruth frowned. We'd like to see your security footage from Thursday night, she said. The camera above the front door, and any cameras you have covering the back of the building. Got a warrant. We're in the early stages of an investigation. We're asking for cooperation. Then I'm not cooperating. He picked up his phone again. You want the footage, you get a warrant. That's how it works. Sir. That's how it works. He said it flat, without heat, without concern. Like he'd said it before. Like he'd said it to cops before. Ruth felt the irritation rise in her chest, the familiar heat of a civilian who thought the law was something you opted into when it suited you. She opened her mouth to press harder and felt Aaron's hand settle on the counter beside hers, a small gesture, but she knew what it meant. Take it easy, Ruthie. She took a breath. The victim was a detective. He had a wife and 2 boys. The younger one is 7 years old, and he's drawing pictures of his father's truck because he doesn't know how else to process the fact that his dad isn't coming home. The young man looked at her. Get a warrant, he said. Then I'll show you whatever you want. Ruth held his gaze for a moment longer, then stepped back from the counter. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. Brett Kowalski. I'm going to take this, she said to Aaron. See what you can do. She stepped out of the pawn shop, and the heat hit her like a wall. The parking lot was empty, except for their Range Rover. She walked to the shade of the awning over the convenience store and put the phone to her ear. Brett, what do you have? Maitland's bank records, Brett said. It took some digging because the accounts are joint with his wife, and she's got her own income from a part-time job at the school district, but I separated them out. The man had serious money problems. How serious? $87,000 in debt. 3 credit cards, all maxed. A personal loan from a finance company at 19% interest. And an online gambling account, DraftKings, FanDuel, 2 offshore sites that I'm still tracing. He was active on them for at least 2 years. The losses add up to about $60,000 over that period. Ruth leaned against the wall. The heat soaked through her shirt. That explains the retirement. Exactly. I called Houston PD, talked to a lieutenant who worked with him. He confirmed Maitland took a voluntary early retirement about 18 months ago. The official story was downsizing, but unofficially, his gambling was becoming a problem. He was placing bets from his work computer. Supervisors noticed. They gave him a choice, retire or face discipline. He retired and moved to Buckhorn, where his wife's family is. Smaller department, less stress, slower pace. His wife's sister lives here, his in-laws are local. It was supposed to be a fresh start. Except he kept gambling. He kept gambling. Not as heavy as before, but he couldn't stop. He was making deposits cash, a few hundred at a time, every week or 2. He'd put the money in his account and then use it to pay down the debt. But the interest was piling up faster than he could chip away at it. Where was the cash coming from? That's the question. His salary from the sheriff's office is deposited direct. There's no second job on record. No side business. Just regular cash deposits, a few $100 at a time, going back about 6 months. Keep digging. I want to know everything about his financials, every account, every transaction, every source of income. And cross-reference the cash deposit dates against his known movements. See if there's a pattern. On it. She hung up and turned back toward the pawn shop. The forensic van had parked at the edge of the lot, and the techs were unloading, 2 women in white coveralls, hauling cases and kits toward the alley. Aaron was walking toward her from the direction of the shop, his hands in his pockets, his face unreadable. The sun caved, he said. Sort of. Sort of. The store isn't his. It's his father's. The kid's just filling in part-time, because the old man has to go for dialysis 3 times a week. He's on the wait list for a kidney transplant. So the father runs the business. The son just sits here and plays on his phone. And gives attitude to cops, Aaron shrugged. I asked him about the father. He told me more than he meant to. I think he's scared the old man is going to lose the business if he's not here to run it. He's in over his head. Ruth looked at the forensic team rounding the corner of the building, heading into the alley. I need you to go direct them. Make sure they focus on the dumpster, the lip, the ground below it, the area around the pawn shop's back entrance. I want that alley taken apart inch by inch. What are you going to do? I have a call to make. Aaron nodded and walked toward the alley. Ruth pulled out her phone and scrolled to the number she'd saved from the Maitland house, Denise's number. The sister-in-law. She answered on the 3rd ring. Hello. Denise, it's Ranger Baker. I'm sorry to bother you again. I have a question for Gail if she's up to talking. Hold on. A pause. Muffled voices. Then a woman's voice, thin and worn, the same voice that had asked Ruth if her husband had suffered. Ranger Baker. Mrs. Maitland. I'm sorry to call you at home. I have one more question, and then I'll let you go. Ask me anything. Did your husband have any jewelry he tried to sell in the past few months? Gail was quiet. Ruth could hear her breathing, slow and deliberate, the breathing of someone who had to think carefully before she spoke, because her mind was still swimming in grief. I don't wear jewelry, Gail said. I have a metal allergy, nickel mostly. I can't wear anything that isn't surgical steel or sterling, and we never had the money for that. Travis knew that. He never bought me jewelry. So you didn't have any jewelry in the house that he might have taken? No. Nothing. Ruth thought for a moment. Did he have any sisters? Any older women in his family who might have given him things? His mother passed last year. He was close with her. She was in a nursing home toward the end, Alzheimer's. It was hard on him. What happened to her estate? There wasn't an estate to speak of. She had her Social Security and a small pension that barely covered the nursing home. Maybe a few personal belongings. Gail paused. He brought home a couple of boxes from her room at the nursing home after she died. Just her things, clothes, books, some old costume jewelry she used to wear. I don't know what was in them. That was his business. Ruth felt a click in her mind, the quiet satisfaction of a piece finding its place. Thank you, Mrs. Maitland. You've been very helpful. Are you any closer? Gail's voice cracked. To catching who did this? Ruth closed her eyes. She could see the younger boy at the kitchen table, pressing crayons into paper until they broke. She could see the older one staring at a plate of cold food. She could see Gail sitting on the edge of the bed in her Baylor t-shirt, her hand resting on her stomach where a new life was growing, a life that would never know its father. We're on it, Ruth said. When we catch a break, I'll come and update you. You have my word. Thank you. Ruth hung up and stood in the heat of the parking lot, the phone warm in her hand. She turned and walked back into Buck's Buy and Sell. The bell chimed. The young man was behind the counter with a laptop open in front of him, wireless earbuds in his ears, his fingers moving across the keyboard in the rapid staccato of someone playing a game. He was talking to someone, watch your six, I'm pushing up the left side, and he didn't look up when she came in. Ruth walked to the counter and stood there. He kept playing. She waited 10 seconds. 15. She cleared her throat. He snapped without looking at her. What? She waited another 10 seconds. His fingers kept moving. His head tracked something on the screen she couldn't see. He muttered something under his breath to his online friend. Ruth picked up a display case key from the counter and set it down hard enough to rattle the glass. He looked up. Irritation flashed across his face. He pulled one earbud out. What the heck? I apologize for intruding on your time, Ruth said, but I have one more question. I told you I need a warrant for the footage. This isn't about the footage. She pulled out her phone and brought up the photo of Travis Maitland, the one Honeycutt had sent, his county ID photo, clean-shaven, square-jawed, the face of a man who had once been a good detective in a big city. She turned the screen toward him. Did this man come in recently and sell women's jewelry items? The young man glanced at the screen. Too fast. Dismissive. Nope. Never seen him. Are you sure? Pretty sure I'd remember a cop walking into my store. She studied his face. He looked back at her with the practiced blankness of someone who had decided that the easiest way to deal with cops was to give them nothing. He's not some kind of bedroom burglar, is he? The young man said. The kind who breaks into houses and steals jewelry. Because I don't buy from guys like that. I check the serial numbers on everything that comes in. He's a murder victim, Ruth said. And I'm trying to find out who killed him. That landed. Something flickered in his eyes, not guilt, but discomfort. She turned to go. Her hand was on the door when she stopped and turned back. This is your father's store, isn't it? He blinked. Yeah. So you're just filling in while he's sick. He's on dialysis. 3 times a week. And yeah, I'm filling in. Probably going to sell the place if he dies. Who cares about a brick-and-mortar pawn shop when you can buy and sell this stuff online? The business model is dead anyway. Ruth ignored the commentary. I need you to call your father. Why? Because I need to ask him a question. And I don't think you're going to give me the same answer he would. The young man's face tightened. My dad's not well. He doesn't need to be bothered with. Call him. Now. They held each other's eyes. Ruth didn't blink. She had been a ranger long enough to know that patience was a weapon and silence was a tool, and she used both now, standing at the counter of a dim pawn shop in a dying strip mall, waiting for a young man in a weird t-shirt to decide whether he was going to help her or make things worse for himself. He sighed. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and pressed dial. Put it on speaker. The phone rang 3 times. Then a man's voice, older, rough at the edges. Yeah. Dad, it's me. There's a cop lady here. She wants to talk to you. A pause. Put her on. The young man held the phone out. Ruth took it. Sir, my name is Ruth Baker with the Texas Rangers. I'm investigating the death of a man named Travis Maitland. He was a detective with the Buckhorn County Sheriff's Office. I understand he may have been a customer of yours. Travis, the old man's voice changed. Not surprise, recognition. The recognition of a name that meant something. Yeah, I know Travis. He came in regular. Every week or 2, sometimes more. Can you tell me what he came in to sell? Jewelry. Women's jewelry. Rings, pendants, a bracelet once. He said it was his mother's stuff. She passed away last year, and he was going through her things. When was the last time he came in? A Thursday. He came in Thursday afternoon. I remember because I came in special to handle his business. I do that for my regulars, especially the ones I trust. Ruth felt her pulse quicken. A Thursday. What time? Late afternoon. Around 5:30, maybe 6. He came in the back way like he always did. Sold me a pendant. I gave him $400 for it. Sir, I need you to come down here. We're checking the alley behind your store right now. I have a forensic team working the scene. We have reason to believe Travis Maitland might have been killed in that alley after he left your shop. The silence stretched. Ruth could hear the old man breathing, slow and heavy, the breath of someone who had been sick for a long time and had learned to measure his air. I'll be there in 20 minutes, he said. The line went dead. Ruth handed the phone back to the young man. He took it without meeting her eyes, his fingers hovering over the keyboard of his laptop, the game forgotten on the screen. Ruth turned and walked out of the pawn shop. The bell chimed behind her. The heat hit her again, softer now, the afternoon tilting toward evening, the shadows lengthening across the cracked asphalt. Aaron was walking toward her from the alley. Behind him, she could see the white of forensic coveralls moving between the dumpsters, the flash of a camera, the careful choreography of a crime scene being taken apart piece by piece. Forensic team set up, he said. They're starting with the dumpster and working outward. Yates is on her way. She's bringing the UV kit for the blood staining. The father's coming in. Says Travis came in Thursday afternoon, sold him a pendant. Says he was a regular customer. Aaron looked at her, then back at the alley. Sounds like we hit pay dirt. Big time. She looked at the alley, at the forensic team moving through it, at the dumpster that had killed a man and held it secret for 5 days. And Brett found something. Maitland had a gambling problem. $87,000 in debt. He lost his job at Houston PD over it. Took early retirement, moved out here for a fresh start, but he couldn't stop. So the cash from the pawn shop was feeding the gambling. Or he was trying to pay down the debt. A few hundred at a time. His mother's jewelry. He was selling off his dead mother's belongings to pay off a debt he couldn't stop adding to. Aaron let out a long breath. Do you think it was connected? To his murder, maybe. It was someone who knew about the gambling. Someone who was using it to get to him. Or someone who was using the jewelry to get to him. Ruth looked at the pawn shop. We need to see the footage from that camera. And we need to talk to the father when he gets here. She felt it, the thrill when they got a break on a case, when things started to come together. She knew he felt it too, and wanted to hug him, but this was where they stopped being husband and wife and had to stay Rangers. Still, even without the physical contact, she could feel it between them, the electric exchange of knowledge, of emotion, of the power of knowing something now that they hadn't known only a short while ago. The power to unlock a murder case, key by key, until the final secret lay exposed to sunlight, the darkness at the heart of the most terrible sin of all. They stood in the parking lot, side by side, watching the forensic team work. The sun was lower now, the light turning gold, the shadows stretching across the asphalt. In the alley, a camera flashed, capturing the rusted lip of the dumpster in high resolution, preserving the evidence before the night took it. Chapter 9. The alley had transformed in the time Ruth had been inside the pawn shop. 2 portable floodlights had been set up on tripods, washing the brick walls in harsh white light. The forensic team had laid down evidence markers, yellow plastic tents with numbers printed on them, rising from the gravel like bright geometric flowers. Darcy Yates was kneeling beside the older dumpster, her face mask pulled down, her camera hanging from a strap around her neck. She looked up when Ruth approached and gestured her over. Quick test came back positive for blood, Yates said. The stain on the lip near the fabric snag. There's enough for a solid sample. We'll know more once the lab runs it, but it's almost certainly human. Can you match it to the wound pattern? I'd rather let the ME give you the official opinion, but yes, given the location, the height, the angle, and the transfer pattern, this corner of the dumpster is almost certainly what caused the fatal impact. She pointed to the edge of the lip where the paint had been gouged away. The strike surface lines up with the depression fracture on the occipital bone. Same height, same angle, same width. He went backward into this corner, and his skull took the full force. Ruth looked at the spot. A man had died here. A man with 2 boys and a pregnant wife and $87,000 in debt had taken a step backward in a dark alley and met this piece of steel with the back of his head. We also found this. Yates reached into her evidence kit and held up a sealed plastic bag. Inside was a piece of cardboard, roughly the size of a shoebox lid, stained dark in the center. It was wedged between the dumpster and the wall. The stain is consistent with human bodily fluids. Blood. No, Yates shook her head. Most likely vomit. Aaron stepped up beside Ruth, his eyes on the bag. That could be the killer's DNA. It could be, Yates said. The person who did this might have thrown up at the scene. Happens more often than you'd think, especially in crimes of impulse. People's bodies react before their minds catch up. Ruth studied the cardboard through the plastic. Someone had been standing in this alley, covered in pepper spray residue and adrenaline, and their stomach had emptied itself onto the ground. She thought about the shoe prints at the dump site, the smooth soles, the small sizes, the careful arrangement of a crime scene that someone had been guided through step by step. That's evidence, she said. Prioritize it. Already on the list, Yates set the bag aside and picked up a smaller one. Inside it, caught between the plastic walls, was the pale blue fabric snag. This one's interesting. The fibers are twisted and dense, it's wool. Based on the color and the weave, I'd say it came from a cardigan, a sweater, or possibly a scarf. Something soft, not a work garment. The person wearing this wasn't dressed for a physical confrontation. Ruth took the bag and held it up to the light. The fabric was pale, almost white in the bright floodlights, the weave tight and even. A woman's garment. "Any shoe prints?" she asked. "One." Yates pointed to a spot near the base of the dumpster wall, where Ruth could see a faint impression in the gravel. "It's partial. The surface is too loose to hold a clean print. But what we've got is different from the prints at the body dump site, different size, different sole pattern." "Different person," Ruth said. "Or the same person wearing different shoes," Aaron said. "But if they changed shoes between the murder and the body dump, that suggests planning. That doesn't fit with a crime of impulse." "It doesn't fit with a single perpetrator either," Ruth said. "One person, even a strong one, would have struggled to get a dead body into the bed of a pickup truck alone. Two people could manage it, especially if they were working together." "Two women," Aaron said. "Two women with a dead man, and a plan they didn't have when they walked into that alley." Yates had moved on to photographing the ground beneath the dumpster, her camera clicking in the narrow space. Ruth stood back and let the team work, her eyes moving across the alley, trying to see the night it had happened. Ruth turned to say something to Aaron and saw him looking toward the parking lot. A sedan had pulled in, an old Buick, beige, the paint faded and the chrome pitted with rust. It parked in front of the pawn shop, and the door opened slowly. An elderly man got out. He was thin, his skin the color of old paper, his movements careful and measured in the way of someone who had been sick for a long time and had learned to conserve his energy. He wore a plaid shirt buttoned to the collar and a baseball cap that sat slightly crooked on his head. He looked at the forensic van, at the lights in the alley, at the two rangers standing on the sidewalk. Ruth walked toward him. Aaron followed. "Mr. Harkobian." "Rangers," he said. His voice was the same one she'd heard on the phone, rough at the edges, older than his years. "Everyone calls me Buck. I'm Ranger Baker. This is Ranger Tate. Thank you for coming." Buck nodded and looked past her at the alley. "That's where it happened." "We believe so." He stood there for a moment, looking at the lights and the white suits and the yellow markers. Then he turned and walked toward the pawn shop door. "Come inside," he said. "I'll show you what I've got." The bell chimed when they entered. The young man was behind the counter, his laptop open, his earbuds in, his fingers moving across the keyboard. Buck stopped in the middle of the floor and let out a burst of sharp, guttural words, Armenian, Ruth guessed, that cut through the air like a whip. The young man's head snapped up. The earbuds came out. His face went through a rapid sequence, surprise, then defiance, then something that looked almost like shame. "Get in the back," Buck said. "I'll deal with you later." The young man closed his laptop and disappeared through a door behind the counter without a word. Buck shook his head. "My son. He's a good boy, but his mother spoiled him. He thinks the world owes him a living." He moved behind the counter with the slow precision of someone who knew every inch of the space, his hands finding the keyboard without his eyes needing to look. "Travis Maitland. I've been thinking about him all the way over here." He was a regular customer. Regular as clockwork. Every week or two. Sometimes more. Buck's fingers moved across the keyboard, pulling up a screen. This is his transaction history. Ruth leaned in. The screen showed a list of dates and amounts and items, all from the past 6 months. Small transactions, a few $100s each. The descriptions were brief: gold ring, silver bracelet, pendant W chain, brooch. All jewelry, Ruth said. Women's jewelry. Old-fashioned stuff. Genuinely old, you could tell by the craftsmanship. He said it was his mother's. She passed away last year, and he was going through her things. Aaron stepped closer. Did he ever mention anyone else? A friend, a relative, someone he was meeting? No. He came in, did his business, left. He was a good customer. I can tell the difference. Did he seem nervous or worried the last time you saw him? Buck shook his head. He seemed normal. A little tired, maybe. But he was always a quiet man. Kept to himself. The camera above the front door, do you have a recording of that day? Buck looked at them for a long moment. Then he nodded. Come with me. He led them through the back door into a cramped office that smelled like old coffee and dust. A desk filled most of the space, covered in papers and receipts and an ancient desktop monitor. The son was sitting in a folding chair in the corner, his phone in his hands, his thumbs moving. Buck said something sharp in Armenian, and the son muttered something back, pocketed his phone, and slouched out to the front of the store without looking at either of them. Buck sat down at the desk and woke the monitor. The camera feeds live to this screen. You can see the parking lot, the front door, part of the sidewalk. He tapped a few keys, and a grainy image appeared, black and white, slightly fisheye, showing the front of the building and a slice of the parking lot. But there's no recording, Buck said. The VCR that used to capture the feed broke down a few months ago. I told my son to get it fixed. He gestured vaguely toward the front of the store. You see how well that worked. You don't have any footage from Thursday? Ruth asked. Not recorded. The feed is live, you can see what's happening right now, but there's no way to go back. Buck rubbed his face with a thin hand. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you were hoping to hear. Ruth felt the disappointment settle in her chest. No footage meant no faces. No faces meant they were back to the shoe prints and the fabric and the cardboard with the vomit on it. Did you notice anyone else that day? Aaron asked. Anyone hanging around the store? Anyone who might have been watching Travis? Buck frowned. He looked at the computer screen, scrolling back through his records as if the answer might be written there. There were no sales around the time Travis came in. Business is slow. Has been for years. Everything's online now. Facebook Marketplace killed our business. People don't come to pawn shops the way they used to. He paused. His frown deepened. Which is why I was surprised to see all those women. Ruth felt a shift in the air. Women? Yeah. The day Travis came in, there were these women. They came into the store. How many? Hard to say. I was busy with Travis and his pendant. I glanced up and saw them. They came in, looked around, but I could tell right away they weren't there to buy or sell. You develop an eye for it in this business. I think maybe they took a wrong turn or were just passing through. They weren't locals. Can you describe them? Aaron asked. Buck shook his head slowly. I wish I could. It happened so fast. I had the pendant in my hand, I was examining it, I was talking to Travis. He spread his hands. They were just women. Normal women. Nothing stood out. How many? Ruth asked. How many what? Women. How many came into your store that day? Buck looked at the ceiling, thinking. 7 or 8. Maybe more. It was a whole group of them. A group, Aaron repeated. Yeah, they came in together. They were talking to each other. They left together, too. I remember thinking it was strange, because you don't see groups of women coming into a pawn shop. Not like that. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance. Did Travis see them? Ruth asked. I don't know. He had his back to the door. They came in, looked around for maybe 30 seconds, and left. Travis didn't seem to notice. You're sure they were together? Positive. They were talking to each other. They walked out together. I saw them through the window, standing on the sidewalk, and then they walked off toward the convenience store. Ruth stood still, her mind turning over the new information. A group of women. 7 or 8 of them. In the strip mall. On the same day, Travis Maitland came to sell his mother's jewelry. She thanked Buck and walked out of the office. Aaron followed. They stood on the sidewalk in the fading light, the forensic team still working in the alley behind them, the pawn shop's iron bars casting long shadows across the asphalt. A group of women, Aaron said. What do you make of that? I don't know yet. 7 or 8 women. Together. On the day, a man was killed in the alley behind the store they were visiting. It doesn't fit the gambling theory. It doesn't fit an affair either. There's been nothing to suggest Maitland was unfaithful. His wife didn't mention it. His friends didn't mention it. His phone records don't show anything. So what were they doing here? They walked to the Range Rover. Ruth opened the door and stood there, one hand on the roof, looking back at the strip mall. The convenience store with its dead sign. The shuttered nail salon. The laundromat with the single glowing machine. The pawn shop with its iron bars and its broken VCR and its elderly owner who remembered a group of women he couldn't describe. A coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. She got in the driver's seat and pulled the door shut. Aaron climbed in beside her. The engine turned over and the air conditioner coughed to life, pushing cool air into the hot cabin. Ruth sat there for a moment, her hands on the wheel, her eyes on the strip mall in the rearview mirror. It doesn't add up, she said. A man with a gambling problem. A dead mother's jewelry. A pawn shop. A group of women. Pepper spray. A dumpster. A body dumped 12 miles away. None of it connects, and yet it all happened in the same place on the same day. So what's the thread? I don't know. She put the car in gear and pulled out of the lot. But we're going to find out. That's what we do, you bet, Aaron said. Chapter 10. The pharmacy was quiet. Lee stood behind the register, checking the inventory log on the computer, the low hum of the refrigeration unit, and the distant music filling the space behind the plexiglass partition. 2 customers were browsing the aisles. An elderly man was waiting for his prescription at the drop-off window. Normal. Ordinary. The kind of afternoon that passed without leaving a mark. The front door opened and a man walked in. Lee registered him without really looking, mid-30s, work clothes, a jacket that was too heavy for the heat. He went straight to the pickup window and stood there, his hands on the counter, his weight shifting from foot to foot. The technician at the window, a young woman named Rachel, greeted him. Lee didn't pay attention until she heard Rachel's voice change, the professional warmth cooling into something cautious. Sir, I'm sorry, but I can't fill this one. The prescribing doctor's DEA number doesn't match our records. You filled it last month. We didn't. I checked. This isn't a valid prescription. Lee looked up. The man's shoulders had tightened. His hands were gripping the edge of the counter now, his knuckles white. Run it again, he said. I don't need to run it again, sir. I can see. Run it again. Rachel glanced toward Lee's register. Lee was already moving, her hand going to the phone on the wall. Let me get my supervisor, Rachel said. Lee called the back office. Supervisor to pick up, please. The man started tapping the counter. Tap, tap, tap. Vast. A rhythm that was building towards something. The supervisor came out, Mrs. Delgado, a woman in her 60s who had been managing the pharmacy for 30 years and had probably seen every variation of this interaction. She walked to the window with a calm, unhurried stride. Sir, I'm the pharmacy supervisor. How can I help you? I just want my medication. I understand. But we can't fill this prescription. It's not valid. It is valid. I got it from my doctor. I'm sorry, but you didn't. This is a forged prescription. The man's face changed. The agitation that had been simmering beneath the surface broke through, and his hand came down on the counter with a flat slap that made Rachel jump back. I need my medication. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I'm not leaving without my medication. Mrs. Delgado reached for the phone. The man saw her do it, and something snapped. He stepped back from the window, his eyes wild, and brought both fists down on the plexiglass partition. The impact shuddered through the frame. A crack appeared in the lower corner, a thin white line that spread like a fracture in ice. Give me my medication. He hit it again. The crack grew. The customers in the aisles were staring, frozen. The elderly man at the drop-off window had his hands up, backing away. Mrs. Delgado was on the phone now, her voice low and urgent. Yes, pharmacy, we need police immediately. Lee stood behind her register, her heart hammering, her eyes fixed on the man. He was hitting the partition again, 3, 4, 5 times, each blow harder than the last. The crack was spreading, a web of white lines radiating from the impact point. A woman screamed from the aisle. The man turned and swept a display of vitamins off the shelf, bottles scattering across the floor, capsules popping and rolling under the aisles. I need my medication, he shouted. I need it now. He grabbed a metal shelf rack and wrenched it sideways. It crashed to the floor with a sound like a car wreck. A customer near the door was fumbling for the handle, trying to get out. The man saw her and took a step in her direction. Lee's mind went white. She saw it happen. Not in the future, not as a possibility, but as a memory that hadn't happened yet. The man grabbing the woman by the arm. Her scream. The knife she hadn't seen him pull until it was too late. The blood on the floor, spreading across the white linoleum in a thick, dark pool. The woman's eyes going empty. And Lee moving without thinking. Her bag on the shelf below the register. The gun inside it, cool and heavy in her hand. Stepping out from behind the partition. Raising the weapon. The man turning, his face twisted, his hands coming up. The shot. The sound of it, flat and final, bouncing off the walls. The man's body jerking backward, the red flower blooming on his chest. His knees hitting the floor. His eyes finding hers, surprised then empty. The smell of cordite and blood. The silence after. Lee blinked. The man was still standing. Still shouting. still trashing the store. The woman had made it to the door and was gone. Sirens in the distance, growing closer. 2 minutes later, the police arrived. They handled it fast, 2 officers, a man and a woman, moving in with the practiced calm of people who did this for a living. The man resisted for a moment, then collapsed. Not fighting. Crumpling. He sank to his knees in the middle of the aisle, surrounded by scattered vitamin bottles and twisted metal, and he started to cry. "Don't take me back there," he said. "Please. Don't take me back to that place. I can't go back to that place." The female officer knelt beside him. "Just breathe." He sobbed. Great, heaving, animal sobs that shook his whole body. The male officer cuffed him gently, almost carefully, and helped him to his feet. They walked him out of the store, his head hanging, his shoulders shaking. The pharmacy was quiet. Rachel was crying at the drop-off window. Mrs. Delgado was already on the phone with corporate, her voice steady and professional, giving the report. The other customers had either fled or were standing in the aisles, shocked and pale. Lee looked at her hands. They were shaking. She put them flat on the counter and pressed down until they stopped. Mrs. Delgado hung up and walked over. "You okay, Lee?" "Yeah." "You don't look okay." "I'm fine." "You want to go home? Take the rest of the day." Lee looked at the shattered display, the scattered bottles, the crack in the plexiglass. She looked at the door where the man had been let out. She thought about the gun in her bag. "Yeah," she said. "I think I will." She took off her lab coat and hung it on the hook by the break room door. She grabbed her handbag, the leather tote she'd been carrying for years, the one with the worn strap and the faint stain on the bottom that she'd never been able to get out. She walked through the back, past the break room, past the stockroom, and out the employee entrance into the parking lot. The police car was still there, idling at the far end of the lot. Through the rear window she could see the shape of the man in the back seat, his head down, his shoulders still shaking. Lee walked to her car. She put her handbag on the passenger seat. She sat behind the wheel and looked at the bag, at the bulge in the side where the weight sat. Travis Maitland's Glock. She'd taken it from the alley. In the chaos, the body, the blood, the screaming, the instructions from M coming through her phone, she'd seen it lying on the ground near the dumpster, kicked under a pallet, overlooked. Dee picked it up and put it in her bag without thinking. Without telling anyone. Without Diane knowing. Without Kristen or Tammy, or Noel or Joy knowing. A cop's gun. Loaded. Untraceable to her. A secret that belonged to her alone. She felt the weight of it through the leather. The power of it. The knowledge that she had something the others didn't. Something that made her different from them. She started the car and pulled out of the lot. She stopped at a drive-thru on the way home. A burger and fries, the smell of hot grease filling the car. While she waited for her order, she pulled out her phone and opened the true crime blog she'd been following, the one that had been posting daily updates on the Maitland case. The latest video had been posted 17 minutes ago. Breaking, forensic team descends on Buckhorn Strip Mall. What did they find? She tapped the thumbnail. The video loaded shaky cell phone footage shot from across the street, zoomed in on the strip mall. The parking lot was full of law enforcement vehicles. Crime scene tape was strung between the buildings, blocking off the alley behind the pawn shop. Figures in white coveralls moved in and out of the frame, carrying cases and cameras. The blogger's voice narrated over the footage. This is the strip mall on Route 9 in Buckhorn, where I've confirmed that a forensic team from the Texas Rangers is processing a crime scene in the alley behind the pawn shop. Sources tell me this is connected to the murder of Buckhorn County Detective Travis Maitland, whose body was found earlier this week in a remote area southeast of town. Lee's hands went cold. The phone vibrated in her grip. The video cut to a still image, the alley, shot from a different angle, showing the dumpsters, the yellow evidence markers, the floodlights. The blogger continued, "I've also learned that investigators are looking into anyone who might have seen anything. If you were in the area of the Route 9 strip mall on Thursday evening and saw anything, you're urged to contact the Buckhorn PD. Ma'am." Ma'am. Lee put the phone down. The girl at the drive-thru window was holding out her bag of food. Lee took it without looking at her and drove away. She didn't go home. She drove south on Route 9, past the gas stations and the feed stores and the auto body shops, the road unspooling in the gray evening light. She told herself she was just driving, clearing her head. But her hands knew where they were going before her mind admitted it. The strip mall appeared on the right. As she slowed, the parking lot was still full, the forensic van, 2 DPS cruisers, a dark SUV she didn't recognize. The crime scene tape was still up, strung between the buildings, blocking the alley. The floodlights were on, casting the scene in harsh white. She pulled over across the street and killed the engine. She sat there watching. A figure in white coveralls emerged from the alley and walked toward the forensic van, carrying a case. Another figure followed, camera in hand. They moved with the unhurried precision of professionals, the choreography of a scene being dismantled piece by piece. The dumpster was visible from here, barely. The older one. The one with the sharp corner. She could see the yellow evidence markers around it, clustered at the base like bright plastic offerings. She stood in that alley. She watched a man die. She helped wrap his body in trash bags and load him into a truck. She'd driven that truck into the brush and left it there. And now she was sitting across the street, watching strangers dig through the evidence of what she'd done. Her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen. A name she hadn't expected. "Noel." She answered. "Hello." "Lee," Noel's voice was low, tight. "We need to meet." "Who's we?" "Me, Kristen, Tammy. Joy's too scared to come. But we need to talk. Without Diane." Lee's eyes stayed on the strip mall. On the floodlights. On the white figures moving in the alley. "Where?" The restaurant was a diner on the highway between Buckhorn and home, the kind of place that served breakfast all day and coffee that had been sitting on the burner since morning. Lee took a booth in the back and ordered a cup she didn't drink. One by one, they arrived. Noel first, sliding into the booth across from her hands clasped on the tabletop, her face pale and drawn. Then Kristen, her vape pen in her hand, her eyes darting around the room like she expected Diane to walk through the door at any second. Then Tammy last, her jaw set, her scarred lip pulled tight. "No, Joy." Lee hadn't expected her. "Joy's too scared," Noel said, as if reading Lee's mind. "She's afraid Diane will find out." "Diane isn't the boss of us," Kristen said. She was pulling on her vape pen, the tip glowing orange. "She's not our mother. She's not our parole officer. She's just Diane." "She's the one who got us into this," Tammy said. Lee looked at her. "We all got ourselves into this." "No," Tammy shook her head. We followed her. We always follow her. That night, she was the one who said, "Let's go." She was the one who pushed him. She was the one who told us what to do after. Tammy's right, Noel said. I talked to my therapist about it. You talked to your therapist? Lee's voice came out sharper than she meant. Off the record. I didn't say anything specific. But I told her about a friend, a hypothetical friend, who was in a situation where someone else made all the decisions and she just went along with it. And my therapist said that's coercion. That's undue influence. We're not talking about a timeshare scam, Noel. Well, the principle is the same. Diane manipulated us. She used our anger, our pain, and she directed it at that man. We never would have gone into that alley if she hadn't pushed us. She didn't push us into the alley. She pushed him into the dumpster. Same thing. She created the situation. She controlled the outcome. Lee looked around the table. At Noel's earnest, frightened face. At Kristen's nervous, darting eyes. At Tammy's hard, set jaw. They were looking for a way out. A version of events where they were victims, not perpetrators. A story that let them sleep at night. What are you saying? Lee asked. We should report her, Tammy said. We should go to the police and tell them everything. That Diane was the one who pushed him. That she was the one who told us to cover it up. That we were just following her lead. And then what? And then we testify against her. We cooperate. They go easy on us. Lee stared at her. You really believe that? I talked to a lawyer, Kristen said. I didn't give my name. But I asked some questions. And the lawyer said that if one person was clearly the instigator, the one who pushed the victim, the one who gave the orders, then the others could be charged as accessories instead of principals. Lesser charges. Reduced sentences. A lawyer told you that. A real lawyer. Okay, so it was a Facebook friend. But she said she was a lawyer. She seemed legit. She seemed legit, Lee repeated. She looked at each of them in turn. You're all out of your minds. You know that, right? Lee. Listen to yourselves. You're talking about going to the police and telling them that 6 women stalked a man, followed him to an alley, pepper sprayed him, assaulted him, killed him, wrapped his body in trash bags, drove it 12 miles into the brush, dumped it, and went home and burned our clothes. And you think they're going to go easy on you because Diane was the one who pushed him. It wasn't 6 women, Noel said. It was Diane who pushed him. The rest of us, we were just there. Just there. That's your defense. We were just there. Lee, we need to be smart about this. If we go to them first, if we cooperate, if we tell them everything. Everything. You want to tell them everything. Like how we dumped the body miles away instead of calling the cops and reporting it. Like how we tried to cover it up and went back to our everyday lives. You think they're going to believe us. Noel's hands were shaking. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. No. We won't. Because if we go to the police, we're not crossing a bridge. We're walking off a cliff. All of us. Together. Then what do you suggest? Tammy's voice was flat. Sit here and wait for them to find us. That's exactly what we do. We keep our mouths shut. We live our lives. We don't talk to lawyers. We don't talk to therapists. We don't talk to anyone. That's what Diane said. Diane was right. The table fell silent. The coffee in front of Lee had gone cold. She pushed it aside. "I'm going home," she said. "And so are you. We don't talk about this again until we have to." She put $1 for the coffee on the table, slid out of the booth, and walked out without looking back. The drive home was dark and quiet. The headlights ate the yellow lines one at a time. The burger bag sat on the passenger seat, cold, the grease soaked through the paper. She pulled into her driveway and killed the engine. The house was dark. The cat would be waiting at the door, hungry and annoyed. She sat there for a moment, the weight of the night pressing down on her. She took the burger inside. The cat meowed at her feet. She put the burger on the kitchen counter, took off her jacket, hung her bag on the back of the chair. She put the burger on a plate and looked at it. Cold. Of course it was cold. She put it in the microwave and pressed the button. The hum filled the kitchen. The cat wound around her ankles. She pulled out her phone and typed. "We need to meet. There've been developments." She sent it to M and set the phone on the counter. The microwave pinged. She took out the plate, sat at the kitchen table, and started to eat. The fork scraped against the plate. The cat jumped onto the empty chair beside her and watched her eat, its yellow eyes half closed in the dim light. Her phone buzzed. She grabbed it. "Tomorrow. We'll text place and time." Lee felt her heart flip. She was finally going to meet M tomorrow. She wasn't sure if she should feel excited at the thought or terrified. It was probably both. Chapter 11. The command center had become a war room. Maps covered the walls, annotated with pushpins and marker lines. The timeline stretched across the whiteboard in Brett's tight handwriting, color-coded by victim, each date a small monument to a life cut short. Empty coffee cups lined the window ledge like a row of casualties. Ruth stood at the display screen, watching Jake Ramirez cycle through security footage from every camera within a half-mile radius of the strip mall. Gas stations, fast food restaurants, a church parking lot, a farm supply store. None of them had captured the women Buck described. "Anything?" she asked. "Nothing that fits," Jake said. He clicked to another feed. Grainy black and white, a convenience store on the other side of town. "I've pulled every camera between Route 9 and the county line. No group of women walking together. No multiple women in a single vehicle. No cars driving in convoy. They either came from a direction that didn't have cameras, or they were smart enough to avoid them. Or they split up before they left the area. Possible. But if they split up, we'd see individual women. I've got solo females on 5 different feeds, but nothing that connects them. Different times, different directions, different vehicles. They could be anybody's." Ruth rubbed her eyes. She'd been staring at screens for 5 hours, and her vision was starting to blur at the edges. What about the road leading into Buckhorn from the north? The south? Covered. County Road 9 has traffic cameras at both intersections with the highway. I've checked every vehicle that passed through between 4 and 9 p.m. Thursday. Nothing unusual. No clusters of out-of-state plates. No vehicles that appear in more than one frame. Then they didn't come from out of town. Or they came from a direction I haven't checked yet. Or they parked off the main road and walked. Or Buck was wrong about how many there were. Buck wasn't wrong. I'm not saying he was. I'm saying the cameras aren't giving us anything. Ruth turned away from the screen. The preliminary forensic reports were spread across the conference table, printouts from Yates' team, the ME's office, the lab. She'd read them twice. They confirmed everything she already knew. The dumpster was the murder weapon, the blood was Travis Maitland's, the fabric was wool, the cardboard had vomit on it, the shoe print at the alley didn't match the shoe print at the dump site. 2 different people. No definitive match to any known individual. No sudden breakthroughs. They had the crime scene. They had a witness who had seen a group of women. They had physical evidence that could, in time, yield DNA. But in time was the problem. "Jake," she said. "The DNA from the alley, how long?" He didn't turn around. "We're in line behind Austin, San Antonio, and a double homicide in Waco. Best estimate is 3 to 4 weeks. I've tried calling in favors. There aren't enough favors. 3 to 4 weeks. A minimum." Ruth picked up a marker and drew a slow circle on the whiteboard around the words group of women, 7-8 individuals. She stared at it. 7 or 8 women. They were out there somewhere, living their lives, going to work, sleeping in their beds. And she couldn't find them. The door opened. Aaron came in with 2 cups of coffee, the good stuff, from the diner on Main, not the burned sludge from the break room. He set one in front of her and leaned against the table. "You look like you've been chewing glass." "I feel like I've been chewing glass." "Any luck?" "No. No luck. No leads. No cameras. No nothing." She took the coffee and drank. It was hot and black, and exactly what she needed. "We've got a crime scene. We've got a witness who can't describe the suspects. We've got evidence that's going to sit in a lab queue for a month. And somewhere out there, a bunch of women are living their lives while we spin our wheels. So we keep pushing. We've been pushing. We've pushed everything. There's nothing left to push." Aaron was quiet for a moment. He picked up the marker and added a note to the whiteboard, a small question mark beside the words group of women. "Come on," he said. "We need to get out of this room. I can't leave. We're in the middle of a waz. And we're not going to break through it by staring at it harder." She opened her mouth to argue and closed it. He was right. She knew he was right. But knowing it and feeling it were different things. The Buckhorn County shooting range was a strip of gravel and packed dirt at the end of a county road, framed by a berm of packed earth and a line of mesquite trees that had been chewed up by years of stray rounds. A corrugated metal roof covered the firing line. The targets were paper silhouettes stapled to wooden frames, their edges flapping in the afternoon breeze. Ruth had brought her service weapon, a Sig Sauer P320 that she'd carried for 4 years and had put thousands of rounds through. She loaded a magazine, locked it in, and took her position at the line. Aaron was 2 lanes down, loading his own weapon, not looking at her, not coaching her, not saying anything. He understood that this wasn't about training. It was about the noise. She raised the weapon. Sighted down the barrel at the silhouette, a torso, a head, the vague outline of a human shape. She thought about the alley. The dumpster. The fabric snag. The group of women that had vanished into thin air. The DNA that would take a month to process. She squeezed the trigger. The shot cracked across the range, flat and satisfying, the recoil traveling up her arm and into her shoulder. The paper target shuddered. A hole appeared in the center of the chest. She fired again. And again. And again. The shots came faster now, the rhythm taking over, the noise drowning out the thoughts. The slide locked back on an empty magazine. The target was shredded, the center mass torn away, the head reduced to a ragged fringe of paper. She ejected the magazine, set it down, and breathed. The smell of cordite hung in the air. The brass casings lay scattered at her feet, glinting in the late afternoon sun. Her shoulders had dropped half an inch without her noticing. Aaron was still shooting, slow and deliberate, grouping his rounds in a tight cluster over the heart. He finished, cleared his weapon, and walked over. "Feel better?" "A little." "That's a lot of holes in that target. It looks like it was attacked by a badger." "It was attacked by frustration." "Frustration's a good shot." The target never stood a chance. She smiled. He grinned his gotcha grin. She pretended to glare at him. They cleared their weapons, packed up, and drove the 10 minutes to the local community center, which had a pool. The water was cool and clean, the late sun filtering through the oak trees that overhung the fence. Ruth swam laps, not the graceful, flowing strokes of someone who had been swimming their whole life, but the hard, driven strokes of someone who needed to move, to feel her muscles working, to exhaust the part of her brain that wouldn't stop turning over the case. Aaron was in the shallow end, floating on his back, his eyes closed, his face turned up to the sky. He looked peaceful. She envied him that. She finished her 20th lap and hung onto the edge, breathing hard. The water dripped from her face. The oak leaves rustled overhead. "Come up for air," Aaron said without opening his eyes. "I'm thinking." "You're always thinking." "That's the problem." "I can't stop." "I know." He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. "But you can pause. You can give yourself an hour. The case will still be here when you get back." "What if the case breaks while I'm floating in a pool?" "When was the last time that happened?" She looked at the sky through the oak leaves. Blue and gold, the kind of evening that made Texas feel like a painting. Somewhere out there, a group of women were living their lives, thinking they'd gotten away with it. And here she was, waiting for a DNA test that wouldn't come back for a month. "It's the waiting," she said. "It's the hardest part. The knowing and the not being able to do anything. That's the job. It's always the waiting." "I know." "Doesn't make it easier." "No. It doesn't." Aaron pushed off from the wall and swam over to her. He put his hands on the edge of the pool on either side of her and leaned in, close enough that she could see the water beating on his eyelashes. "We'll find them," he said. "Not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But we'll find them." "How do you know?" "Because you won't stop. And I won't stop. And neither will Jake or Brett or Tina or any of the other people in that command center who are working this case. We're going to run down every lead, check every camera, interview every witness, and process every piece of evidence until something breaks. And it will break. Because it always does." She looked at him. At the man she'd married. At the partner who knew when to push and when to wait, and when to pull her out of a conference room and make her shoot paper targets until her ears rang. "Sometimes I hate that you're always right." "I know. It's one of my best qualities." She splashed him. He splashed her back. She laughed, a real laugh, the first one she'd managed all day, and it felt like letting go of something she'd been holding too tight. They swam until the sun dropped below the roofline and the water turned cold. They dried off, and drove back to the command center in the gathering dark. The war room was still there. The maps. The pushpins. The whiteboard with its questions and timelines, and the single, unhelpful notation. Group of women, 7-8 individuals. Ruth stood in front of it and looked at the word women. She thought about the shoe prints. The fabric snag. The pepper spray. The cardboard with vomit on it. She thought about a group of women in a pawn shop, looking at jewelry they had no intention of buying, then leaving together and never being seen again. Somewhere out there, they were waiting. And so was she. Chapter 12. Lee had been awake since 5. She'd lain in bed staring at the ceiling for an hour before giving up, padding barefoot to the kitchen and starting the coffee. That had been 3 hours ago. 3 cups in, and her hands were shaking, and her heart was doing something fluttery that she couldn't settle with deep breathing. The meeting with M was set for noon. 4 hours away. An eternity. The cat had been fed twice. The kitchen counters had been wiped down. She opened the same cabinet 3 times, looking for something she didn't need. She'd checked her phone approximately 47 times, even though she knew M wouldn't text again. The last message was still there, tomorrow. Will text place and time. She hadn't texted back. She didn't know what to say. She was on her 4th cup, sitting at the kitchen table in yesterday's clothes, trying to imagine what M looked like, sounded like when her phone buzzed. Not M. Diane. Come over. I need to talk to you. Alone. Lee stared at the message. Diane never texted her directly. Diane used the group chat. Diane controlled the narrative. A direct text meant something had shifted. She typed back, what about? Can't say here. Come to my place. Now. Lee's first instinct was to say no. Diane was dangerous in a way she hadn't fully understood until the night in the alley, until she'd seen Diane's hands on Travis Maitland's chest, pushing, watching him fall. Diane was the one who held the group together, and the one who could tear it apart. But Diane also knew things. And if Diane was asking to meet alone, something was happening. She typed a quick message to M. Diane just texted me. Wants to meet alone at her place. The response came in seconds, go. Lee grabbed her keys. Diane's house looked the same as it had the night of the murder. Same well-manicured lawn. Same flower beds. Same dark Tahoe in the driveway. The neighborhood was quiet, mid-morning, the kind of suburban stillness that felt like a held breath. Lee parked at the curb and walked up the front path. The door opened before she could knock. Diane was wearing jeans and a simple blouse, no makeup, her hair pulled back. She looked older without it. Tired. She stepped aside and let Lee in without a word. The living room was different. The cross-stitch still hung above the fireplace. Well-behaved women seldom make history, but the rest of the room had changed. The coffee table was clear. The books were on the shelves. A laptop sat open on the dining table, its screen glowing. Diane walked to the laptop and turned it toward Lee. Sit down, she said. I need to show you something. Lee sat. Diane sat across from her, her hands folded on the table, her eyes fixed on Lee's face. I've been doing some digging, Diane said. Into what? Into who started this. Lee felt the words land in her chest. What do you mean? Diane turned the laptop around so Lee could see the screen. It was open to a Facebook profile, Kristen S. The name was right there at the top. Kristen's face in the profile photo, smiling, a glass of wine in her hand. "I'm in her account," Diane said. "How?" "Remember when she asked to use my computer a few weeks ago? Her phone died, and she needed to check something on Facebook. She logged in and forgot to clear the browser cache. I found it last night." Lee stared at the screen. "You've been going through her account." "I've been looking for answers." Diane clicked on a folder. A series of posts appeared, private posts, visible only to Kristen herself. "Read these." Lee leaned in. The first post was dated 3 weeks before the night in the alley. "Shelby's been off Facebook for like a week now. No posts, no DMs, nothing. Last I heard she was seeing some guy named Travis. Total red flag. Hope she's okay." Another post, 2 days later. "Still nothing from Shelby. Starting to get worried. I looked up this Travis guy she was seeing. There's a Travis Maitland in Buckhorn. He's a cop or something. Married. 2 kids. Total predator vibes. I think something happened to her." Another post, the day before the book club meeting. "I found a bracelet with the letter S in a listing on Marketplace. From the same town. Same area. I know it's hers. I know he killed her and he's selling her stuff." The next post was dated the day after the murder. "Oh my God. Oh my God. We went. We actually went. It happened. It wasn't supposed to go like that, but it happened. I can't believe we did it. I can't believe I started this. What do I do?" Lee sat back. Her mouth was dry. "She spun it," Diane said. "The whole thing. Shelby Dawes. The pendant. The affair. She took a missing persons case that wasn't even a missing persons case, and a man who was a total stranger. A random cop in a town she'd never been to, and she built a story out of nothing. But Shelby really did disappear. Shelby Dawes is alive." Diane pulled up another tab. A Facebook profile, fully public, active. Shelby Dawes. Posts from the past week. Photos from a Bible camp in East Texas. A group shot with 20 other smiling faces, captioned "Best week of my life. Back to civilization tomorrow." She was at a religious retreat, Diane said. No phones, no devices, no internet. She went for 2 weeks. She's been back for days. She posted about it. She's fine. Lee's brain struggled to catch up. So the guy she was seeing. A younger man. Not Travis Maitland. Another Travis entirely. Different town, different age, different everything. Kristen connected the name and the town and did the rest herself. She wanted a target and she found one. That's insane. Yes, it is. Diane clicked to another section of Kristen's account, older posts going back years. But it gets worse. Look at this. Lee scrolled. Kristen's posts from 2 years ago. Mentions of a divorce. A restraining order against her ex-husband. A restraining order against her brother. A restraining order against her own father. And then a post from 18 months ago. Work today was brutal. Dave kept looking at me the wrong way. Kept making comments. I told him to stop and he laughed. So I hit him. I know I shouldn't have, but he was asking for it. He fell and hit his head, and they called an ambulance. But he deserved it. They all deserve it. Lee looked up. She put a coworker in the hospital. She did. And the husband's side of the story, I found the court records, says she was the violent one in the relationship. He had bruises. He had photographs. He had witnesses. The judge believed him. Lee stared at the screen. The words blurred in front of her. She's been violent her whole life, Diane said. Her father abused her as a child. Her brother didn't protect her. She's been carrying that anger for decades, and it turned into something that needed an outlet. We were that outlet. We're not her outlet. We were. She steered us. She pointed at a man and told us he was a killer, and we believed her because we wanted to believe her. Because it felt good to be angry at someone we could actually hurt. Lee thought about that day. The way Kristen's voice had crackled with fury. The way she'd fed them the details, the pendant, the mother's name, the timeline. She'd been so certain. So convincing. Wait, Lee said. If she made it all up, then where did the pendant come from? We saw it. We all saw it. Travis sold it to Buck right in front of us. I don't know. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was someone else's, someone with the same initials. It doesn't matter, Diane shrugged. The point is, it was Shelby Dawes. Kristen set us up. She fed us a lie, and we swallowed it. And Travis Maitland is dead because of it. Lee sat in silence. The ceiling fan turned overhead. Somewhere in the house, a clock ticked. So what do we do? She asked. Diane leaned forward. Her eyes were hard and bright, and entirely in control. We point the finger at her. We give the police Kristen. Maybe Kristen and one other, someone who followed her lead, who helped her push the narrative. We let them take the fall. You want to throw them under the bus. I want to save ourselves. Diane's voice didn't waver. And I'm sure they'd do the same to us if the situation were reversed. Lee looked at the screen. At Kristen's face. At the posts that laid out, in cold digital ink, the fabrication of a murder that had ended a real man's life. So we go to the police, she said. We tell them what Kristen did. We show them the posts. And what do you think happens to us? Diane's voice sharpened. We were there. We followed him. We pepper sprayed him. We loaded his body into a truck and dumped it in the brush. You drove the truck and dumped it. You think they're going to pat us on the head and say, "Good job, ladies, you were misled." No, we go to prison. All of us. Then what do you want to do? Diane leaned forward, her hands flat on the table, her face inches from Lee's. We give them Kristen. And one other. Someone who followed her lead, who helped her push the story. We let them take the fall, and we walk. You want to throw them under the bus. I want to save ourselves. Diane's voice was low and hard. And you're going to help me. Lee felt the pressure of Diane's stare, the weight of her presence leaning across the table. She could feel Diane trying to bend her, the way Diane had always bent the others. But something in Lee pushed back. I didn't ask for this, Lee said. None of us did. You think I care what you asked for? This is what we have. And I'm not going down alone. If you don't stand with me on this, Lee, I'll make sure you're standing right next to Kristen when I point the finger. Is that a threat? It's a promise, Diane straightened up. I've known you for 3 years. I know things about you. Things you wouldn't want coming out in a trial. Lee stared at her. The threat hung in the air between them, ugly and cold. "You think I'm scared of you," Lee said. "You should be." Lee stood up. She was shorter than Diane by 4 inches and 50 pounds, but she didn't back away. "I'm not going to prison for anyone," she said. "Not for you. Not for Kristen. And I'm not going to let you bully me into being your patsy." Diane's eyes narrowed. For a moment, Lee saw something flicker behind them, surprise, maybe, or respect. Then it was gone. "Then don't be stupid," Diane said. "Think about what I've told you. This is going to be a case of first come, first served. The first one to step up gets the best deal. The rest of us, the ones who wait, we're the ones who go down." Lee held her ground. "I said I'd think about it." "Don't think too long." Lee walked to the door. Her hand was on the handle when Diane spoke again. "Lee." She turned. "Don't do anything stupid," Diane said. "We're all in this together. Whether you like it or not." Lee didn't answer. She walked out the door and pulled it shut behind her. The heat hit her in the face. She stood on the front walk, her heart pounding, her hands shaking. She pulled out her phone. A message from M was waiting. "Lakeside Park. Picnic table by the old boat ramp. Noon. Come alone." Lee looked at the time. 11:15. She had 45 minutes. She got in her car and pulled away from the curb, heading for the highway. Chapter 13. The theater was nearly empty. Lee stood in the lobby with a large popcorn in one hand and a soda in the other, staring at the ticket in her pocket. The instructions had been precise. Regal Cinemas, 3:1 p.m. show. Screen 7, row J, seat 12. Buy a large popcorn and a large soda. Sit down and wait. She debought the ticket online. She'd driven 40 minutes to a multiplex on the edge of a town she'd never heard of. She'd handed her phone to the ticket scanner without thinking, walked past the concession stand, and then doubled back because the instructions had said popcorn and soda, and she was following the instructions to the letter because she didn't know what else to do. Now she was standing in the dim light of the corridor, the smell of butter and nacho cheese in the air, a horror movie poster on the wall beside her showing a woman screaming in a rainstorm. Screen 7 was at the end of the hall. She pushed through the doors. The theater was dark, the previews already playing, a car chase, an explosion, the deep voice of a narrator promising something epic. Lee stood at the top of the aisle, letting her eyes adjust. A few scattered heads in the front rows. A couple in the middle. The back rows were empty. Row J. 3 rows from the back. Seat 12, center section. She walked down the aisle, her footsteps soft on the carpet, and slid into the seat. She set the popcorn on the armrest to her left, the soda in the cup holder to her right. Both hands occupied. If she needed the gun, she wouldn't be able to. She thought about that for a moment, and then she thought, but it's okay. I'm safe with M. Right. And then she thought, but it's M who made sure both my hands would be occupied. The previews ended. The movie began. A dark house. A woman walking up a staircase. The creak of floorboards. And then a voice behind her. Low. Quiet. Close enough that Lee could hear it clearly over the surround sound, but not so close that she could place it. A woman's voice, soft and even. Don't look back. Lee's spine went rigid. She stared at the screen, at the woman on the staircase, at the door slowly opening at the top of the landing. "Just listen," the voice said. "You're doing fine." The woman on the screen screamed. The music swelled. Lee's hands felt cold, even though one of them was holding the warm bucket. "I've been worried about you," Em said. "The past few days, I mean. You've been holding up better than I expected." "You sound younger than I expected," Lee said. "Don't try to do that. It won't help. You know what I look like." "I know a lot of things, Lee. That's why you're here." On the screen, the woman was running down a hallway, the camera shaking behind her. The music was building toward a jump scare that Lee could feel coming in her bones. "The group is falling apart," Em said. "You know that, right?" "I know." Kristen and Diane are circling each other. Tammy's scared. Noel's praying. Joy's having panic attacks in her car. It's only a matter of time before one of them breaks and goes to the police. "How do you know all this?" "I know people. I know how these kind of situations play out." A pause. "There's a ranger on this case. Ruth Baker. She's very, very good at what she does. She always gets her man. And right now, she's working your case." Lee felt the words land in her chest like stones. "You're saying she's going to catch us?" "I'm saying it's a matter of time. Not if. When." The forensics team found things in that alley. The fabric, the vomit, the shoe prints. They're processing them. DNA takes time, but time passes. And when those results come back, someone is going to have a name. Lee stared at the screen. The woman had made it to the front door. She was fumbling with the lock. The monster was behind her, its shadow stretching across the wall. "So what do I do?" "Look out for number 1. "What does that mean?" "Your friends are already turning on each other. Kristen's blaming Diane. Diane's blaming Kristen. You're caught in the middle. But you don't have to be." "Who do I side with?" "Neither," Em's voice was flat certain. "You're on your own side. And I'm with you. I'm the only one you can trust. And unlike your friends, I actually know what I'm talking about." Lee felt a flicker of something, not hope, but close to it. "So what do you suggest?" "Expose them. Without exposing yourself." "How?" "Turn up the heat. Pit them against each other. They're already doing it, you just need to push them in the right direction." Lee turned the idea over in her mind. It was ugly. It was ruthless. It was exactly what Diane had suggested, only without Diane's fingerprints on it. "They're already doing it," she said slowly. "Kristen wants to blame Diane. Diane wants to blame Kristen. But if I get in the middle of it..." "You don't get in the middle. You light the match and step back." Lee shook her head. "I don't know if I can do that." "You can." A pause. "Texas is a death penalty state, Lee. Think about that." Lee closed her eyes. The screen flickered. The woman was hiding in a closet now, her hand over her mouth, the monster's footsteps coming closer. "The death penalty," Lee whispered. "Accessory to murder. Conspiracy to commit murder. Tampering with evidence. That's what they're going to charge you with if you don't act first. And in Texas, they don't mess around." Lee's hands were shaking. She put them in her lap and pressed them together until they stopped. "Okay," she said. "What do I do?" Em didn't answer right away. The movie played on. The woman burst out of the closet and ran for the front door and made it outside, into the rain, gasping, alive. For now. The gun, Em said. What? The gun you took off Travis Maitland's corpse. The Glock you've been carrying in your handbag ever since that night. You have it right now, don't you? Lee's breath caught. She hadn't told anyone about the gun. Not Diane. Not Kristen. Not Noel or Tammy or Joy. She'd taken it from the alley in the chaos, slipped it into her bag while the others were panicking, and she'd never said a word. How did you? I know everything, Lee. Em's voice was calm, almost gentle. You should know that by now. Lee sat frozen in the dark, the crowd on screen screaming at the monster's return. That's what you'll use, Em said. That's how you do it. Keep your phone charged. I'll be in touch. Wait, Lee turned, forgetting the instruction, twisting in her seat to look behind her. Dark glasses. A hoodie pulled up. A figure rising from the seat too rose back, already moving toward the exit, already gone. A glimpse of a woman's silhouette against the light of the emergency sign, and then the door swung shut, and the theater was dark again, and Lee was alone. She sat there, her hands trembling, her heart hammering, her eyes fixed on the door where Em had disappeared. The movie played on. The woman on the screen was running again, running through the rain, running for her life. Lee didn't see any of it. She was thinking about the gun in her handbag. She was thinking about what Em had said. She was thinking about the smell of blood and pepper spray, and the sound of a skull hitting steel, and the weight of a dead man's body in her arms. She sat in the dark theater, surrounded by strangers and silence, and a gun in her handbag. Chapter 14. The command center smelled like stale coffee and dry erase markers. Ruth was standing at the whiteboard with a red marker in her hand, drawing lines between the 3 victims' names, trying to find a pattern that wasn't there, when the door opened and Honeycutt walked in. He looked worse than the last time she'd seen him. The uniform was clean, but it hung on him differently, looser through the shoulders, like the week had taken physical weight off him. His hat was in his hand. He stood in the doorway and looked at Ruth and then at Aaron, who was sitting at the conference table with Maitland's case notes spread out in front of him, and the expression on his face was the expression of a man who had been carrying something heavy and had just decided to set it down. I got a phone call, Honeycutt said. Ruth capped the marker. From who? Hector Garza. Rosa Garza's father. Honeycutt turned the hat in his hands, working the brim between his thumb and forefinger the way he did when he was thinking. He's been calling my office every week since January. Every Monday morning, 8 o'clock sharp. Any news, Sheriff? Anything new on my Rosa? Every week I tell him the same thing. We're working on it. We haven't forgotten her. We're doing everything we can. He stopped turning the hat. Today he called and asked about Travis. Said he heard on the news. Said Travis had been coming out to see him regular, asking questions, going through Rosa's things. Said Travis was the first person in law enforcement who ever made him feel like somebody gave a damn about his daughter. Honeycutt's jaw worked. Then he asked me who was going to work Rosa's case now that Travis was gone. And I couldn't answer him. Ruth looked at Aaron. He'd set down the pen he'd been using to annotate the notes and was watching Honeycutt with the quiet attention he gave to people who were about to say the thing they'd come to say. What else did he tell you? Ruth asked. He said he couldn't sit on it anymore. Said Travis was close. close to breaking something open. He wouldn't say what, said he wanted to talk in person. He sounded, Honeycutt paused, searching for the word. Agitated. Not angry. More like a man who's been holding his breath for 5 months and can't hold it anymore. Where does he live? South end of the county. Same property where Rosa lived. He moved in after she died to take care of the granddaughter. It's about 20 minutes from here. Honeycutt put his hat back on and adjusted it with both hands, a gesture that seemed to settle him. I told him I'd come out this afternoon. I thought you two might want to ride along. Ruth didn't hesitate. We'll follow you. They walked out into the parking lot. The afternoon heat had peaked and was beginning to ease, the sun dropping toward the tree line, the shadows of the building stretching long across the asphalt. Honeycutt's cruiser was parked in the reserved spot by the door. The county seal on the door panel faded from years of sun exposure. He got in and pulled out without waiting. Ruth and Aaron followed in the Range Rover. The road south out of Buckhorn narrowed after the last traffic light, 2 lanes of cracked asphalt lined with fence posts and cattle wire. The land was flat and brown, stretching away to the horizon in all directions, broken only by stands of mesquite and the occasional windmill turning slow against the pale sky. A red-tailed hawk sat on a fence post, watching them pass with yellow eyes. It didn't move. Aaron drove. Ruth sat in the passenger seat with her window cracked, the hot air pulling at the loose strands of hair that had escaped her ponytail. She watched Honeycutt's cruiser ahead of them, the dust rising behind his tires in a thin plume that drifted east across the scrub. "What are you thinking?" Aaron asked. "I'm thinking about what Maitland told Gail. It's not what I thought it was. It's worse, that was 2 weeks before he died." "You think Hector knows what he meant?" "I think Hector knows more than he's been telling Honeycutt. He's been waiting for the right person to tell it too. And now that Travis is gone, he's decided the right person is whoever shows up." Something like that. They drove in silence for a few minutes. The road curved around a dry creek bed, the banks cracked and white with alkali. A rusted cattle guard rattled under the tires. The country opened up on the other side, wider and emptier, the fence lines stretching to vanishing points in the haze. Honeycutt's cruiser slowed and turned onto a dirt road marked with a metal mailbox on a wooden post. The name Garza was painted on the side in block letters, the paint fresh, the edges clean. Someone had repainted it recently. Someone who wanted people to remember the name. The property was small. A single-story frame house, white with green trim, set back from the road behind a chain-link fence. The yard was neat, mowed grass. A flower bed along the front of the house with marigolds and zinnias in bright clusters, a vegetable garden on the side with tomato cages and pepper plants. A pecan tree shaded the front porch, its branches spreading wide over the roof, the leaves rustling in the breeze. A pickup truck, dark blue, older model, well-maintained, was parked in the dirt driveway. Honeycutt parked on the road and got out. Ruth and Aaron pulled in behind him. The 3 of them stood at the gate for a moment. Ruth could hear a radio playing somewhere inside the house, Tejano music, the accordion and banjo sexto muffled by the walls. A dog barked once from the backyard, a deep bark, a big dog, and went quiet. Honeycutt turned to Ruth and Aaron. He took his hat off and held it against his chest, a gesture that looked almost formal, like a man about to hand something over. "I've been coming out here every few weeks since January," he said. "Hector's a good man. He raised Rosa and her sister on his own after their mother died. He worked pipeline his whole life, Retired now, bad back, bad knees. He moved in here, after Rosa was killed, to take care of the girl. Lupita. She's 15, he looked at the house. He trusts me, but I haven't been able to give him what he needs. I haven't been able to give him answers. He looked at Ruth. Would you like to take the lead in there? If Travis was onto something that connects to his own murder, you need to hear it firsthand. Not filtered through me. I appreciate that, Sheriff. Yes. Honeycutt nodded and put his hat back on. He opened the gate and walked up the path and knocked on the screen door, 3 slow knocks, the way you knock on the door of someone you've been visiting for months. The door opened. The man who stood behind the screen was in his early 60s, compact and weathered, with thick forearms and hands that had spent decades gripping pipe wrenches and chain tongs. His face was dark and deeply lined, the creases cut by sun and wind and grief, and his eyes were black and sharp and wet. He wore a clean work shirt tucked into jeans, a leather belt with a plain buckle, and boots that had been polished recently but still carried the scuffs of hard use. His hair was gray and cut short, almost military, and he stood straight despite what Ruth could see was a back that didn't want to let him. Dale, he said to Honeycutt. Hector. These are the Rangers I told you about. Ranger Baker and Ranger Tate. They're working Travis's case. Hector Garza's eyes moved to Ruth. He studied her for a long moment, the kind of assessment that a man who had worked dangerous jobs his whole life made instinctively, not hostile, not suspicious, but careful. Measuring. Then his eyes moved to Aaron, and Ruth saw the same assessment happen again, quicker this time, like a man checking a second reference after the first one passed. Come in, he said, and pushed the screen door open. The house was cool and dim, the curtains drawn against the afternoon sun. The front room was small, tidy, furnished with pieces that had been chosen for durability rather than style. A brown couch with a crocheted afghan folded over the back, a recliner with the arms worn smooth, a wooden coffee table with a glass top. A curio cabinet stood against the far wall, filled with family photographs and religious figures, a ceramic Virgin of Guadalupe, a wooden crucifix, a framed print of the Sacred Heart. The air smelled like pine sol and cooking oil, and something floral, lavender or jasmine, coming from a candle on the kitchen counter. Ruth's eyes went to the photographs. They were arranged chronologically, left to right across the shelves. A young woman in a quinceañera dress, her smile wide and bright. The same woman older, holding a baby in a hospital bed. A family portrait, Hector, younger and broader, with 2 girls flanking him, the older one with her arm around her sister. And on the top shelf, a framed portrait of Rosa Garza alone, the photograph that had been in her case file, but printed larger here in color, the face of a woman with dark eyes and strong cheekbones, and a mouth that looked like it had been mid-laugh when the shutter clicked. Below the portrait, a votive candle burned in a red glass holder. The flame was steady and small, and had been burning for a long time. Hector gestured toward the couch. Please. Sit down. Ruth and Aaron took the couch. Honeycutt sat in a wooden chair by the window that seemed to be his usual spot. He settled into it with the familiarity of habit. Hector lowered himself into the recliner slowly, one hand on the armrest, his back stiff, his jaw tight with the effort of managing pain he didn't want anyone to see. Can I get you anything? Water. Coffee. We're fine, thank you, Ruth said. Mr. Garza, I want you to know that we're here to listen. Whatever you can tell us about your conversations with Detective Maitland will help us. Hector looked at her. His hands were resting on the arms of the recliner, the fingers slightly curled, the knuckles swollen and scarred from years of manual labor. He had a silver ring on his right hand, a plain band, and Ruth noticed him turning it with his thumb the way Honeycutt turned his hat brim, a nervous habit, an anchor. Travis was a good man, Hector said. His voice was low and careful, the voice of someone who chose his words like he chose his tools, one at a time, for a specific purpose. His accent was the accent of a man who had spoken Spanish at home and English on the job site his whole life, the consonants slightly softened, the vowels open and warm. He came out here the first time in February. 3 weeks after Rosa. He sat right where you're sitting and he looked me in the eye and he said, "Mr. Garza, I'm going to find out what happened to your daughter. It might take time, but I'm not going to stop until I do." And I believed him. Because he meant it. I can tell when a man means what he says. He turned the ring. He came back every 2 weeks after that. Sometimes more. He'd sit here and he'd ask me questions. At first, they were the questions you'd expect. When did I last see Rosa? Who were her friends? Was she seeing anyone? Did she have enemies? I answered everything. I told him things I hadn't told the sheriff's people because they never asked. They came once, right after she died. They took their notes and they left and they never came back. Ruth felt Honeycutt shift in his chair. She didn't look at him. She kept her eyes on Hector. But then the questions changed, Hector said. Around March, maybe April. He stopped asking about Rosa specifically. He started asking about places. Towns. Had Rosa ever been to Marble Falls? Had she ever been to Llano? Had she ever been to San Saba, Lampasas, Burnett? He ticked the names off on his fingers, each one a town Ruth recognized, small towns, scattered across the hill country, each one in a different county. I told him yes to some, no to others. Rosa worked as a home health aide. She drove all over the region, covering for other aides, picking up extra shifts. She'd been to most of those towns, at one time or another. Did Travis tell you why he was asking about those specific places? Ruth asked. No. He never told me what he was thinking. He was careful about that. He'd ask a question and listen to the answer, and write it down and move on. He never explained, never speculated, never gave me a theory. That wasn't his way. Hector paused. But I'm not a stupid man, Ranger. I worked pipeline for 37 years. I know how to read a pattern. And the pattern I was seeing in his questions was this: he wasn't just investigating Rosa. He was investigating other women. The room was quiet. The candle flame on the shelf flickered and steadied. The Tejano music had stopped. Someone had turned off the radio in the back of the house. What makes you say that? Aaron asked. Hector looked at him. Because of the way he asked. He'd say, "Did Rosa ever mention a woman named?" And then he'd say a name. A woman's name. I didn't recognize any of them. He'd ask if Rosa knew her, if she'd ever worked with her, if they'd ever been in the same town at the same time. He had a list. I could see it in his notebook. A long list. Ruth felt the hair rise on her forearms. A long list. Not 3 names. Not 3 victims. A long list. How many names? She asked. I couldn't see the list clearly. He kept the notebook angled away from me. But I could see the page. There were names written down the left side, and next to each name there was a town. And next to each town there was a date. He held up his hands about 12 inches apart. The list filled the page. Top to bottom. Maybe 15, 20 names. Maybe more. Ruth looked at Aaron. His face hadn't changed, but she saw his hand move to his knee and press down once. Hard, the gesture he made when something landed, and he didn't want it to show. Did he ever mention the names of the other 2 women he was investigating here in Buckhorn County? Ruth asked. Marcy Kellner or Danielle Prout. He mentioned them once. Early on. He asked me if Rosa knew either of them. She didn't. I'd never heard those names before Travis said them. And the names on the list, the ones he was asking you about. Were any of them Kellner or Prout? No. Those were different names. Names I didn't know. He was asking about women in other places. Other counties. Ruth sat forward on the couch. The Afghan crinkled under her. Mr. Garza, I need you to think carefully about this. Did Travis ever say anything, even in passing, even something that seemed offhand, about what he thought connected these women? What the thread was? Hector was quiet for a long time. He turned the ring on his finger, his eyes on the votive candle burning below Rose's portrait. The flame threw a warm orange glow across his face and caught the wet sheen on his lower lashes. The last time he came, Hector said. 3 weeks ago. Maybe 4. He sat where you're sitting, and he was different. Quieter than usual. He had the notebook open, but he wasn't writing in it. He was looking at it. Just looking. Like a man reading something he'd already read 100 times, trying to see something he'd missed. Hector leaned forward in the recliner, his forearms on his knees, his hands clasped. I made him coffee. We sat here and drank it, and he didn't ask me any questions. That was the first time he'd come out here and not asked me anything. I thought maybe he was done. Maybe he'd hit a wall. And then he said something. Ruth waited. He said, Hector, your daughter didn't die because of bad luck. She didn't die because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She died because somebody chose her. The same way somebody chose the others. And I think I know how he's choosing them. The words hung in the room. Ruth heard the tick of a clock somewhere in the kitchen. The dog in the backyard shifted, its chain clinking against its stake. He said he, Aaron said. He said he, one man. Not they, not someone, he. He said he thought it was one person, and that this person had a method. A way of finding these women. A way of picking them. Did he say what the method was? No. I asked him. I said, Travis, what do you mean? How is he finding them? And Travis shook his head and said he couldn't tell me yet. He said he needed one more piece. One more piece and he'd have it locked down, and then he was going to take it to Honeycutt and then to the Rangers and blow the whole thing open. Hector's voice thickened. Those were his words. Blow the whole thing open. He sat back in the recliner and looked at the ceiling. The lines on his face deepened. His chest rose and fell with a breath that cost him something. That was the last time I saw him. 3 weeks later, he's dead in the back of his truck in the brush. The room was silent. The votive candle flame swayed and righted itself. Outside, the breeze moved through the pecan tree, and the leaves made a sound like rushing water. Mr. Garza, Ruth said. Did Travis leave anything with you? Any papers, any copies, anything from his files? No. He kept everything with him. The notebook, the files, whatever else he had. He was careful. He said the fewer people who knew what he had, the safer everyone was. Hector looked at her. I think he was protecting me. Do you know if he kept his materials anywhere other than his home or the sheriff's office? A storage unit, a friend's place, anywhere he might have worked away from the office? Hector shook his head slowly. He never said. But I got the impression he didn't want to work on this at the office. He was quiet about it. Private. Like he didn't want anyone looking over his shoulder until he was ready. Ruth nodded. She looked at the curio cabinet, at Rose's photograph, at the smile that had been frozen by a shutter and a frame and a father's grief. Mr. Garza, you've been incredibly helpful. I want you to know that we're not going to let Travis's work die with him. Whatever he found, we're going to find it too. Hector looked at her with the black, sharp eyes that had measured her when she walked through his door. You know what the hardest part is, he said. It's not the grief. The grief I can carry. I've been carrying it since January, and I'll carry it until I die, and that's all right because that's what fathers do. He paused. The hardest part is the not knowing. The wondering. Every night I lie in that bed in the back room, Rose's old room, I sleep there now, and I look at the ceiling and I think, who did this to my girl? Who walked into this house while my granddaughter was at a sleepover, and wrapped a cord around my daughter's neck and took her from this world? And I don't know. 5 months and I don't know. His voice broke on the last word, and he stopped and pressed his lips together and looked away, toward the window where the late afternoon light was coming through the curtains in thin gold bars. I told Travis once, he said. I said, Travis, I don't care if it takes a year. I don't care if it takes 5 years. You find him and you bring him to me. Not to hurt him. I'm not that kind of man. But so I can look in his face and ask him why. Just why, he turned back to Ruth. Can you do that for me, Ranger? Can you find him and ask him why? I'll find him, Ruth said. That's a promise. As she stood, Aaron stood beside her. Honeycutt rose from his chair by the window, his hat already in his hand. Hector pushed himself up from the recliner, the effort costing him more than he wanted to show. He walked them to the door, his hand on the wall for balance, his boot heels heavy on the wooden floor. The 3 of them stood by their vehicles in the fading heat. The pecan tree's shadow stretched across the yard, long and dark. The dog in the backyard had gone quiet. Somewhere down the road, a tractor engine turned over and rumbled to life. Honeycutt put his hat on and adjusted it. I didn't know about the other names. The list. Travis never told me he was looking outside the county. He was keeping it close, Aaron said. Same thing he told Gail. Same thing he told his father. He wanted to be sure before he brought it to anyone. 15 to 20 names, Honeycutt said. He said it the way a man says a number that has changed the shape of the world he thought he lived in. If that's real, if there are that many, then it's not a local problem, Ruth said. It's a state problem. Maybe even a federal one if they cross state lines. Honeycutt shook his head. That would have made it a federal case. The FBI would have to be called in. Travis knew the protocol. He'd have come to me if that was the case. Ruth nodded slowly. Regional then. And whoever's responsible has been operating for a long time. Honeycutt looked at the house. The votive candle was visible through the window, a small orange glow in the dim room. Travis was a good detective, he said. The best I ever had. If he said he was close, he was close. He got in his cruiser and pulled away. Ruth watched the dust trail follow him down the dirt road and settle behind him in a thin brown veil. She got in the Range Rover. Aaron started the engine. The air conditioner kicked on, pushing cool air against her face, and she sat there for a moment with her eyes closed, processing what she'd just heard. 15 to 20 names, Aaron said. He pulled onto the road and headed north, back toward Buckhorn. Across multiple counties. If Maitland's right, this isn't 3 victims. This is a serial offender with a body count we haven't even begun to map. And Maitland figured out how he was choosing them. That's what he said. I think I know how he's choosing them. That's the key. That's the thread. A home health aide, Aaron said. Rosa was a home health aide. She traveled. She went to different towns, different counties. She was in people's homes. Kellner lived alone. No forced entry. Garza lived alone that night. The daughter was away. Pruitt was a waitress who worked late and walked home. 3 women who were vulnerable at predictable times. Someone who knew their schedules. Someone who knew when they'd be alone. Or someone who had access to information about their routines. Medical records. Work schedules. Home health assignments. Aaron was quiet for a moment, his eyes on the road. The scrubland rolled past, the mesquite and cedar throwing long shadows across the asphalt. If the selection method is what Maitland thought it was, some kind of system for identifying women who are alone at predictable times, then the killer needs access to that information. And that access is the thread. That's what connects a victim in Buckhorn to a victim in Marble, Falls to a victim in Lampasas. A database, Ruth said. A job. A position that gives someone access to personal information about women across multiple counties. Healthcare. Social services. Insurance. Law enforcement. Ruth opened her eyes and looked at him. Law enforcement. I'm not saying it's that. I'm saying it's on the list. Everything's on the list until we narrow it down. She pulled out her phone. Jake, it's Ruth. I need you to pull something for me. Go ahead. I need you to run a search on unsolved homicides and suspicious deaths of women across the following counties: Burnett, Llano, San Saba, Lampasas, and Williamson. Going back 5 years. Focus on cases involving sexual assault, strangulation, or blunt force trauma. Women who lived alone or were alone at the time of the attack. No forced entry. That's a big net. Cast it. And Jake, cross-reference the results against home health agencies, visiting nurse services, and any other organizations that send workers into private homes across county lines. I want to know if any of those organizations operate in all of those counties. That could take a while. Then start now. And get Brett and Tina on it too. I want everything by morning. She hung up and looked at Aaron. We're going to find what Maitland found, she said. He had the thread. He was one piece away from locking it down. And whoever killed him might have taken his laptop and his phone, but they can't take the evidence he was building on. The victims are still there. The records are still there. The connections are still there. We just have to see what he saw. And figure out who didn't want him to see it. The road straightened out ahead of them, a long, flat ribbon of asphalt stretching north toward Buckhorn, the town's water tower visible on the horizon, a silver dot against the darkening sky. Ruth watched it grow larger as they drove, the sun going down behind them, the shadows of the Range Rover stretching out ahead like a long, dark finger pointing the way. Chapter 15. Lee sat on Diane's couch with her hands wrapped around a glass of iced tea she hadn't touched and listened to Diane talk about a book nobody in the room had read. It was the same couch, the same living room, the same circle of women in the same chairs they always sat in, as if sitting in the same spots could make this feel like what it used to be. Diane's house was spotless as always, the cream carpet vacuumed in lines, the throw pillows arranged just so, the air smelling like the vanilla candle she lit on the mantel every time she hosted. Everything in its place. Everything under control. That was Diane's religion. Control. She was standing by the bookshelf with a copy of a book Lee couldn't even remember the title of, holding it up like a teacher showing the class, talking about the author's use of unreliable narration and how it compared to the last book they'd discussed. Her voice was steady and bright, the voice she used when she was performing normalcy, when she was daring anyone in the room to acknowledge that the ground had shifted beneath them. Nobody was listening. Kristen sat in the armchair by the window with her legs crossed and her jaw set, picking at the seam of her jeans with her thumbnail. Tammy was on the love seat, her knee bouncing, her eyes moving between Diane and the front door like she was calculating the distance. Noel sat beside Tammy with her hands folded in her lap, her face pale and still, the way it had been every time Lee had seen her since that night. Joy was in the corner chair, small and hunched, scrolling through her phone with the screen tilted away from everyone else. Lee watched them all and thought about what Em had said at the cinema. They're going to turn on each other. It's already started. You just have to let it happen. Diane turned a page of the book. The thing I found really compelling was the way the author handles the timeline. She jumps back and forth between the past and the present, and you don't realize until the end that the narrator has been lying about. Oh, for God's sake. Kristen's voice cut across the room like a slap. Every head turned. Diane stopped mid-sentence, the book still open in her hands, her chin lifting the way it did when she was challenged. Kristen uncrossed her legs and sat forward. Can we stop playing this bullshit game? Can we stop sitting here pretending we give a damn about unreliable narrators and timelines and whatever the hell else, and talk about what we actually want to talk about? The room went silent. The vanilla candle flickered on the mantel. Tammy's knee stopped bouncing. Diane closed the book slowly. She held it against her chest with both hands, her fingers white on the spine. This is a book club, Kristen. That's what we do here. We discuss books. No. That's what we used to do here. What we do now is sit in a circle and pretend we didn't beat a man to death 3 weeks ago. And I'm done pretending. Lower your voice. Why? You worried the neighbors will hear. Maybe you should have thought about that before you dragged us into a back alley, and... I didn't drag anyone anywhere. Diane's voice dropped. Not louder. Lower. The temperature in the room changed with it. Every single one of you made a choice that night. Every single one of you picked up what was in front of you, and... because you told us to. Because you said he was the one. Because you had us all convinced that this man, this plumber, you said, this disgusting predator who took Shelby, was right there, and we had to act right then or he'd disappear. Diane set the book down on the shelf behind her. She turned back to Kristen, and her face was still, composed, the mask she wore when she was about to draw blood. Speaking of which, Diane said, let's talk about how we all got so convinced. Let's talk about who found that Facebook page in the first place. Who brought it to the group? Who showed us the messages, the photos, the profile that said he was a plumber from Buckhorn who liked hunting and fishing and had a thing for young girls? Kristen's eyes narrowed. What are you saying? I'm saying I went back and looked at your Facebook activity, Kristen. Your search history. Your messages. And what I found was very interesting. The color drained from Kristen's face. Then it came back, fast and hot, flooding up her neck and into her cheeks. As she stood up, you went through my Facebook. Ow. How did you get into my account? You left yourself logged in on my laptop at book club in April. Remember? You asked to check something. You didn't log out. So you went through my private. Kristen's voice was shaking now, not with fear, but with a fury that made the tendons in her neck stand out. You had no right. That is a violation of my privacy, Diane. That's probably illegal. What's illegal is misleading 5 women into committing murder based on a Facebook page that you built yourself. I didn't build anything. I found that page the same way anyone finds anything on Facebook. It came up in a search. And you're standing there accusing me when you're the one who's been hacking into people's accounts. What else did you look at, Diane? Did you go through Tammy's messages too? Noel S. Did you hack all of us? Diane's mouth opened and closed. She hadn't expected the pivot. Lee could see it in the way her hands moved to her hips and then off again, searching for a position of authority and not finding one. This isn't about me, Diane said. This is about you and what you. No, this is exactly about you. This is about you needing to control everything and everyone, and when you can't, you start breaking into people's private lives to find ammunition. You probably went through all our accounts. You probably have a folder on your computer with screenshots of every private message every one of us has ever. That is not true. I have never. Oh. The sound came from the corner. Small, sharp, involuntary. Joy. Everyone stopped. Kristen mid-sentence, her hand in the air. Diane with her chin raised and her mouth half open. Tammy frozen on the love seat. Noel with her eyes wide and her hands gripping each other in her lap. Joy was staring at her phone. Her face was gray. The color had gone out of it completely, like someone had pulled a plug and let it drain. Her lower lip was trembling, and her eyes were moving back and forth across the screen, reading and rereading. And the hand holding the phone was shaking badly enough that Lee could see the tremor from across the room. Joy, Tammy said. What is it? Joy turned the phone around and held it up. Her arm shook. The screen faced the room. Lee couldn't read it from the couch. She leaned forward and squinted. It was a social media post, a blog, or a feed of some kind, with a header in bold red text and a photograph below it. The photograph was of a woman's face. Lee felt her stomach drop before her brain caught up, because she recognized the face before she could read the words. Noel. Tammy was closest. She took the phone from Joy's hand and read it aloud, her voice flat, the words falling into the room like stones into still water. Breaking, Buckhorn PD confirms DNA recovered from the Travis Maitland crime scene. Sources close to the investigation say the sample has been traced to a female resident of. Tammy looked up at Noel, then back at the phone. And is believed to belong to one Noel Whitfield, 39, of. She stopped reading. She didn't need to finish. The photograph was right there, centered beneath the text, Noel's face, pulled from somewhere, maybe her own social media, smiling in a way that made Lee's throat close, because it was the smile of a woman who had no idea what was about to happen to her life. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Lee had ever heard. Noel made a sound. Not a word. A sound. The kind of sound a person makes when they've been punched in the stomach, and the air goes out of them, and what's left is a high, thin noise that comes from somewhere deeper than the lungs. She stood up from the love seat, and her hands went to her mouth, and she read the screen over Tammy's shoulder, and the high, thin noise turned into a wail. No. No, 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 no. Noel, Tammy started. That's me. That's my picture. That's my oh God, that's my name, that's my address, they put my address. She grabbed the phone from Tammy's hands and held it 6 inches from her face, reading, and then she screamed. Not the controlled scream of someone performing shock, but the raw animal scream of a woman watching her life end in real time on a screen. Who did this? She spun around, the phone clutched in both hands, her eyes wild, spit on her chin. Who put my name on the internet? Who, which one of you? Her eyes found Kristen. You. You did this. You. I didn't do anything. Kristen was backing up, her hands raised, palms out. Noel, I swear I didn't. You're the one with the Facebook pages. You're the one who makes things up and puts them online. You made up SHLBY Dawes, and you made up this. I didn't make up Shelby Dawes. And I didn't make up this. Why would I do this to you? You're my friend. Friend, Noel's voice cracked on the word, shattered it. You call this friendship. My name is on the internet right now. My face. My address. My children's school is 3 blocks from my house, and anyone who reads this is going to know where I live and what I did and... She was hyperventilating, the words coming in bursts between gasps, her whole body shaking. They're going to come for me. The police are going to come to my door, and my neighbors are going to see, and Lupita's teacher is going to, oh God, Gerald is going to find out. My ex-husband is going to. It wasn't me, Kristen screamed back. I didn't post anything. I don't even know what blog that is. Why don't you ask her? She jabbed a finger at Diane. She's the one who's been hacking into everyone's accounts. She admitted it 5 minutes ago. She's been going through our messages, our photos, our... Don't you dare point at me. Diane's voice was ice. I looked at your account, Kristen. Yours. Because you're the one who lied to us about. Oh, spare me the righteous act, Kristen whirled on her. You went through my private messages. You violated my privacy. And now Noel's name is on a blog, and you expect us to believe you had nothing to do with it. You're the one with the information. You're the one who's been collecting dirt on all of us, so you can. So I can what? So you can cut a deal. So you can walk into the DA's office and hand them 5 names and walk out with immunity while the rest of us rot in prison. That is exactly what you've been planning. Diane's mask cracked. Her voice rose to a register Lee had never heard from her. A screech that stripped away the composure and the control and left something underneath that was ugly and desperate and afraid. You've been planning this since that night. You manufactured the whole thing, the Facebook page, the pendant, the story about Shelby, and now you're manufacturing evidence to make sure you're the one who walks away clean. I manufactured. You pushed him, Diane. You put your hands on his chest, and you shoved him into that dumpster and he died. That's not manufactured, that's murder, and you did it with your own 2 hands. And you pepper sprayd him in the face. That was Noel, screaming from between them, her face blotched red and white, tears streaming, the phone still clutched in her fist. None of this would have happened if you had blinded him. He couldn't see. He couldn't defend himself. He was swinging at shadows because you. He hit me. Kristen grabbed the neck of her own shirt and yanked it sideways, exposing the yellowing bruise on her collarbone that hadn't fully healed. You see this. You see this. He did this. He was coming at us. He was reaching for his wallet. He was reaching for his wallet, you stupid. Don't you dare call me stupid, you sanctimonious Bible-thumping. At least I'm not the one who killed an innocent man because I read something on Facebook. You helped carry his body. The three of them were inches apart now. Diane had her finger in Kristen's face. Kristen was screaming so hard, the veins in her neck were standing out like cords. Noel was between them, smaller, shaking, her hands balled into fists, and Lee could see it happening before it happened. The collapse of language into something older and more primitive, the moment when words stopped being enough. Noel hit Kristen first. Not a slap, a shove, both hands flat on Kristen's chest, hard enough to send her staggering backward into the bookshelf. A framed photograph hit the floor. Glass shattered. Kristen came off the shelf with her hands up and grabbed a fistful of Noel's hair and yanked, and Noel shrieked and clawed at Kristen's wrist, and Diane, who had been standing with her finger raised, who had been the controlled one, the leader, the woman with the plan. Diane grabbed Kristen by the shoulder and spun her, and slapped her across the face with an open hand that cracked like a rifle shot. Kristen's head snapped sideways. She stood there for one heartbeat with her cheek blazing red, and then she swung back with everything she had. A wild looping right that caught Diane on the jaw, and Diane went backward into the end table, and the lamp went over and the bulb popped, and the room dimmed, and in the half-dark Lee could hear them. The sound of bodies colliding, the scrape of shoes on carpet, the raw guttural sounds of women who had stopped being civilized and become something else entirely. Noel had Kristen's hair again. Kristen was trying to get her arms free. Diane had her hands on Kristen's shoulders, pushing, and Kristen kicked backward and caught Diane in the shin, and Diane gasped and went down on one knee, and Noel was screaming, "You ruined my life. You ruined my life." Over and over, the words running together into a single sustained howl. Joy was curled in her corner chair with her knees drawn up and her hands over her ears and her eyes squeezed shut, rocking, making a sound that was somewhere between crying and praying. Lee moved. She got to Diane first because Diane was on the floor and the most vulnerable. She grabbed Diane under the arms and hauled her backward, away from the scrum, and Diane fought her for a second, elbowing, trying to get back into it, and Lee said, "Stop," in a voice that came from somewhere she didn't know she had, a voice that was louder than any voice she'd ever used, and Diane went limp in her arms. Tammy had Kristen. She'd come in from the side, wrapped both arms around Kristen's waist, and lifted her bodily off Noel. Kristen's legs kicked in the air, her shoes flying off, and Tammy set her down 3 feet away and held her there with one arm across her chest, her bartender's arm, the arm that had bounced men twice Kristen's size from the bar on Saturday nights. Noel collapsed on the carpet where she'd been standing. She sat there in the broken glass from the picture frame, surrounded by scattered books and the toppled lamp, and she sobbed. Not the hysteria of the fight, but something deeper and more broken. The crying of a woman who had just watched the last thin wall between herself and catastrophe come down. Blood was running from a scratch on Kristen's forearm where Noel's nails had caught her. Diane's jaw was already swelling, a dark flush spreading from her chin to her ear. Noel had a clump of her own hair on the carpet beside her, pulled out at the root, and she was looking at it and crying harder. "It's time to go," Lee said. She was breathing hard. Her arms were shaking. "Everyone goes home. Right now. Everyone calms down. Nobody calls anyone, nobody texts anyone, nobody posts anything anywhere." Nobody argued. Nobody had the energy to argue. The fight had burned through them like a flash fire, and what was left was ash and exhaustion, and the smell of sweat and broken glass. They left. Kristen first, barefoot, carrying her shoes, the blood drying on her forearm. Noel next, Tammy guiding her by the elbow, walking her to her car and standing with her while she sat behind the wheel and sobbed for 2 minutes before she could turn the key. Joy went with Tammy. She couldn't drive, her hands were shaking too badly, and Tammy took her keys and said she'd bring her back for her car tomorrow. Lee walked out last. Diane was standing in the hallway, one hand pressed flat against the wall, the other holding an ice pack she'd gotten from the kitchen against her jaw. She looked at Lee with eyes that were red and swollen, and full of something Lee had never seen in them before. Fear. Lee didn't say goodbye. Diane didn't say it either. She got in her car and sat there in the dark with the engine off and the windows up. Diane's porch light went off. The street was quiet. A sprinkler hissed somewhere, the rhythmic ch-ch-ch of water hitting grass. Kristen's taillights disappeared around the corner. Noel's car was already gone. Lee took out her phone and opened the thread with M. "Did you post that about the DNA?" 3 dots. Then. "Why do you ask?" Lee stared at the screen. She typed, "I know it's fake. It has to be. Because I'm the one who vomited at the scene. If there's DNA, it's probably mine. And I also know the cops don't release that kind of info before they've even arrested a suspect." She hit send. She watched the dots pulse. Her heart was loud in her ears. The sprinkler went ch-ch-ch. How did the book club go? Lee exhaled through her nose. She typed, "Exactly as you said it would. D, K, and N almost got into a cat fight. Gotta love a good cat fight. You're shameless. I thought they were going to kill each other. They were that mad." "They are." A pause. Then. "That's the plan." Lee felt her blood go cold. Not a figure of speech. She felt it happen, felt the warmth drain out of her hands and face and settle somewhere deep in her gut, a cold, heavy stone that sat there and pulsed. She stared at the words on the screen. That's the plan. The plan. Not a reaction. Not an observation. A plan. Another text from M popped in before she could respond. Stick to the plan. It's a matter of survival now. Remember, death penalty state. Chapter 16. The command center smelled like old coffee and sweat, and the particular staleness that settles into a room where people have been working through the night. Ruth stood in front of the wall-mounted screen with Aaron beside her and looked at what had happened to the whiteboard while they'd been gone. It had metastasized. What had been a cluster of 3 victim photos and a timeline that fit on one wall now stretched across 2 walls, anchored with pushpins and connected by lengths of red yarn that crisscrossed each other like veins on the back of a hand. New photographs had been pinned along the timeline. New names. New towns. Brett's tight block printing covered every available inch: dates, locations, case numbers, cause of death. Ruth counted the photographs. She stopped at 9, and there were more. Jake Ramirez was at the conference table with his laptop open, and a cardboard box of files on the floor beside his chair. He looked like he hadn't slept. His eyes were bloodshot and his jaw was dark with stubble, and his shirt was untucked on one side. But there was an energy in him that Ruth recognized, the energy of a man who had gone looking for a thread and found a rope. Brett was at his station, with a yellow legal pad filled edge to edge with notes, and a grease stain on his sleeve from whatever he'd eaten at his desk in the small hours. Tina had her laptop open and a stack of printouts held together with a binder clip. Coffee cups covered every flat surface, paper cups, ceramic mugs, a thermos with the lid off. The room hummed with the low-frequency tension of people who had been running hard and had found something they weren't sure they wanted to find. "Walk us through it," Ruth said. Jake connected his laptop to the screen, and the display flickered and filled with a map of central Texas, the counties outlined in thin black lines, a scatter of red dots marking locations across the hill country like a rash. "Here's what we've got," Jake said. "I ran the search Ruth asked for. Unsolved homicides and suspicious deaths of women, 5 counties, Burnett, Llano, San Saba, Lampasas, Williamson, going back 5 years. Filtered for sexual assault, strangulation, or blunt force trauma, victims who were alone at the time of the attack, no forced entry." He clicked. The first photograph appeared on the screen. A woman's face, dark-haired, mid-40s, smiling in what looked like a church directory photo. Patricia Fenton, 44. Lampasas. Found dead in her home in March, 4 years ago. Lived alone, worked part-time at a feed store. Cause of death was ligature strangulation, with a length of clothesline. Sexual assault. No forced entry. No defensive wounds. Lampasas County Sheriff investigated, questioned 2 neighbors and a coworker, never made an arrest. Case went cold in 60 days. He clicked again. Another face. Younger. A selfie, slightly blurred, the kind of photo someone takes on their front porch with the sun behind them. Delia Montoya, 29. San Saba. Found dead in her apartment in August, same year. 5 months after Fenton. Waitress at a barbecue place on the county road. Blunt force trauma. Sexual assault. Her roommate was out of town for the weekend. The landlord found her Monday morning when she didn't answer the door. San Saba PD interviewed the ex-boyfriend and a regular at the restaurant. No arrest. Click. Another face. Older, softer, a professional headshot with a blue background. Karen Embry, 51. Burnett. January, 3 years ago. 5 months after Montoya. Retired nurse, lived alone on a small acreage outside town. Strangulation. Sexual assault. No forced entry. Burnett County Sheriff's Office ran the case for about 6 weeks. They liked a handyman who'd done work on her property but couldn't place him at the scene. Case went cold. Ruth felt the pattern locking into place, like tumblers in a lock. 5 months. 5 months. 5 months. March, August, January. The same interval. The same gap. Like a clock ticking in the dark. Jake kept going. Click. 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 Each click brought a new face, a new name, a new town, a new story that was the same story. A woman alone. A door that wasn't forced. A body found by a neighbor or a landlord or a family member. A local investigation that ran out of steam in weeks. A case file that went into a drawer and stayed there. Sandra Upton, 36. Ilano. June, 3 years ago. Connie Brashear, 42. Williamson County. November, 3 years ago. Maria Elena Vittel, 31. Lampasses. April, 2 years ago. Teresa Ann Polk, 48. San Saba. September, 2 years ago. Lisa Caulfield, 27. Burnett. February last year. And then the 3 they already knew. Marcy Kellner, Danielle Prout, Rosa Garza. Buckhorn County. March, August, January. The pattern continuing. The clock still ticking. Jake put the last photo up and stepped back from the screen. 11 faces looked out at the room. 11 women arranged chronologically, stretching back 4 years. 11 red dots on the map, scattered across 5 counties, connected by nothing that any single investigator had ever seen, because no single investigator had ever looked at more than 1 or 2 of them at a time. The room was quiet. The air conditioner hummed. Brett's pen was still. Tina's fingers had stopped moving on her keyboard. 11, Aaron said. 11 confirmed matches, Jake said. I've got 4 more possibles that I haven't been able to pull full case files on yet. 2 in Williamson, 1 in Llano, 1 in Mills County, which was outside my initial search area but came up in a cross-reference. If those pan out, we could be looking at 15. Ruth stood up and walked to the screen. She looked at the faces. Patricia Fenton, smiling in her church directory. Delia Montoya on her front porch. Karen Embry in her blue headshot. Sandra Upton. Connie Brashear. Maria Elena Vittel. Teresa Ann Polk. Lisa Caulfield. And the 3 from Buckhorn, Kellner, Prout, Garza, who had been Travis Maitland's obsession and his legacy. The interval, Ruth said. 5 months. Give or take, Jake said. It's not exact. Some are closer to 4 months, some are closer to 6. But the average across all 11 is 5 months and 9 days. It's consistent enough to suggest a cycle. A cooling-off period, Aaron said. Classic organized offender pattern. And the geography, Ruth said. She touched the screen, tracing the scatter of red dots. He never hits the same county twice in a row. Lampasses, San Saba, Burnett, Llano, Williamson, Buckhorn. He rotates. He's working a circuit. Which is why nobody saw it, Brett said from his chair. His voice was hoarse from the long night. Each county sees 1 case, maybe 2. Over years. Not enough to trigger a pattern alert. Not enough to get the FBI involved. Not enough to get anyone's attention unless you're looking at all of them at once. Which is what Maitland was doing, Ruth said. He was the first person to look at all of them at once. She turned from the screen and looked at Tina. What did you find on the cross-county connection? The home health angle. Tina opened her laptop and turned it so the room could see. A web page filled the screen, the home page of a company called Hill Country Home Health Services. A stock photo of a smiling nurse holding an elderly woman's hand. A tagline, compassionate care close to home. Hill Country Home Health, Tina said. Regional home health agency, headquartered in Marble Falls. They provide in-home nursing, physical therapy, and personal care aid services across a 9-county service area. She clicked to a map on the company's website. The service area was shaded in pale blue. It covered Burnett, Llano, San Saba, Lampasas, Williamson, and Buckhorn counties. Every county where a victim had been found. Every single county on our board falls within their service area. Rosa Garza worked for them, Ruth said. Confirmed. She was a personal care aide. Drove to clients' homes across 3 counties. Flexible scheduling, variable routes. Tina flipped to the next page of her printout. I've also confirmed that Karen Embry, the retired nurse from Burnett, was a client. She was receiving twice-weekly home visits for physical therapy after a hip replacement. And Lisa Caulfield, the 27-year-old from Burnett, was a former employee. She worked as a home health aide for Hill Country for about 8 months before she quit to take a job in Austin. She was killed 4 months after she left the company. So we've got one victim who worked for them, one who was a client, and one who was a former employee, Aaron said. So far, I haven't been able to check the others yet. The older cases have thinner files, and the employment records aren't public. But 3 connections out of 11 is already more than coincidence. It's a pipeline, Ruth said. She felt it crystallizing, the shape of the thing emerging from the fog. The agency sends workers into people's homes. The workers know the client's schedules. They know who lives alone. They know the layout of the house, the locks on the doors, whether there's a dog, whether the neighbors are close. And the clients know the workers, they've seen them before, they've let them in before. There's an established trust. No forced entry because the door was opened willingly. Or the killer has access to the scheduling system, Aaron said. He doesn't have to be the one walking through the door. He just has to know when the door will be unlocked and who will be alone behind it. Ruth looked at Jake. I want you to cross-reference every suspect who was questioned in any of these 11 cases. Run them against each other. If this is one person operating across multiple jurisdictions, there's a good chance his name came up somewhere. A neighbor somebody talked to. A handyman. A boyfriend. A coworker. Someone who was on the periphery of one investigation and dismissed. If the same name appears in 2 or more case files, that's our starting point. Jake was already writing. On it. And pull employee records for Hill Country Home Health. Current and former. Every aide, every nurse, every therapist, every scheduler, every administrator. Anyone with access to client information. I want names, addresses, dates of employment, and service areas. I'll need a subpoena for the employment records, Brett said. Then get one. Talk to the DA this morning. I want it signed by lunch. What about the 4 possibles? Tina asked. The ones Jake hasn't confirmed yet. Confirm them. Pull every case file you can get your hands on. If Mills County is in play, expand the search. Check every county that Hill Country Home Health operates in. 9 counties, Tina said. We've been looking at 5. There could be more cases in the other 4 that we haven't found yet. The room moved. Jake was on his laptop. Brett was on his phone, already dialing the DA's office. Tina was typing. The energy in the room had shifted, the heaviness of the early morning briefing replaced by something sharper, something that hummed like a wire pulled tight. Aaron caught Ruth's eye and tilted his head toward the door. She followed him out into the hallway. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A deputy walked past with a stack of folders and nodded at them. We should go out there, Aaron said. Hill Country Home Health. Talk to them in person. If we call ahead, We give them time to get lawyers and lock down records. If we show up, we see how they react. Agreed. Where's the headquarters? Marble Falls. About an hour and a half. Let's go. They walked out into the parking lot. The morning was already hot, the sun high and white in a bleached sky, the asphalt soft under their boots. Aaron started the Range Rover, and the air conditioner blew warm for a few seconds before it caught and turned cold. Ruth sat in the passenger seat and watched Buckhorn shrink in the side mirror as they pulled onto the highway. The water tower. The courthouse cupola. The strip mall on Route 9, where Travis Maitland had been beaten to death behind a green dumpster. All of it receding, getting smaller, as the road opened up ahead of them. "Something's been bothering me," Aaron said. He had his hands at 10 and 2, his eyes on the road, but Ruth could see him thinking, the slight furrow between his eyebrows, the way his jaw moved almost imperceptibly, like he was chewing on the idea before he said it. "Say it." Maitland was one piece away from blowing this open. That's what Hector told us. One more piece, and he was going to take it to Honeycutt, and then to us. He had the thread. He had the list. He had the pattern. He was closer to this guy than anyone has ever been. Aaron paused. And then he gets killed in an alley behind a strip mall. Go on. Whoever killed Maitland, and we still don't know who that is. We've got blood typing on the vomit that says female. We've got a partial print off the body that hasn't matched anything yet. Whoever did it, they did the serial killer the biggest favor anyone has ever done him. They eliminated the one person who was about to expose him. The one person in 5 counties who had put the pieces together. Ruth turned it over. She'd been circling the same thought since they left Hector's house yesterday. The same uneasy feeling that the 2 cases, the Maitland murder and the serial killings, were rubbing up against each other in a way that couldn't be coincidence. Or, she said, it wasn't a favor. It was the point. Aaron looked at her. What if the serial killer killed Maitland himself? Or had someone do it? Maitland was about to expose him. That's a motive. That's the oldest motive there is. Aaron was quiet for a moment. The highway unrolled ahead of them, straight and flat, the heat shimmer making the asphalt ripple like water in the distance. The evidence doesn't support it, he said. The blood typing says female. The shoe print from the alley was a women's shoe, small, smooth-soled. The vomit suggests someone who was physically sick from what happened, not a professional hit, not a calculated kill. This was messy. Emotional. Unplanned. Besides, serial killers are rarely women. Rarely. But not never. But even if the killer is male, which statistically he almost certainly is, based on the victim profile and the MO, he could have an accomplice. A woman. Aaron's jaw moved again. Serial killers with accomplices. That's rare. I know. Extremely rare. And when it does happen, the dynamic is usually a dominant male with a submissive female partner. Bernardo and Hamilcutt. Brady and Hindley. The female is complicit in the sexual assaults, not operating independently. She shook her head. That doesn't fit here. These killings are solo. One offender, one victim, complete control. There's no evidence of a second person at any of the scenes. So we rule out an accomplice at the scene. But what about someone operating at a distance? What if the serial killer didn't physically participate in Maitland's murder, but somehow motivated the women who did? Pointed them at Maitland. Gave them a reason. Ruth looked at him. The idea had a shape to it, an ugly shape, like something surfacing in dark water. Why would a serial killer manipulate a group of women into killing a detective who was investigating him? Why not just kill Maitland himself? Because if he does it himself, it draws attention. A detective murdered while investigating unsolved cases. That's a neon sign pointing straight at the cases he was working. But if Maitland dies in what looks like a random attack, an unrelated incident, something personal or chaotic, then nobody connects his death to the serial investigation. The investigation dies with him. The case files sit in a drawer. The evidence stops where it stopped. They were both quiet. The idea hung between them, plausible and terrible. A killer who had been operating in the spaces between counties for years, invisible, patient, methodical. A killer smart enough to recognize that the man hunting him was getting close, and smart enough to find a way to eliminate him without leaving his own fingerprints on it. It doesn't hold, she said. Think about what it would require. The serial killer would have to know that Maitland was investigating him. He'd have to know about a specific group of women. He'd have to have a way of reaching them, influencing them, giving them a target. And he'd have to do all of that without any of the women knowing who he really was, or what his actual motive was. That's a lot of steps. It's too many steps. It's a conspiracy theory, not a case theory. We're building bridges where there aren't any, she exhaled. The simplest explanation is usually the right one. Maitland was killed for reasons we haven't uncovered yet, by people we haven't identified yet, and it happened to coincide with his investigation into the serial cases. The two cases intersect at Maitland, but they're not the same case. But the timing... I know. The timing is ugly. And I'm not saying we ignore it. I'm saying we can't work the serial case, and the Maitland murder as one investigation based on a coincidence we can't explain. We work them separately. We follow the evidence where it goes. If they converge, we'll see it. Aaron nodded slowly. He didn't look convinced, but he looked settled, which was different. The look of a man who had put an unsatisfying answer on a shelf because there was nowhere better to put it yet. The road curved through low hills, the terrain changing from flat scrubland to the greener, rockier landscape of the hill country. Cedar and live oak replaced the mesquite. Limestone bluffs appeared in the cuts, where the highway had been carved through the ridges. A sign said Marble FALLS 38. There's another angle, Ruth said. Jake S. running the suspect cross-reference. If one name shows up in multiple case files, even on the periphery, even as a witness or a person of interest who was cleared, that could be the break. Maitland had a list of names and towns. He was one piece away. If we can reconstruct his list from the case files, we can see what he saw. And if the name that comes up is someone connected to Hill Country Home Health, then we've got the thread and the name on the same day. Aaron pressed the accelerator. The Range Rover climbed a rise, and at the top the hill country spread out before them, green and gold, the Colorado River glinting in the distance, the town of Marble Falls visible in the valley below, a cluster of rooftops and church steeples, and a water tower with the town name painted on the side. Ruth opened the case folder on her lap and looked at the 11 faces printed on the top sheet. Patricia Fenton, Delia Montoya, Karen Embry, Sandra Upton, Connie Brashear, Maria Elena Vittle, Teresa Ann Polk, Lisa Caulfield, Marcy Kellner, Danielle Prout, Rosa Garza, 11 women. 5 counties. 4 years. And somewhere in the records of a home health agency, the thread that connected them all. Chapter 17. The headquarters of Hill Country Home Health Services was not what Ruth had expected. She'd been picturing something clinical, a medical complex, a building with a lobby and a directory and the antiseptic smell of healthcare. What she got was a single-story office suite in a strip of commercial buildings on the north side of Marble Falls, sandwiched between a tax preparation service and a veterinary supply wholesaler. The sign above the door was the same one from the website, the logo, the smiling nurse, the tagline. Compassionate care close to home. A handful of cars in the lot. A potted fern dying slowly in the window. Aaron pulled into a spot near the entrance and killed the engine. They sat for a moment, looking at the building. Not exactly a criminal empire, Aaron said. The best hiding places never are. They got out. The heat was already brutal, the asphalt soft under their boots, the air thick with the smell of cedar and hot pavement. Ruth clipped her credentials to her belt and pushed through the front door. The interior was cool and dim, and smelled like carpet cleaner and printer toner. A small reception area with upholstered chairs, a coffee table with fanned-out copies of Good Housekeeping and Texas Monthly, a counter with a sliding glass window. Behind the window, a young woman with a headset on was typing and talking at the same time, her voice the practiced warmth of someone who spent her days scheduling appointments and fielding complaints. She looked up when Ruth and Aaron approached the window, and her fingers stopped moving on the keyboard. Her eyes went to Ruth's badge, then to Aaron's, then back to Ruth's face. "Can I help you?" "Texas Rangers," Ruth said. "We'd like to speak with whoever's in charge of operations." The young woman's mouth opened slightly, closed, opened again. Let me get Mrs. Krebs. She's the operations director. Can I tell her what this is regarding? We'll explain that to Mrs. Krebs. The receptionist picked up her phone and pressed a button, cupping her hand over the mouthpiece. Ruth heard her say, "Rangers, and I don't know, and right now, they're right here." She hung up and gave them a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "She'll be right out." Donna Krebs came through a door behind the reception counter 45 seconds later. She was mid-50s, compact, with short gray blonde hair and reading glasses pushed up on her head. She wore a navy blouse tucked into khaki slacks, a lanyard with her ID badge hanging against her chest. Her face was professional, composed, but her eyes were doing the rapid calculation that people did when law enforcement showed up at their workplace without warning. What is this about? What did someone do? Is it one of ours? Am I in trouble? "Rangers," she said, extending her hand across the counter. Her grip was firm and dry. "Donna Krebs. I'm the operations director. How can I help you?" "Is there somewhere private we could talk?" Ruth asked. "Of course. Come on back." She buzzed them through a door beside the reception window and led them down a corridor lined with doors. A supply room, a break room with a microwave humming inside it, a conference room with a whiteboard covered in shift schedules and route maps. The scheduling board caught Ruth's eye as they passed. Color-coded, organized by county, with names and addresses and time slots running down the left side in tight columns. She filed it away. Krebs's office was at the end of the hall. Small, tidy, functional. A desk with 2 monitors, a filing cabinet, a window that looked out on the parking lot. Family photographs on the desk, 2 grown children, a golden retriever. A framed certificate on the wall from the Texas Association of Home Care and Hospice. She gestured to 2 chairs across from the desk and closed the door behind them. "Please," she said, settling into her chair. "What's this about?" Ruth sat. Aaron took the other chair, his notebook already in his hand, his pen uncapped. "Mrs. Krebs, we're investigating several cases across multiple counties, and we believe your agency may have information that could help us." Krebs folded her hands on the desk. "What kind of cases?" "Homicides. Unsolved. Going back several years." Something shifted behind Krebs's eyes. Not surprise, recognition. The look of a woman who had been waiting for this visit without knowing she'd been waiting. "Several years," she repeated. "Your agency provides home health services across a 9-county area. Is that correct?" "That's correct. We've been in operation for 22 years. We serve Burnett, Llano, San Saba, Lampasas, Williamson, Buckhorn, Mills, Mason, and Blanco counties. We have approximately 160 employees: aides, nurses, physical therapists, occupational therapists, schedulers, and administrative staff." "Can you walk me through how the system works?" "A client is referred to your agency. What happens next?" Krebs leaned back slightly. This was comfortable ground, the ground of a woman who had explained her business 1,000 times. A referral comes in, usually from a physician or a hospital discharge planner. We do an intake assessment. A nurse goes to the client's home, evaluates their needs, documents the living situation. Based on that assessment, we build a care plan. The care plan determines the type of services, the frequency, the duration. And the scheduling. The scheduling office takes the care plan and assigns an aide or a nurse based on geography, availability, and skill set. We try to keep the same aide with the same client for continuity. It builds trust, and the clients are more comfortable with a familiar face. So the scheduling office knows which clients live where, what their home situations are, when they'll be alone. Krebs's hands tightened slightly on the desk. They know the schedule. They know the addresses. They know the visit times. That's their job. How many people work in scheduling? Currently 4. It's varied over the years. We've had as many as 6 during busy periods. And those 4 people have access to the full client database. Every client, every county, every address. The scheduling software is centralized. Anyone with login credentials can see the full calendar across all 9 counties. She paused. "May I ask why you're asking about scheduling specifically?" Ruth didn't answer the question. "Mrs. Krebs, I'm going to say some names. I'd like you to tell me if you recognize them." "All right." Rosa Garza. Krebs closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, they were wet. Rosa worked for us. She was a personal care aide. She'd been with us about 3 years when she stopped. Yes. I knew Rosa. Everyone here knew Rosa. She was wonderful with the clients. Patient, gentle, always on time. When we heard what happened, the whole office, she pressed her lips together and shook her head. Karen Embry. Karen was a client. Hip replacement, I think. She was on our Burnett County roster. I didn't know her personally, but I pulled her file after we heard. After you heard what? Krebs looked at Ruth steadily. After the detective came. The room went very still. Aaron's pen stopped moving. What detective? Ruth asked. Travis Maitland. From the Buckhorn County Sheriff's Office. He came to see me about 2 months ago. She took her glasses off her head and set them on the desk and folded her hands over them. "He sat right where you're sitting, Ranger." He asked many of the same questions you're asking now. Ruth felt the floor tilt beneath her, the subtle vertigo of a case rearranging itself. Maitland had been here. He'd found the agency. He'd made the connection. "Tell me about his visit," Ruth said. "He called first. Identified himself, said he was investigating a series of cases and wanted to understand how our agency operated. He was polite, professional. I agreed to meet with him." Krebs picked up her glasses and put them back on her head, a nervous gesture, something to do with her hands. "He came in and we talked for about an hour. He asked about our service area, our client base, our scheduling system, the same things you asked. I explained how it all works. He took notes." "What specifically was he interested in?" "Access." He kept coming back to who had access to client information. Not just the aides and nurses who visit the homes. He understood that they only see their own clients. He was focused on the people who see everyone. The schedulers. The intake coordinators. The database administrators. Did he ask about specific clients or employees? Not during the first visit. He was mapping the system, getting the lay of the land. But he came back. Krebs's voice dropped slightly. About 3 weeks before he died. The second visit was different. Different how? He had names. He had a list. He showed me photographs of women, some I recognized, some I didn't. He asked me if they were clients, employees, or connected to the agency in any way. Some were. Some I couldn't confirm without checking the records. Did he tell you what he was investigating? Not in so many words. But I'm not a fool, Ranger. He was showing me photographs of dead women and asking if they had connections to my agency. I understood what he was suggesting. What did you do? I gave him what I could without a subpoena. General information. Confirmation of employment or client status, where it was public record. But when he started asking for personnel files, scheduling records, access logs, I told him I'd need legal authorization. We have confidentiality obligations to our clients and our employees. And he said he'd be back with a subpoena. Krebs looked at the window. The parking lot shimmered in the heat. He never came back. Ruth let the silence hold for a moment. The air conditioner hummed. A phone rang somewhere down the hall, muffled by the closed door. Mrs. Krebs, during that second visit, did Maitland focus on any particular department or group of employees? Krebs was quiet. Ruth could see her weighing something, turning it over, measuring the cost of saying it against the cost of not saying it. Scheduling, she said finally. He was focused on the scheduling office. The people who build the routes, assign the aides, manage the calendar. The people who know exactly which clients are where, when they're alone, and when the next visit is. He asked for personnel files. He asked for the personnel files of everyone who had worked in scheduling over the past 5 years. Current and former. How many people is that? Krebs thought. 8 or 9, including turnover. It's not a large department. Most of the staff are long-term. We have 2 women who have been in scheduling for over a decade. But there's been some turnover in the junior positions. Were any of those 8 or 9 male? The question landed in the room like a stone in a pond. Krebs's eyes widened fractionally, then narrowed. Most scheduling staff are women, she said carefully. That's typical in home health. The work tends to attract women, the hours, the skill set, the patience required for the logistics. Most, Ruth said. But not all. Krebs was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Ruth could hear the ticking of a clock she hadn't noticed before, a small analog clock on the filing cabinet behind the desk. There was one man, she said. He worked in scheduling for about 2 years. Left about 8 months ago. His name? Krebs shook her head. I can't share personnel information without a subpoena, Ranger. I've already told you more than I should have. If you want names, bring me the paperwork and I'll give you everything I have. We'll have it today. Relief moved across Krebs's face. The relief of a woman who understood the gravity of what was being asked, and was grateful to have the decision taken out of her hands by a piece of paper with a judge's signature on it. There's something else, Krebs said. She said it quietly, the way people say things they've been carrying alone for too long. After Detective Maitland's second visit, I went into the scheduling system myself. I pulled up the access logs, who had looked at which client files, how often, from which terminals. I didn't find anything definitive. But I found something that bothered me. What? Somebody had been accessing client records outside of normal scheduling operations. Not changing anything, just looking. Pulling up client profiles, addresses, contact information, household details. Dozens of profiles over a period of months. The access was logged under a generic administrative login that several people shared, so I couldn't tell who specifically was doing it. But the pattern was, she searched for the word. Methodical. Not random browsing. Someone was going through the database systematically, filtering by county, by living situation, by visit schedule. Do you still have those logs? I printed them. They're in my desk. She pulled open a drawer and took out a manila folder, thick with paper. She held it for a moment, her fingers tight on the edges. I've been keeping this since the week after Maitland's second visit. I didn't know who to give it to. The detective who asked for it was dead, and I didn't know who had taken over his investigation. She set the folder on the desk between them. I'm giving it to you. Ruth took the folder. It was heavy in her hands. She opened it and looked at the first page, a printout of database access logs, time-stamped, columns of dates and times and client file numbers. Rows and rows of them. Mrs. Krebs, you've been very helpful. Find who did this, Krebs said. If someone used this agency, used the trust that our clients place in us, to hurt those women, I want to know. And I want them stopped. Ruth stood. Aaron stood beside her. They shook Krebs's hand and walked back down the corridor, past the break room and the supply room and the scheduling board with its color-coded routes and its columns of names and addresses, and out through the reception area where the young woman with the headset watched them go with wide, uncertain eyes. The heat hit them in the parking lot. Ruth squinted against the glare and pulled out her phone. Brett, she said. Where are we on the subpoena? DA signed it an hour ago. I'm about to head over to the courthouse to get it stamped. Add Hill Country Home Health Services to the scope. Full personnel records for the scheduling department, past 5 years. Every name, every date of employment, every service area assignment. And access logs for their client database. I want to know who looked at what and when. A copy. Anything else? That's it. Move fast. She hung up and dialed Jake. Jake, it's Ruth. Where are you on the suspect cross-reference? Still running names. I've got a lot of case files to get through, and some of these counties kept their records on napkins. A pause. Papers rustling. But I've got one hit. Preliminary. A name that appeared as a person of interest in 2 separate case files, in 2 different counties, 18 months apart. Questioned and released both times. No arrest. What counties? Lampasas and San Saba. The Fenton case and the Montoya case. 2 of our earliest matches. Ruth felt it, the quickening, the tightening at the base of her skull that happened when disparate pieces of a case started moving toward each other. Same name in both files. Same name. Same physical description. Same general age range. Different investigators, different departments, different years. Neither one flagged the other because they had no reason to look outside their own jurisdiction. Run the name against Hill Country Home Health. Any public records, LinkedIn, social media, business registrations, anything that connects him to the agency. I need it fast, Jake. How fast? Now fast. We're sitting in their parking lot. Give me 20 minutes. Ruth hung up and got in the Range Rover. Aaron was already behind the wheel, the engine running, the air conditioner pushing cool air into the cabin. She set the manila folder on her lap and looked at it, the weight of it, the thickness, the months of access logs that Donna Krebs had been keeping in her desk drawer, waiting for someone to give them to. She looked through the windshield at the building. The modest facade. The logo on the glass door. The dying fern in the window. Behind those walls, the scheduling office where someone had sat at a computer and looked at the names and addresses and schedules of vulnerable women across 9 counties, day after day, filtering by county, by living situation, by visit schedule. Choosing. Aaron looked at her. She looked at him. Neither of them spoke. They didn't need to. The air conditioner hummed. The phone sat on the console between them, silent, waiting to ring. 20 minutes. Ruth opened the folder and started reading. Chapter 18. Lee was counting pills when the text came in. 30 tablets of metformin, 500 milligrams, into the amber bottle. She was on 23 when her phone buzzed in the pocket of her lab coat. She finished the count, 24, 25, 26, and fished out the phone with her free hand. Need you to step out. Now. Lee looked up. The pharmacy was busy for a Tuesday morning. A woman with a toddler on her hip was waiting at the pickup window. An elderly man in a Vietnam veteran cap was reading the label on a box of Bengay. The pharmacist, Dr. Pham, was on the phone with an insurance company, his voice flat with the patience of a man who had explained prior authorizations 10,000 times. She typed under the counter. I'm at work. The reply was immediate. Your job isn't going anywhere. This can't wait. Lee stared at the screen. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. The toddler at the pickup window dropped a sippy cup, and it bounced on the linoleum and the mother's side and bent to pick it up, and Lee watched this small, ordinary moment. A mother, a child, a cup on a floor, and felt the distance between that world and the one she was living in like a physical gap, a crack in the earth that she could see but couldn't step back across. She put the phone in her pocket and walked to the back where her supervisor, Dana, was restocking the shelves. Dana, I'm so sorry. I just realized I have a DMV appointment for my license renewal. I completely forgot. She heard herself say it and was amazed at how natural it sounded, how easily the lie came out, and that amazed her more than the lie itself. The fact that she had become a person who could lie without effort. Ever since, though, the incident, I keep forgetting things. I'm all over the place. Dana looked at her. Dana was 54, divorced, grandmother of 3. And she had been watching Lee with the quiet concern of a woman who recognized the signs of someone unraveling, but didn't want to pry. She put down the box of antihistamines she was holding and touched Lee's arm. You go. Don't worry about it. I'll cover your station till you're back. Thank you. I really am sorry. Lee, Dana squeezed her arm. You've been through a lot lately. Whatever you need, take it. Okay. Lee nodded and walked out the back entrance before Dana could see her face change. She got in her car and her phone buzzed again. Call me. Switch to Bluetooth. Lee started the engine and connected the call through the car speakers. M's voice filled the cabin, calm and clear, the same voice she'd heard in the cinema, young, controlled, a voice that sounded like it had never been surprised by anything. Head north on Route 6. There's a Walmart about 15 minutes from you, on the other side of the highway. Not the one you usually go to. How do you know which one I usually go to? Go to the Walmart. Go to the electronics section. Buy a prepaid phone. Cash only. Don't use the self-checkout, use a register with a cashier. Keep your head down. Don't make conversation. Why do I need a burner phone? Because I said so. 15 minutes, Lee. The line went dead. Lee drove. The Route 6 traffic was light, mid-morning, mostly trucks and utility vehicles. She gripped the steering wheel at 10 and 2 and watched the center line unspool ahead of her and tried not to think about what she was doing. She was leaving work in the middle of a shift. She was driving to a Walmart she'd never been to. She was buying a burner phone with cash because a woman she'd met once in a movie theater told her to. She was doing all of this because 3 weeks ago, she had helped beat a man to death in an alley, and now she was in so deep that the only direction left was deeper. The Walmart was a vast beige box, surrounded by a parking lot the size of a small airfield. She parked far from the entrance, between 2 trucks, and walked in with her head down and her lab coat still on, and then realized the lab coat was a problem. It had her name embroidered on the chest, and took it off and carried it balled under her arm. The electronics section was at the back. She found the prepaid phones on a pegboard display, rows of blister packs with pictures of phones on the front. She picked one, the cheapest, a simple flip phone, $29.88, and took it to a register. The cashier was a teenage boy with acne and earbuds dangling from his collar. He scanned the package and said $31.52, without looking up, and Lee paid with 2 20s from her wallet and took the change and the bag and walked out. In the car, she opened the package and powered on the phone. It took 3 minutes to activate, the little screen glowing blue, a generic ringtone playing once to confirm it was live. She sat there holding it, a cheap plastic rectangle that weighed almost nothing and felt like a grenade. She called M from her regular phone. I have it. Good. Drive to Noel's house. Lee's hands tightened on the wheel. Why? Drive to Noel's house, park across the street, and tell me when you can see her. M, what are we? Drive. Lee drove. Noel lived 12 minutes away, in a subdivision of small ranch houses with chain-link fences and above-ground pools and basketball hoops bolted to garage roofs. The kind of neighborhood where people waved at each other from their driveways and knew each other's dogs by name. Lee had been to Noel's house twice before, once for a birthday party, once to drop off a casserole dish she'd borrowed after book club. She knew the house. Pale yellow siding. A garden gnome by the front step. A wind chime on the porch that played a pentatonic scale when the breeze caught it. She parked across the street, 3 houses down, behind a contractor's van. She killed the engine. "I'm here. Can you see the house?" "Yes." "Can you see Noel?" Lee looked. The front curtains were drawn. The driveway was empty. No, not empty. Noel's car was there, a silver Honda Civic with a dent in the rear bumper that she'd been meaning to fix for a year. The garage door was closed. The wind chime hung motionless. Nothing moved. And then something did. A shape passed behind the living room window, a shadow, moving left to right, visible through the gap where the curtain didn't quite meet the frame. Noel. She was home. I can see her. She's inside. Good. Now listen carefully. I need you to pick up the burner phone and call 911. When the operator answers, I need you to say exactly what I tell you. Lee listened. M spoke for about 30 seconds. Clear, precise, no hesitation. Each word chosen and placed like a tile in a mosaic. When M finished, Lee's mouth was open but no sound came out. She closed it. Opened it again. I can't say that. You can and you will. That's M, they'll send. It's her or you, Lee. Survival of the fittest, remember. Besides, as long as Noel doesn't do anything stupid, nothing will happen. They'll show up, they'll talk to her, she'll cooperate, and they'll leave. That's all. You don't know that. I know that doing nothing is not an option. The blog post lit the fuse. The DNA story put her name in the public. It's only a matter of time before the real cops come knocking. This way, we control when and how. We control the narrative. We're not controlling anything. We're... Lee, the voice went flat. Pick up the phone. Lee picked up the burner phone. Her hands were shaking so badly, she had to hold it with both. She dialed 911. The ringtone pulsed once. Twice. 911, what's your emergency? Lee opened her mouth. The words came out in a rush, pitched high, breathless, the voice of a woman in panic. And the worst part, the part that would stay with her for the rest of her life, was that the panic was real. I need to report, there's a woman she lives at, she gave the address. Her voice cracked and she let it crack. She has a gun, and I think she's planning to use it. She's mentally unstable, and she's been talking about killing a cop. Please, you need to send someone, I think she's going to do something, please hurry. Ma'am, can I get your name? Lee hung up. She sat there with the burner phone in her lap, and her chest heaving, and the taste of bile in the back of her throat. Good, M said through the car speakers. Now pick up the burner and text this to Noel's number. M dictated. Lee typed with trembling thumbs. The cops are coming for you. They have shoot on sight orders because you shot a cop. She stared at the words on the tiny screen. They looked insane. They looked like something a lunatic would send. She hit send. 20 seconds passed. 30. Then the burner buzzed in her hand. Who is this? 5 question marks. Lee could hear the panic in them, could see Noel's face as she read the message. the same face that had been blotched red and white at Diane's house, the same face that had screamed "You ruined my life" while pulling Kristen's hair. The burner buzzed again. Noel was calling. "Don't answer," Em said. The phone vibrated in Lee's hand, buzzing against her palm like something alive, something trying to get out. She watched Noel's number flash on the screen. It rang 6 times and went to the generic voicemail greeting that came preloaded on prepaid phones. Another text from Noel. "Please tell me who this is. Please. I didn't shoot anyone. I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't respond," Em said. "Put the burner down and wait." Lee put the phone on the passenger seat. She pressed her palms against her thighs to stop the shaking. Through the windshield, through the gap in the contractor's van, she could see Noel's house. The yellow siding. The garden gnome. The wind chime that wasn't moving. And then she saw Noel. Not a shadow this time, Noel herself at the window, pulling the curtain aside with one hand, her face visible in the gap, white and wild, looking up and down the street. She had her phone in her other hand, pressed to her ear. Calling someone. Calling anyone. 2 minutes passed. 3. The street was quiet. A dog barked somewhere. A lawn mower droned in a yard 2 blocks over. A normal Tuesday in a normal neighborhood where normal people were doing normal things, and Lee was sitting in her car, watching it all from the other side of a line she could never uncross. She heard the sirens before she saw them. Distant at first, a thin wailing that could have been an ambulance or a fire truck, the kind of sound that people hear in their kitchens and ignore. But this sound grew. It grew and multiplied and separated into distinct voices, 2 sirens, then 3, coming from different directions, converging. 2 patrol cars turned onto the street from the east end. A third came from the west. No lights, no sirens now, they'd killed them at the corner. They rolled up to Noel's house and stopped, and the doors opened, and 4 officers got out. 2 from the first car, 1 from each of the others. They were in tactical posture, hands on holsters, spread out, approaching the house from angles. One of them had a shotgun. "Oh God," Lee whispered. "Stay calm," Em said. "Stay in the car. Don't move. Don't get out. Don't draw attention. They have a shotgun. Tim, they have a. Stay calm." The officers reached the front porch. One of them, the senior one, from the way the others deferred to his position, stepped up to the door and rang the bell. Lee could hear it from across the street, a faint 2-tone chime. The wind chime swayed in the wake of the officers passing beneath it. No response. He rang again. Knocked. 3 hard knocks, the kind that rattled the door in its frame. Buckhorn Police Department. Noel Whitfield, please open the door. Nothing. The curtains were closed again. Noel had let them fall when the cars pulled up. Lee couldn't see her anymore. The officer knocked again. Ms. Whitfield, this is the Buckhorn Police Department. We need to speak with you. Please open the door. Silence. The 4 officers exchanged looks. One of them spoke into his shoulder radio, his voice too low for Lee to hear. The one with the shotgun moved to the side of the house, out of the line of the front door. Then Noel's voice, muffled by the walls and the door, but loud enough to carry across the street. Go away. I know why you're here. I'm not opening the doors. Lee felt the blood leave her face. The words, I know why you're here, the words from the text. The text Lee had sent. Noel had read the text, and now she was saying the words to the cops, and the cops were hearing a woman who had been reported as armed and unstable saying, "I know why you're here. I'm not opening," and they were hearing a threat. "Ms. Whitfield, we just need to talk. Nobody is here to hurt you. Please open the door and come out with your hands visible." "No. You're lying. I know what shoot on sight means. I'm not coming out." "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Lee said. Her hands were clamped on the steering wheel, and her knuckles were white, and her breath was coming in shallow, rapid bursts that she couldn't control. "Breathe," Em said. "Slow down. Breathe. She thinks they're going to kill her. She read the text and she thinks." "Breathe, Lay." The senior officer had his hand up, palm out, signaling the others to hold position. He was trying to de-escalate. Lee could see it in his body language, the way he kept his hands visible, the way he stood to the side of the door rather than in front of it, the way he spoke in a steady, measured voice that Lee could hear fragments of through the car windows. "Nobody is going to hurt you. Just want to talk, come out with your hands." A window opened. The side window, the one facing the driveway. The curtain pushed outward, and the barrel of a gun came through the gap. Everything happened at once. The officers moved. The senior one dropped below the porch railing. The two by the cars pulled their weapons. The one with the shotgun came around the corner of the house and saw the barrel in the window and shouted something that Lee couldn't make out, a single barked syllable that was half word and half animal. The gun in the window fired. The sound was enormous, a flat percussive crack that echoed off the houses across the street and sent a flock of grackles exploding out of the pecan tree in the next yard. One of the officers at the cars jerked sideways, his hand going to his arm, and Lee saw blood, a bright red stripe on the sleeve of his uniform, a graze, a nick, enough to draw blood and enough to change everything. The return fire was deafening. 3 officers firing at once, the reports overlapping into a single sustained roar that shook the windows of Lee's car and vibrated in her chest cavity. The side window of Noel's house exploded inward. The curtain shredded. Chunks of yellow siding flew off the wall in white and yellow fragments. The garden gnome disintegrated. The wind chime went silent. Lee screamed. She screamed with her mouth closed, the sound trapped behind her teeth, a thin, keening vibration in her skull that didn't make it out into the air. Her hands were welded to the steering wheel. Her eyes were open, and she couldn't close them. She saw everything. The firing stopped. The silence afterward was worse than the noise, a ringing, pressurized silence that filled the car like water filling a sinking room. Smoke hung in the air over the porch. The officer who'd been grazed was sitting on the ground behind his patrol car, holding his arm. The others were moving toward the house, weapons up, voices sharp and clipped. One of them went through the front door. Lee heard it splinter. She heard boots on hardwood. She heard a voice say something she couldn't make out, and then a longer silence, and then the voice again, louder this time, calling for a medic. But the tone said it was already too late. "Em," Lee whispered. The word came out cracked and dry, barely a sound. "Em. Oh my God. Em. Are you in the cars? She's dead. They killed her. She is. Are you in the car, Lee?" "Yes." "Are your windows up?" "Yes." "Has anyone seen you? Has anyone looked at your car?" Lee looked around. The street was filling with people now, Neighbors coming out of their houses, some in bathrobes, some holding phones, recording, the blue and red pulse of the patrol car lights reflecting off their faces. Nobody was looking at Lee's car. Nobody was looking at the ordinary sedan, parked 3 houses down behind a contractor's van. She was invisible. She was nothing. She was a woman sitting in a car on a street where another woman had just been shot to death because of a phone call she had made and a text she had sent. Nobody's looking at me. Good. Don't start the engine yet. Wait for the ambulance. Wait for the crowd to get bigger. When there are enough people on the street that one more car won't be noticed, pull out slowly and drive away at normal speed. Take a different route than the one you came in on. Do you understand? She's dead, Em. Noel is dead. Do you understand what I just said? Yes. Repeat it back to me. Wait for the crowd. Pull out slow. Different route. Lee's voice was mechanical, the words coming from somewhere outside herself, a place where the woman who was speaking and the woman who was feeling were 2 separate people standing on opposite sides of a chasm. Good. Now take the burner phone. Remove the battery. When you're driving home, drop the phone out the window on a road with no cameras. Drop the battery somewhere else, at least a mile apart. Okay. You handled that brilliantly, Lee. The word landed on her like a physical blow. Brilliantly. She had just watched a woman she knew, a woman she had sat next to at book club, a woman who made lemon bars and cried too easily and worried about her children, and sang along to the radio with the windows down. She had just watched that woman get shot to death in her own home, and Em was telling her she'd handled it brilliantly. Go back to work now, Em said. Finish your shift. I can't. I can't go back there. I can't stand behind a counter and count pills after. You need to keep up your normal routine. You need to maintain appearances. You left for the DMV. You went to the DMV. You came back. That's your day. That's what happened. Nothing else happened. Go back and finish your shift, Lee. The ambulance arrived. Then a second patrol car. Then a fire truck. The crowd on the street grew to 20, 30 people. Children were being pulled indoors. A woman in a bathrobe was crying on her front lawn. The officer with the grazed arm was being helped into the back of the ambulance, his face gray, his uniform dark with blood from elbow to wrist. Lee started the engine. She pulled out slowly. She drove at normal speed. She turned left at the end of the block instead of right, the way she'd come in. She drove 3 blocks with her hands steady on the wheel and her face blank, and then she pulled over and opened her door and vomited into the gutter. She closed the door. She wiped her mouth. She drove. On a 2-lane county road with no houses and no cameras, she rolled down the passenger window and dropped the burner phone into the ditch. A mile later, she dropped the battery. She watched it bounce once in the rearview mirror and disappear into the weeds. She drove back to the pharmacy. She parked in her usual spot. She sat in the car for 2 minutes with the engine off and her hands in her lap, looking at the building. The sign. The front door. The world she used to live in. The world where she was a pharmacy technician who counted pills and smiled at customers and went home at 5:30 and made dinner for one and watched television and fell asleep on the couch. That world was right there in front of her, 16 steps away, through the back door and down the hall and into her lab coat and behind the counter. She got out of the car. She walked the 16 steps. She pushed through the back door. The hallway smelled like hand sanitizer and cardboard, and the faint lemon scent of the floor cleaner the janitor used on Monday nights. She took her lab coat off the hook and put it on and buttoned it, and the name embroidered on the chest, Leah, looked back at her like the name of a stranger. Dana was at Lee's station, counting pills into a bottle, the way Lee had been counting pills an hour and a half ago, before the text came in, before the Walmart, before the burner phone, before the sirens, before the gunfire, before the garden gnome exploded and the wind chime went silent and a woman named Noel stopped existing. "Hey," Dana said, looking up. "Get everything sorted at the DMV." "Yeah. Long line. Thanks for covering." "No problem." Dana stepped aside, and Lee stepped in and picked up the prescription on the counter and read the label and reached for the bottle on the shelf behind her. 30 tablets of amoxicillin, 500 milligrams. She started counting. Chapter 19. Brett Kowalski pulled into the Hill Country Home Health parking lot in a county vehicle, with the document in a manila envelope on the passenger seat. He parked beside the Range Rover and got out and handed it to Ruth through the window. DA signed it at 10, judge stamped it at 10:40. Scope covers full personnel records for the scheduling department going back 5 years, plus client database access logs. "Good work, Brett." Ruth opened the envelope and checked the language. Clean, broad, airtight. She looked at Aaron. "Let's go." They walked back into the building for the second time that day. The receptionist with the headset didn't pick up the phone this time. She just buzzed them through without being asked. Donna Krebs was in her office. She stood when they appeared in the doorway, and her eyes went to the envelope. "You have the paperwork," she said. "We do." Ruth set the subpoena on the desk. Krebs read it twice, slowly, her lips moving, then set it down. "Give me an hour. The personnel files are in the records room. The detailed access logs will take longer. I need it to run an export from the system. Start with the personnel files. We'll take the access logs when they're ready." Krebs left. Ruth heard her heels clicking down the corridor, a door opening and closing, the muffled sound of a filing cabinet drawer being pulled. She sat in the same chair she'd sat in that morning. Aaron took the other one. Through the window, the parking lot shimmered. 40 minutes later, Krebs came back carrying a cardboard file box. She set it on the desk. 9 employees, she said. Everyone who has worked in scheduling over the past 5 years. Hire dates, separation dates, job descriptions, performance reviews, emergency contacts. Ruth opened the box and lifted out the folders. 9 of them, each with a name tab. She laid them across the desk in a row and looked at the names. 7 women. 2 men. "Let's start with what we can eliminate," she said to Aaron. She opened the first folder. Sandra Villarreal. Hired 11 years ago. Still employed. Senior scheduler. Aaron had his notebook out. 11 years puts her start date well before the first killing. She's been here the whole time. Which means she had access during the entire period. We can't eliminate her on timing. Ruth set the folder aside in a maybe pile and opened the next one. Patricia Marsh. Hired 8 years ago. Still employed. Same issue. They worked through the women's files one at a time. 2 of the 7 had been hired after the most recent killing and could be eliminated on timing alone. They weren't at the agency when the earlier victims died. One had worked part-time, 3 days a week, and her schedule didn't overlap with the full 9-county access that the killer would have needed. That left 4 women who had been employed during the relevant period with full database access. Ruth set those 4 aside and picked up the first of the 2 men's folders. Kevin Marsh. No relation to Patricia, I asked Krebs. He was a temporary hire, summer before last. College student doing data entry. 8 weeks. Aaron looked at the dates. He was here for June and July, 2 years ago. The Montoya killing in San Saba was in August, same year. He'd have been gone by then. But he'd have had access to the database during his 8 weeks. Could he have pulled client information before he left? Possible. But Krebs said he was doing data entry, inputting information from paper forms. He wasn't in the scheduling rotation. He wouldn't have had reason to look at client schedules or household details. Ruth looked at the file. A 20-year-old kid from Texas State, working a summer job. She set it in the unlikely pile, but didn't eliminate it entirely. She picked up the last folder. Dale R. Settles. Male, she said. Hired 2.5 years ago. Left 8 months ago, she scanned the file. Full scheduling role. Same access as the senior staff, full client database, all 9 counties. Aaron leaned over to look. Dates of employment. He started about 6 months before the Sandra Upton killing in Llano. If we're looking at the timeline Jake built, the killings that occurred during his employment would be, he counted on his fingers. Upton, Brashear, Vittles, Polk, Caulfield, and then the 3 Buckhorn cases, Kellner, Prout, Garza. 8 of our 11 matches. What about the 3 before he was hired? Fenton, Montoya, Embry. Those happened before he started at Hill Country. If he's our guy, he was finding his victims some other way during that period. Or he had access to similar information through a different job. Ruth flipped back through the file. Previous employment, administrative assistant at a veterinary clinic in Lampasas. Before that, data management at a medical billing company in Round Rock. Lampasas, Aaron said. Fenton was killed in Lampasas. He was living and working in the same town as the first victim. They looked at each other across the desk. Ruth felt the pull of it, the gravitational tug of a pattern wanting to be confirmed, and deliberately resisted it. A man who worked in the same town as a victim and later worked at an agency that served all the counties where other victims lived was a coincidence worth investigating. It was not a conclusion. We need Jake to run backgrounds on everyone we haven't eliminated, Ruth said. She pulled out her phone. Jake, it's Ruth. I've got names for you. I need full background checks, criminal history, civil records, court filings, everything. Ready? Go. She read him the names. The 4 women who couldn't be eliminated on timing. Kevin Marsh, the summer temp. And Dale Suttles. 6 names, Jake said. I'll prioritize and call you back. Fast, Jake. Fast. She hung up. They sat in Krebs's office and waited. Ruth reread the personnel files, looking for details she might have missed. Performance reviews, emergency contacts, notes from supervisors. The women's files were detailed and unremarkable, competent employees doing competent work. Marsh's file was thin, the file of a temp who had come and gone without making an impression. Suttles's file was somewhere in between satisfactory reviews, no disciplinary actions, a 2-week notice of resignation citing a better opportunity. Ruth's phone rang. Jake. She checked the time. 22 minutes. What do you have? I'll start with the 4 women. All clean. No criminal records, no civil complaints, no court filings of any relevance. 2 of them have lived in the area their whole lives. 1 relocated from Houston 6 years ago. 1 moved from Oklahoma 9 years ago. Nothing that raises a flag. Marsh. Kevin Marsh. 22 now, senior at Texas State. No record. Not even a traffic ticket. He's currently enrolled in a nursing program in San Marcos. And Suttles. Dale Raymond Suttles. 36. This is where it gets interesting. A pause. Ruth heard papers shuffling. No felony convictions. No misdemeanors. Technically clean. But he's got a history that keeps almost landing and then pulling back. Go on. 3 incidents across 3 jurisdictions. 9 years ago, Killeen, a woman filed a sexual assault complaint naming Suttles. He was questioned. The complainant recanted 2 weeks later, and the case was dropped. 6 years ago, Lampasas, different woman, same type of allegation. He was arrested, booked, held overnight. Charges were dismissed 3 months later. The DA cited insufficient evidence, but the case notes say the victim stopped cooperating. The investigating officer wrote a margin note. I'm reading from a scan of the original, he wrote. Victim appears frightened. Will not make eye contact. Suspect may have made contact outside of official channels. And the third. 4 years ago. San Saba. Another woman. She filed a complaint, gave a statement, withdrew it the next day. Case closed. Ruth let the information settle. 3 complaints. 3 jurisdictions. 3 women who had accused this man of sexual assault and then, one by one, had backed down. Recanted. Stopped cooperating. Withdrawn. The women who filed the complaints, she said. What do we know about them? Killeen complainant, 28, lived alone, receptionist at a dental office. Lampasas complainant, 33, divorced, lived alone, worked part-time at a feed store. San Saba complainant, 26, single mother, lived in a duplex, the other unit was vacant. Women who lived alone, Aaron said quietly. Jake, one more thing. Run Suttles against the cross-reference you mentioned earlier, the name that appeared in 2 of our 11 case files. Already done. It's him. Suttles appeared as a peripheral contact in the Fenton investigation in Lampasas, listed as a neighbor who was canvassed during the door-to-door, said he didn't know the victim. And in the Montoya case in San Saba, he was interviewed as a regular customer at the restaurant where Montoya worked. Different investigators, different departments. Neither one flagged the other. Because he had no record. Because the record was erased every time it tried to exist. Ruth hung up and looked at Aaron. He had his pen capped and his notebook closed and his hands flat on the desk, the way he held them when he was thinking hard and didn't want his hands to give anything away. He fits, Aaron said. He fits the profile. He fits the geography. He fits the access. He fits the timeline. And he's got a pattern of sexual assault allegations that mirror the victim profile in our serial cases. Ruth paused. But fitting isn't proof. We need to talk to him. Where is he now? Ruth turned to find Krebs, standing in the doorway. She'd come back with a USB drive, the access logs from it, and had been waiting, not wanting to interrupt. Mrs. Krebs, the man who left your scheduling department 8 months ago. Dale Suttles. Do you know where he's working now? He told me when he gave his notice. A senior living facility called Cedar Glen. On the south side of town. He said it was a management position. Ruth thanked her and took the USB drive, and they walked out of the building for the 3rd time that day. The heat was fierce now, early afternoon, the asphalt radiating waves that blurred the air above the parking lot. In the Range Rover, Ruth called Cedar Glen. She kept it simple, asked to speak with the facility manager, was told Mr. Suttles was in today but was in a meeting, was asked if she wanted to leave a message. She said no and hung up. He's there, she said. Aaron started the engine. We don't tip him off. We walk in, ask to see him, keep it conversational. Background questions about his time at Hill Country. We watch how he handles it. And we don't mention the sexual assault history. Not yet. If he's smart, and 3 dismissed complaints in 3 jurisdictions says he's smart, he'll shut down the second he thinks we're onto him. So what's the angle? Former employer. We're talking to everyone who worked in scheduling during the relevant period. Routine. He's not special, he's just one of several people we're interviewing. Make it feel like a box we're checking, not a wall we're building. Cedar Glen was 3 minutes south. A long, low building with a covered entrance and a circular driveway. Azaleas in mulched beds. A flagpole with a Texas flag hanging limp in the heat. A van with the Cedar Glen logo parked by the side entrance. The kind of place that tried hard to look cheerful and almost succeeded. They walked in through the automatic doors and the cold air hit them, tinged with floor cleaner and cafeteria food. A reception desk faced the entrance, staffed by a young woman in scrubs. Can I help you? Ruth showed her badge. We'd like to speak with Dale Suttles. Oh, let me call him. Can I tell him what? Just let him know the Texas Rangers are here to speak with him, please. The receptionist made the call, spoke quietly, hung up. His office is down the hall, 3rd door on the left. He says go on back. They walked down the hallway. Polished linoleum. Framed photographs of smiling residents at bingo tables and holiday dinners. A nurse pushing a medication cart, the wheels squeaking softly. An elderly man in a wheelchair parked by a window, watching the parking lot with patient, empty eyes. 3rd door on the left. Open. A small office, desk, computer, filing cabinet. A window overlooking a courtyard where residents sat at tables under umbrellas. A framed certificate on the wall. A potted plant on the filing cabinet. No family photographs. He was standing behind the desk. Medium height, medium build, brown hair cut short. Khaki pants and a blue polo with the Cedar Glen logo, and his name embroidered below it. His face was the face from the driver's license photocopy, unremarkable, evenly proportioned, the kind of face that didn't linger in memory. He looked at them with an expression that was polite and open, and told Ruth nothing. Rangers, he said. Come in. Please sit down. Can I get you anything? We're fine, thank you. Ruth took a chair. Aaron took the other. Mr. Suttles, we're investigating several cases, and as part of the investigation we're speaking with employees and former employees of Hill Country Home Health Services. You worked in their scheduling department, is that right? That's right. About 2 years. Good job. Can you tell me what your responsibilities were? Building aid schedules, assigning clients, managing route logistics across the service area. It was mostly computer work. The software does a lot of the heavy lifting, but you still need a human being to handle the exceptions. Schedule changes, cancellations, aides calling in sick. That sort of thing. His voice was even and pleasant. He answered the questions the way a cooperative person answers questions, fully, without evasion, without volunteering more than was asked. Ruth noted it. Cooperativeness could mean innocence. It could also mean practice. You had access to the client database. Everyone in scheduling did. That's how the system works. What kind of information was in the client profiles? Standard intake data. Name, address, contact information, medical details relevant to the care plan, household composition, visit history. Why did you leave? This opportunity came up. Better pay, more responsibility. I wanted to work with people directly instead of looking at a screen all day. Aaron leaned forward slightly. While you were at Hill Country, did you ever travel to any of the counties in the service area? For work or personally? Sure. I live in Marble Falls, which is Burnett County. I'd go to Llano sometimes for fishing. San Saba once or twice for a friend's barbecue, he shrugged. It's the Hill Country. Everything's an hour from everything else. Did you ever visit Lampasas? I used to live there. Worked at a vet clinic for about a year and a half before I came to Hill Country. How about Buckhorn? I've driven through it. Never stopped for more than gas. Ruth watched his hands. They were resting on the desk, fingers loosely interlaced. Relaxed. Still. No drumming, no fidgeting, no subtle grip changes. Either he had nothing to hide, or he had extraordinary control over his body. Mr. Suttles, while you were at Hill Country, did you ever interact with any of the aides or nurses outside of the scheduling system? Socially, professionally, anything? Not really. Scheduling is a back-office function. The aides are out in the field. We might see each other in the break room, but that's about it. So you wouldn't have known any of the aides personally? Not well, no. Did you know a woman named Rosa Garza? He paused. Not long, a beat, maybe two, but Ruth noticed it because everything else had come without pauses. He was a man who answered questions at a consistent speed, and the speed had just changed. The name sounds familiar. She may have been one of the aides I scheduled. But I couldn't tell you anything about her beyond what was in the system. She was killed in January of this year. I heard about that. Terrible thing. But I'd already left by then. How about Marcy Kellner? Or Danielle Prout? I don't recognize those names. They were also killed. In Buckhorn County. The same county Rosa Garza lived in. Another pause. Fractionally longer than the first. His fingers unlaced and relaced. I didn't know them, he said. Like I said, I drove through Buckhorn a few times. I didn't know anyone there. What about Patricia Fenton? In Lampasas, while you were living there. The fingers stopped moving. His hands went still on the desk, and for the first time, Ruth saw something in his eyes that wasn't politeness or openness or cooperation. It was a flicker, quick and controlled like a light behind a curtain, there and then not there. I lived in Lampasas for about a year and a half, he said. It's a small town, but I didn't know everybody. I don't recognize that name. The police canvassed your street after she was found. You told them you didn't know her. If I said I didn't know her, then I didn't know her. The room was different now. The air hadn't changed, and the light hadn't changed, and Suttles was sitting in the same chair with the same posture and the same expression on his face, but the room was different. Ruth could feel it the way you feel a weather front moving in, not seeing it yet, but knowing it's there, feeling the pressure change in your sinuses and your joints and the back of your skull. Mr. Suttles, Ruth said, would you be willing to provide a DNA sample? Voluntarily. The silence that followed lasted 4 seconds. Ruth counted them. I think I'd like to understand what exactly you're investigating, he said. The pleasantness was still there, but the warmth underneath it had cooled, like a stove that had been turned off but still looked the same. You said you're talking to former employees. That's fine. But you're asking me about women who were killed. Specific women. By name. And now you're asking for my DNA. He looked from Ruth to Aaron and back. That feels like more than a routine conversation. We're investigating several unsolved cases across multiple counties. Your name came up in the course of the investigation. A DNA sample would help us eliminate you as a person of interest, and we could all move on. Eliminate me, he turned the phrase over. That's an interesting way to put it. He unfolded his hands and placed them flat on the desk. I don't think I'm comfortable providing a sample without understanding more about what this is. I might want to speak with a lawyer first. That's your right, Ruth said. But we're just having a conversation. Nobody's accusing you of anything. He looked at her. The polite expression was still in place, but behind it something was working, something was calculating, and Ruth could see the calculation happening in real time. The assessment of risk, the weighing of options, the measurement of the distance between where he was sitting and where he needed to be. Would you excuse me for a moment? He said. He pushed his chair back and stood. I need to use the restroom. It's just down the hall. I'll be right back. Ruth saw Aaron's hand move to the armrest of his chair. A small movement, barely perceptible. The signal. Of course, she said. Suttles walked out of the office. His footsteps were even on the linoleum, unhurried. He turned left and disappeared down the hallway. Ruth listened. The squeak of the medication cart. A television murmuring in a common room. The hum of the air conditioning. 30 seconds. A minute. Aaron stood. He walked to the doorway and looked down the hall in both directions. He turned back to Ruth. His jaw was tight. The restroom sign is on the right, he said. He went left. Ruth was out of her chair and moving before he finished the sentence. Down the hallway, past the nurse's station where a woman in scrubs looked up with startled eyes, past the medication cart, past a supply closet, and then a break room. The door was open. A table, plastic chairs, a microwave on the counter, a refrigerator humming against the wall. And a window. Open. The screen popped out and lying in the grass below. The curtain billowing inward on a hot breeze. Ruth crossed the room and leaned out. A strip of lawn. A chain-link fence. Beyond the fence, a drainage easement thick with cedar and brush, sloping down toward a creek bed. And there, already over the fence, already running, the blue polo shirt visible against the scrub, his arms pumping, his legs driving through the brush, Dale Suttles, moving fast, heading for the tree line. He's running, Ruth said. She was already turning from the window, already moving back down the hall, Aaron ahead of her, both of them heading for the exit at a dead sprint. Chapter 20. Ruth hit the parking lot at a dead run and saw the blue polo shirt. Suttles had come around the far side of the building. He hadn't gone over the fence. He'd run along it, followed the drainage easement to the corner of the property, and doubled back through the visitor parking. He was 30 yards ahead of them, sprinting between parked cars, heading for a white pickup truck at the end of the row. "He's got a vehicle," Aaron shouted. He was already pulling the Range Rover keys from his pocket, already veering right toward where they'd parked. Suttles reached the truck. A white Ford F-250, newer model work truck, the kind with a tool chest bolted to the bed. He had the door open and the engine turning over before Ruth had closed half the distance. The truck lurched backward out of the spot, tires barking on the asphalt, and Suttles cranked the wheel hard, and the rear end swung around in a wide arc that sent a trash can spinning across the lot. Ruth stopped running. There was no catching a truck on foot. She turned and sprinted for the Range Rover. Aaron was already behind the wheel, the engine running, the passenger door open. She threw herself in and yanked the door shut, and Aaron floored it before she had her seatbelt on. The F-250 blew through the Cedar Glen entrance without stopping. It hit the circular driveway at speed and bounced over the curb and onto the road, the suspension bottoming out, the undercarriage throwing sparks against the concrete. It turned south, tires screaming, the rear end fishtailing on the hot asphalt before the tread caught, and the truck straightened and accelerated. Aaron was 10 seconds behind him. The Range Rover surged out of the lot and onto the road, and Ruth grabbed the handle above the door as the G-force pushed her sideways in her seat. "Call it in," Aaron said. His voice was flat. His hands were locked on the wheel. His eyes hadn't left the white truck. Ruth pulled her phone and dialed dispatch. "This is Ranger Baker, badge number 7413. I'm in pursuit of a white Ford F-250 heading south on." She looked for a street sign, found one blaring past. "South Ridgewood, Marble Falls. Suspect is Dale Raymond Suttles, white male, 36, wanted for questioning in multiple homicide investigations. Suspect fled during interview at Cedar Glen Senior Living. Requesting backup and air support. Copy, Ranger Baker. Units en route." The F-250 ran a red light at the next intersection. A minivan coming through on the green slammed its brakes and skidded sideways and stopped 6 inches from the curb, the driver's mouth open, horn blaring. Aaron went through the same light 2 seconds later, swerving around the minivan, the Range Rover's tires howling. Suttles was driving hard, and he was driving smart. He wasn't panicking. Ruth could see it in the way he handled the truck, the way he took the turns, braking late but not too late, accelerating out of the curves, keeping the F-250 balanced. This wasn't a man who had suddenly snapped and run. This was a man who had spent time thinking about what he would do if this moment came. South Ridgewood became Farm Road, 1431. The road narrowed from 4 lanes to 2, and the commercial buildings gave way to ranch land, and the speed went up. 60. 70. The F-250's engine was bigger than the Range Rover's, and on the straightaways Suttles was pulling away, the white truck getting smaller against the ribbon of gray asphalt, the heat shimmer making it waver like a mirage. "He's opening up," Ruth said. Aaron pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Range Rover's engine roared and the speedometer climbed, 75, 80, 85. The road was straight and flat and empty, and the fence posts blurred into a continuous line on both sides, and the wind noise was a sustained scream around the windows. A curve came up fast. Suttles took it wide, the F-250's outside tires hitting the gravel shoulder, a plume of dust and rock spraying out behind the truck like a rooster tail. The truck rocked, teetered, recovered. Aaron took the same curve tighter, cutting the apex, the Range Rover leaning hard on its suspension, the tires at the edge of their grip. "Where's he going?" Aaron said through clenched teeth. Highway 281 is about 4 miles ahead. If he hits the highway, we lose him in traffic, unless we get units ahead of him. Ruth dialed dispatch again. "Suspect is eastbound on Farm Road 1431, approaching Highway 281. I need units on 281 north and south to intercept. White Ford F-250, newer model, tool chest in the bed. Speed approximately 80 miles per hour. Copy. State police units are being diverted. ETA 6 to 8 minutes. 6 to 8 minutes. Ruth looked at the road ahead. The F-250 was a quarter mile in front of them, still pulling away on the straight. In 6 minutes, Suttles could be anywhere. A tractor appeared ahead. It was crawling along the right side of the road, an ancient John Deere pulling a hay rake, an old man in a straw hat hunched over the wheel. Suttles saw it and swung into the oncoming lane without slowing down and blew past it, the wake of the truck buffeting the tractor so hard the old man grabbed his hat. Aaron followed, crossing the center line, the Range Rover rocking as it passed the tractor. Ruth saw the old man's face in the side mirror, white, startled, his mouth forming a word she couldn't hear. The road climbed a low rise, and at the top the highway was visible. A 4-lane divided road cutting across the landscape at a right angle, cars and trucks moving in both directions, the flow of normal life carrying on without any knowledge of what was barreling toward it. Suttles didn't slow down for the intersection. He hit it at 70, blowing through the stop sign, and swerved onto 281 northbound, cutting across the southbound lanes. A sedan coming south locked its brakes and left 40 feet of rubber on the asphalt and came to a stop sideways in the middle of the road. The driver hunched over the wheel, unhurt but frozen. A pickup truck behind the sedan swerved onto the shoulder and plowed through a barbed wire fence and came to rest in a pasture. The hood crumpled against a fence post. Aaron reached the intersection and braked hard, and the Range Rover's anti-lock system hammered, and the tires chattered, and Ruth braced her hands against the dashboard. Aaron checked the southbound lane, clear now, the sedan still sideways but the lane behind it open, and swung the Range Rover north onto 281. The highway was 2 lanes in each direction with a grass median. Traffic was moderate, cars, trucks, an 18-wheeler hauling cattle, a school bus that had pulled to the shoulder when the white F-250 came screaming past it. Suttles was weaving through the northbound traffic, swinging into the oncoming lane and back, the F-250 rocking on its springs with each lane change, the tool chest in the bed slamming against its mounts. Ruth's phone rang. She grabbed it. "Ranger Baker, this is Sergeant Contreras, DPS. I've got 2 units on 281 northbound, about 7 miles ahead of you. We're setting up to intercept. What's the suspect's current speed?" "He's doing 80 plus. Weaving through traffic. He's in a white F-250, newer model, tool chest in the bed. He's running like he knows the road. We'll be ready for him. Is he armed?" Ruth hesitated. They hadn't searched him. They hadn't had time. Unknown. Treat him as potentially armed. Copy. She hung up. Ahead, Suttles swung into the southbound lane to pass a flatbed loaded with lumber. A car coming south, a red SUV, a woman behind the wheel, saw the truck coming at her head-on, and jerked the wheel right and went off the road and into the ditch. Ruth saw the SUV tip, hang for a sickening moment on two wheels, and then drop back down onto all four, the woman's face visible through the window, screaming. "He's going to kill someone," Ruth said. Aaron didn't answer. His jaw was clenched so tight, the muscles in his temples were jumping. He was holding the Range Rover at 90, threading through the gaps that Suttles was leaving in the traffic pattern, swerving around the cars that had braked or pulled over in the wake of the F-250's passage. The road was becoming an obstacle course. Vehicles stopped at random angles, drivers getting out to look, a man standing in the median with his phone raised, filming. The F-250 crested a rise and disappeared over the other side. For 3 seconds, Ruth couldn't see it. Then the Range Rover hit the crest and the road opened up ahead, a long downhill straightaway that stretched for over a mile, and she could see Suttles at the bottom, a quarter mile ahead, still in the northbound lane, still accelerating. She could see something else too. The 18-wheeler was coming south in the outside lane. A Peterbilt hauling a tanker trailer, chrome and steel, 80,000 pounds of truck and cargo moving at highway speed. It was still half a mile from Suttles, coming toward him in the opposite direction, no threat to anyone as long as everyone stayed in their lane. Suttles moved to pass a camper van. He swung into the southbound lane. The Peterbilt was there. Ruth saw it happen in the stretched-out, slowed-down time that her brain defaulted to in moments of maximum adrenaline, the seconds pulling apart like taffy, each fraction containing more detail than a normal second should hold. Suttles saw the truck. She could tell because the F-250's brake lights flared, two red eyes lighting up against the white paint. He tried to swerve back into the northbound lane, but the camper van was still there, still occupying the space he'd left, and there was nowhere to go. The Peterbilt driver hit the air brakes. The sound reached Ruth a half-second later. A deep, shuddering moan, the sound of 160 wheels trying to stop 80,000 pounds of momentum. The trailer jackknifed, the back end swinging out across the southbound lane, the cab twisting against the force. The F-250 hit the Peterbilt at the junction of the cab and the trailer. The sound was not what Ruth expected. She had heard collisions before, metal on metal, the crunch and screech of car accidents. This was different. This was a detonation. A concussive blast of force that she felt in her chest before she heard it in her ears. A sound so deep and so violent that it seemed to come from the ground itself, as if the road had split open. The F-250 ceased to exist as a vehicle. It became components, the cab folding inward like aluminum foil, the bed separating from the frame, the tool chest ripping free and cartwheeling across the median in a shower of sparks, the engine block shearing off and skidding down the asphalt in a trail of oil and coolant. The truck's remains were driven underneath the trailer, compressed into a space that was a fraction of its original volume, and the friction and the fuel and the heat did what physics demanded. The fireball rose orange and black against the pale sky. The heat reached Ruth through the windshield from 300 yards away, a wave of warmth that pressed against the glass like a hand. Aaron stood on the brakes. The Range Rover decelerated hard, the anti-lock system hammering again, and they came to a stop on the shoulder 200 yards from the wreck. The Peterbilt was jackknifed across both lanes, its cab crumpled on the driver's side, its trailer twisted at an angle. The tanker was intact, whatever it was hauling hadn't ruptured, but the F-250 was burning underneath the trailer, the fire sending a column of black smoke straight up into the still air. Cars were stopped in both directions. Doors opening. People getting out, some running toward the wreck, some running away. A woman was screaming. A man in a cowboy hat was pulling the Peterbilt driver out of his cab, the driver stumbling, dazed, blood on his forehead, alive. Ruth and Aaron got out of the Range Rover. The heat from the fire hit them at 50 yards, a physical force that pushed against their skin and dried the sweat on their faces before it could form. The smell was oil and rubber and gasoline, and something else, something chemical and acrid that Ruth's brain identified and then refused to name. They stopped at the edge of the debris field. Fragments of the F-250 were scattered across 100 yards of highway, a side mirror, a section of door panel, the tailgate lying face up in the ditch with the Ford logo still visible. The tool chest had come to rest against a fence post, its lid torn off, wrenches and sockets scattered in the grass. The fire was centered under the trailer, where the cab of the F-250 had come to rest. It burned hot and steady, the flames orange at the base and black at the tips, feeding on fuel and upholstery and steel and whatever else was in there. There was no movement inside the fire. There was nothing inside the fire that could move. Ruth stood on the shoulder of Highway 281 and stared at the burning wreckage. The column of smoke rose into the sky, vertical and unwavering in the dead calm air. The Peterbilt driver was sitting on the guardrail with his head in his hands. Sirens were building in the distance, growing from a whisper to a wail. The man in the cowboy hat was directing traffic around the wreck, waving cars onto the shoulder with broad sweeps of his arm. Aaron stood beside her. He was breathing hard, his shirt dark with sweat, his hands at his sides. He stared at the fire with an expression that Ruth had never seen on his face before, not shock, not horror, but something closer to vertigo, the look of a man who has just watched the ground open up beneath the thing he was reaching for. "Aaron," Ruth said. He didn't answer. "Aaron." He turned to her. His eyes were bright and empty and full of the fire. "Did we just lose him?" she said. "Did we just lose the man who killed all those women?" Aaron looked back at the wreck. The fire popped and hissed and sent a shower of embers spiraling upward into the smoke. A piece of metal groaned and shifted and fell, and the flames surged and settled. He didn't answer. There was no answer. They stood on the shoulder of the highway and watched the fire burn. Chapter 21. Kristen's text came in at 9:15 on a Wednesday morning. "We need to meet. Today. My place. 2 p.m. You meet Tammy Joy. Not Diane. It's about Noel." Lee was in the shower when it arrived. She read it standing in the bathroom with a towel around her shoulders and water dripping from her hair onto the screen. She read it twice. Then she typed back, "I'll be there." She put the phone down and looked at herself in the mirror. The steam was clearing, the glass showing her face in pieces, first the forehead, then the eyes, then the mouth. She looked old. She looked like a woman who had aged 10 years in 3 weeks. There were lines around her eyes that hadn't been there before, and a tightness in her jaw that she couldn't relax, and dark circles that no amount of concealer would cover. She got dressed. She fed the cat. She made coffee and didn't drink it. She sat at the kitchen table and watched the clock on the microwave count the minutes until 2. Kristen's apartment was on the second floor of a complex off the highway, the kind of place that advertised move-in specials on a banner out front and had a pool nobody used because the filter was broken. The stairs were concrete with iron railings, and the hallway smelled like carpet cleaner and somebody's microwave dinner. Lee knocked, and Kristen opened the door before the second knock. "Come in." Tammy and Joy were already there. Tammy was leaning against the kitchen counter with a bottle of water in her hand and her arms crossed. Joy was on the far end of the couch in an oversized sweatshirt and leggings, her hair unwashed, her face bare and swollen. She had her sleeves pulled down over her hands, and she was holding them in her lap, and she didn't look up when Lee walked in. Kristen closed the door and locked it. She sat on the arm of the couch and picked up a vape pen from the counter behind her and pulled on it. The tip glowed orange. She exhaled, and the vapor hung in the air between them. "Noel's dead," Kristen said. Nobody responded. They all knew. Of course they knew. It had been on the local news for 2 days. The police shooting, the standoff, the woman who had fired at officers from her window. Lee had watched the coverage from her couch with the sound turned down to almost nothing, the images flickering in the dark, the yellow house, the shattered window, the garden gnome that wasn't there anymore. "Shot by cops," Kristen said. "In her own house. After somebody called in a tip that she was armed and dangerous and planning to kill a cop. A swatting call." Someone picked up the phone and dialed 911 and told them exactly what they needed to hear to send a tactical response to Noel's front door. "We don't know it was a swatting call," Tammy said. "The hell we don't. You watch Dateline, Tammy. You listened to every episode of Serial and My Favorite Murder and Crime Junkie, and that one about the Golden State Killer. You know exactly what a swatting call looks like. Someone gives the cops a story, she's armed, she's unstable, she's threatening to hurt someone, and the cops show up locked and loaded, and all it takes is one wrong move and the person on the other side of the door is dead." Kristen pulled on the vape again, hard, the vapor streaming through her teeth. That's chapter 1 of every active shooter documentary Netflix ever made. Somebody set Noel up. "But who?" Joy said. Her voice was small and cracked, the voice of someone who hadn't used it much in the past 48 hours. She was looking at her hands in her lap, at the sleeves pulled over her fingers, at the cuffs she was gripping like handholds on a ledge. "Who do you think?" Kristen said. "Who's the one person in this group who has access to everyone's private information? Who hacked into my Facebook? Who admitted in front of all of us that she went through my messages and my search history? Who else has been playing us against each other since that night?" "Diane," Tammy said. "Deanne." Kristen stood up from the arm of the couch and paced to the window and back, her strides short and sharp, the energy in her body looking for a way out. "Think about it. Think about what she's done. She took control of the cleanup. She made the pact. She went through my accounts. She found the stuff about Shelby Dawes and used it to turn everyone against me. She confronted me in front of the whole group. And then, the night we all nearly killed each other at her house, that blog post shows up with Noel's name and face and address on it, and 3 days later Noel's dead." "You think Diane posted the blog and made the swatting call," Tammy said. "Who else? She had the information. She had the motive. She's been trying to isolate us one by one since that night. Remember that episode of Forensic Files, the one with the woman in Kentucky who killed her husband and then systematically went after every witness? She befriended them, she gathered information on them, she found their weaknesses, and then she picked them off. One by one. That's what Diane is doing." Joy made a sound. A whimper, thin and high, the sound of a small animal hearing a trap close. "You think she's going to kill us?" "I think she's going to do whatever she has to do to make sure she walks away clean. And that means making sure the rest of us can't talk." The room was quiet. The apartment's air conditioner hummed. A car alarm went off in the parking lot below, whooped 3 times, and stopped. So what do we do? Tammy said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were moving, scanning the room, the door, the windows, the faces. The eyes of a bartender who had worked enough bad nights to know when a situation was about to tip. Do we go to the police? Do we tell them about Diane before she tells them about us? That's what I've been thinking, Kristen said. We go in together. All four of us. We tell them everything. We tell them Diane organized it, Diane led us there, Diane made the plan. We cooperate. Full cooperation. In every true crime case I've ever read, every single one, the people who cooperated first got the best deals. Remember the Manson girls. The ones who talked got lesser sentences. The ones who stayed loyal to Charlie died in prison. The Manson girls all went to prison, Kristen, Tammy said. Every single one of them. But some of them got out. The ones who cooperated, the ones who showed remorse, they got parole eventually. The ones who didn't. This isn't a true crime podcast. Tammy set the water bottle down on the counter. This is us. We're not characters in some show. We're four women sitting in your apartment trying to figure out how to not die or go to prison, and comparing ourselves to the Manson family isn't helping. I'm trying to think strategically. That's what they always say on. Stop, Lee said it quietly, but the room went still. Everyone looked at her. She was sitting in the chair by the window, her hands folded in her lap, her face composed in a way that surprised even her. A stillness that she'd learned from Em, a calmness that she'd practiced in the mirror, a mask that fit so well she sometimes forgot she was wearing it. Going to the police won't work. Why not? Kristen said. Because the second we walk into a police station and say, Diane orchestrated a murder, the first thing Diane does is give them our names. All of our names. She doesn't need evidence. She doesn't need proof. She just needs to say, those women were there too. They participated. They helped. They carried the body, and then it's not 4 against 1. It's 5 women all pointing fingers at each other, and every single one of us goes down. Kristen opened her mouth and closed it. She looked at Tammy. Tammy was looking at Lee. Joy was looking at her hands. There's something else, Lee said. The blog post. The one Joy showed us at Diane's house, the one with Noel's name and the DNA story. What about it? It was fake. The word landed in the room like a dropped glass. Kristen stared at her. What do you mean fake? I mean it was fabricated. Made up. There was no DNA identification. Buckhorn PD never released any information about DNA evidence to any blogger or anyone else. I checked. I went back and looked for that blog, and you know what I found? The post was deleted. The entire blog was gone. It existed for about 72 hours, and then it vanished. And when I searched for the blogger's name, nothing came up. No other posts, no social media profile, no history. It was a ghost. Someone created a fake blog, posted a fake story with Noel's real name and real photo, and then deleted the whole thing after it did its job. How do you know the police didn't release the DNA info? Tammy asked. Because that's not how it works. Think about every case you've ever followed, every podcast, every documentary, every book we've read in this group. When do the police release DNA evidence to the public? After an arrest. Sometimes during a trial. Never before. Never while they're still investigating. Releasing a suspect's name before an arrest would compromise the entire case. Any first-year law student knows that. Any true crime fan knows that. The room was silent. Kristen had stopped pacing. She was standing by the window, with the vape pen hanging at her side, forgot. Someone manufactured that post to target Noel specifically, Lee said. To scare her. To make her believe the police were coming for her. And then someone made the swatting call to make sure they actually did. Diane, Kristen said. You think about it. Where did Joy see the blog post? On her phone during book club. And how did Joy find it? She was scrolling social media. Which means someone put that post somewhere that Joy, specifically Joy, would see it. And who knows what Joy follows, what she reads, what accounts she looks at. The same person who's been going through all our online activity. But that was my Facebook, Kristen said. She got into my account because I left myself logged in. That doesn't mean she got into Joy's. Kristen, she told us she accessed your account through a cached login. That's one method. But anyone who knows how to do that knows how to do a lot more. If she found your cached session on her laptop, she could have found Joy's. She could have found all of ours. We've all used her Wi-Fi. We've all logged into things on our phones while sitting on her couch. Joy pulled her sleeves tighter over her hands. Her chin was trembling. There's more, Lee said. She had been waiting for this moment, holding it, turning it over in her mind the way you hold a card against your chest before you lay it on the table. After the night at Diane's house, before the blog post, before any of this, Diane asked me to meet her privately. Just the two of us. She wanted to talk. About what? Tammy said. About all of you. She sat me down, and she told me that the group was a liability. That too many people knew too much. She said the safest path was for a few of us to come forward and let the others take the fall. She wanted me to help her build a case against the rest of you, Kristen, Noel, Tammy, Joy. She wanted me to be her ally. Her witness. She said that between the two of us, we could control the narrative and come out clean. And you said. I told her I'd think about it. Because I wanted to get out of that conversation alive, and I'd seen what she did to that man who cut her off at the grocery store 2 years ago. I've seen her slap a man twice her size across the face at a bar. I know what Diane is capable of when she feels threatened. Jesus, Tammy said. She pressed her palms against the counter behind her and leaned back and stared at the ceiling. She's been planning this the whole time. She's been planning to throw us under the bus since the night it happened. She's been doing more than planning, Lee said. She's been executing. Step by step. She went through our accounts to gather information. She manufactured the fake blog, Post to Panic Noel. She made the swatting call, or had it made, to eliminate Noel entirely. And now there are 4 of us left instead of 5, and the only person who benefits from that math is Diane. So what do we do? Joy said. The same question she'd asked before, but different now, thinner, more desperate. The question of a woman who could feel the walls closing in and couldn't see a door. We can't go to the police, Lee said. We've established that. The moment we talk, Diane talks, and we all go down. We can't do nothing, Tammy said. She already killed Noel. She already. We don't do nothing, Lee looked at each of them in turn. Kristen by the window, the vape pen forgot. Tammy against the counter, her scarred lip pulled tight. Joy on the couch, her sleeves over her hands, her eyes red and wet and terrified. We don't go to the police, and we don't do nothing. We do something else. Like what? Kristen said. We strike first. Before she strikes at us. The words settled over the room like a weight. Nobody moved. The air conditioner hummed. A truck downshifted on the highway outside, the engine braking, the sound falling away. What does that mean? Tammy said slowly. What exactly does strike first mean? It means we stop playing defense. It means we stop waiting for Diane to make the next move. It means we take the initiative. We protect ourselves. Lee paused. I have a plan. A plan, Kristen said. What kind of plans? Sit down, Lee said. All of you. Sit down and listen. Kristen sat. Tammy pulled a chair from the kitchen table. Joy drew her knees up on the couch and wrapped her arms around them and pressed her chin against them and looked at Lee with eyes that were wide and frightened and waiting. Lee looked at the three faces looking back at her. 3 women. 3 book club members. 3 people she'd sat with in Diane's living room and discussed Gone Girl and the Girl on the Train and In Cold Blood and 100 other stories about people who did terrible things and got caught or didn't get caught. They'd read the books. They'd de-listened to the podcasts. They'd de-watched the documentaries. They knew how these stories ended. They knew who survived and who didn't and why. They just never thought they'd be living inside one. Here's what we're going to do, Lee said. And she told them. Chapter 22. The board had changed again. 3 walls now. 11 photographs arranged in chronological order, each one connected to the next by a length of red yarn that ran through pushpins and across county lines and over dates that stretched back 4 years. Below each photograph, a card with the victim's name, age, town, cause of death, and the date she was found. Below each card, a smaller card with the name of the investigating agency and the case number, and the word unsolved in Brett's tight block capitals. Ruth stood in front of the board with a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago and looked at the faces. She knew them now. Not just their names and their case files, but their faces. The way Patricia Fenton's church directory smile tilted slightly to the left. The way Delia Montoya's selfie caught the sun behind her and made her hair glow. The way Karen Embry's professional headshot showed a woman who had taken the time to put on lipstick and earrings for the photographer because that's who she was, a woman who showed up prepared. She knew Rosa Garza's face best of all because she'd seen it in a frame on Hector Garza's shelf with a votive candle burning beneath it. And every time she looked at Rosa's photograph on the board, she saw the flame. Honeycutt was sitting in the chair by the door, the chair he'd taken to occupying when he came by the command center, which was every morning now. His hat was on his knee. His face was gray and drawn, but his eyes were sharp, the eyes of a man who had been carrying a weight for months and was beginning to understand that the weight was heavier than he'd thought. Walk me through it, Honeycutt said. Ruth set her coffee down. Aaron was beside her, leaning against the conference table, his notebook open to a page covered in the small, precise handwriting she'd learned to read upside down. Jake was at his laptop. Brett and Tina were at their stations. It's one person, Ruth said. We're certain of that now. Honeycutt nodded slowly. Here's what ties them together, Ruth said. She turned to the board and touched the first photograph. Patricia Fenton. 44. Lampasses. March 4 years ago, she moved her finger to the next. Delia Montoya. 29. San Saba. August same year, the next. Karen Embry. 51. Burnett. January 3 years ago. She traced the line of photographs, her finger following the red yarn. Sandra Upton, Connie Brashear, Maria Elena Vittel, Teresa Ann Polk, Lisa Caulfield, and then yours, Kellner Prout Garza. 11 women. 5 counties. 4 years. The intervals, Aaron said. 5 months between each killing. Not exact, it ranges from 4 to 6, but the average is 5 months and 9 days. That's a cooling-off period. Classic organized offender behavior. The geography, Ruth continued. He never hits the same county twice in a row. He rotates. Lampasas, then San Saba, then Burnett, then Llano, then Williamson, then Buckhorn, and back around. No single jurisdiction sees more than 2 cases, and they're spaced far enough apart in time that nobody connects them. The victim profile, Tina said from her station. All women. Ages ranged from 27 to 51, but every one of them was living alone or was alone at the time of the attack. No forced entry on 9 of the 11. The other 2 showed minimal forced entry, a jimmied window, a backdoor lock that may have been picked. In every case, the victim appears to have been surprised. No defensive wounds on 7 of the 11. The ones who did have defensive wounds had minor scratches and bruising, consistent with a brief struggle that the attacker controlled quickly. He's selecting for vulnerability, Ruth said. Women who live alone, in predictable routines, in areas where the nearest neighbor is far enough away that nobody hears anything. He knows their schedules. He knows their layouts. He knows when they'll be home and when they'll be alone. And now we know how he knows, Aaron said. He pointed to the map on the screen, the pale blue shading of Hill Country Home Health's 9-county service area overlaying the red dots of the victim locations. He had access to all of it. Every client's address, every aide's schedule, every household detail in the database. He sat in a scheduling office and browsed the files and chose. Honeycutt looked at the map. His jaw worked. Dale Suttles. The evidence points to him, Ruth said carefully. His employment at Hill Country overlaps with 8 of the 11 killings. His prior residence in Lampasas puts him in the same town as the first victim. He appears as a peripheral contact in 2 of the case files, different counties, different investigators, neither one flagging the connection. And he has a history of sexual assault allegations that were filed and then withdrawn or dismissed in 3 separate jurisdictions. And he ran, Honeycutt said. He ran. The room was quiet for a moment. Everyone in it was thinking the same thing, and nobody wanted to say it. The wreck on Highway 281. The fireball. The column of black smoke that had risen straight up into the still air like a signal. The fact that the man who fit every piece of the profile was now ash and dental records in a county morgue. The ME confirmed the remains through dental comparison yesterday, Brett said. It's Suttles. No question. Which means we build the case posthumously, Ruth said. We don't get a trial. We don't get a confession. But we owe it to those families to confirm what we believe, and that means physical evidence. DNA, trace, anything that puts Suttles at a victim's scene. I've submitted requests to every jurisdiction for preserved forensic evidence, Jake said. Most of these cases were cold, but not abandoned. The evidence kits are still in storage. If Suttles left anything behind, we'll find it. There's something else, Ruth said. She'd been holding this, waiting for the right moment, the way she held cards in an interview. Not because she was being strategic, but because some things needed the room to be quiet before you said them. She turned to the board and pulled a photograph from a folder on the table. It was a close-up, clinical, taken under fluorescent light. A woman's left hand, palm up, the fingers slightly curled in the relaxation of death. And on the inside of the wrist, drawn in what appeared to be fine-point marker, a small symbol. A circle with a line through it. Simple, precise, about the size of a dime. The ink was dark against the skin, the line steady, drawn by a hand that didn't shake. This was found on Rosa Garza, Ruth said. The original ME noted it in the autopsy report, but classified it as an existing tattoo. It was. I had Dr. Ko re-examine the photographs under magnification. It's drawn on. Permanent marker applied post-mortem. She pulled a second photograph. Same angle, same clinical lighting. A different hand, older, the skin looser. The same symbol on the inside of the wrist. Same size, same placement, same steady lines. Karen Embry. The Burnett County ME didn't note it at all. It was missed. I asked Burnett to pull the evidence photographs and enlarge them. It's there. Honeycutt leaned forward. He took the photographs from Ruth's hands and held them side by side, his eyes moving between them. What is it? He asked. The symbol. What does it mean? I don't know yet. It could be personal iconography, a signature, a ritual element. What it means to him is less important right now than what it means to us. It's a physical connection between two victims in two different counties, applied by the killer after death. It's deliberate. It's consistent. And nobody found it because nobody was looking. Because nobody knew to look, Aaron said. Each ME examined one body. They had no context. No comparison. A small mark on a wrist, it could be anything. A doodle, a note to self, something the victim drew on herself. You'd only recognize it as significant if you'd seen it before, on another victim, in another county. Which is why I've contacted every ME's office involved in the 11 cases, Ruth said. I've asked them to re-examine their evidence photographs and autopsy notes, specifically for this symbol. Same location, inside of the left wrist. Same size, same medium. And if they find it, Honeycutt asked, then we have our signature. Physical proof that one person killed multiple victims across multiple jurisdictions. Combined with the Hill Country employment records, the database access logs, the geographic profile, and Suttles' history, it's a case. Not a trial case, because the defendant is dead. But a case that can be presented to the families, to the public, and closed. Honeycutt set the photographs on the table. He picked up his hat from his knee and turned it in his hands, the familiar gesture, the brim working between his fingers. Travis would have found this, he said quietly. If they hadn't killed him, he would have found this. He was one piece away, Ruth said. He might have been looking for exactly this. The room sat with that for a moment. The air conditioner hummed. The board looked back at them. 11 faces, 11 lives, 11 women who had died alone in the dark. Which brings us to the other case, Ruth said. Maitland's murder. She walked to the second whiteboard, the smaller one, the one that had been their primary focus before the serial investigation had swallowed everything. The strip mall. The alley. The dumpster. The shoe prints. The fabric snag. The cardboard with the vomit. The group of women Buck had seen in the pawn shop. Suttles didn't kill Maitland, Ruth said. The physical evidence has been consistent from the start. The vomit on the cardboard, the shoe prints, the blood typing. All of it points to one or more women. Suttles' DNA doesn't appear anywhere at the Maitland scene. And the manner of death doesn't match his MO. No sexual assault, no staging, no symbol. Maitland was pepper-sprayed and pushed into a dumpster. It was chaotic, emotional, unplanned. It's a completely different kind of killing. 2 cases, Honeycutt said. 2 separate killers. 2 separate events that intersected at one point, Travis Maitland. He was investigating the serial killer. He was also killed. But he wasn't killed by the serial killer. He was killed by someone else, for reasons we still don't fully understand. The DNA from the vomit, Aaron said. Where are we? Ruth looked at Jake. This was the other thing she'd been holding. The lab results came back yesterday, Jake said. He pulled up a screen on his laptop. The DNA from the cardboard recovered at the Maitland crime scene is confirmed female. No match in CODIS. No criminal record, no prior arrests, nothing in the law enforcement databases. So we've got a woman's DNA at a murder scene and no name to attach to it, Honeycutt said. Not from CODIS, Jake said. But I ran it through GED Match. The public genealogy databases. He clicked to another screen. We got a familial hit. Not a direct match, a partial match, the kind you get with a parent or sibling. A man named Richard Corbin, 63, living in Temple. He uploaded his DNA to Ancestry DNA about 2 years ago. Did you contact him? Ruth asked. I called him this morning. Jake checked his notes. He was cooperative. Confused but cooperative. He said he'd done the DNA test as a birthday gift from his wife. She wanted to trace her family history and bought kits for both of them. He asked why the Texas Rangers were calling him about a spit test he took 2 years ago. What did you tell him? That we were investigating a case, and his DNA had come up as a partial match to evidence we'd recovered. I asked him if he had any children. And he has a daughter. Lee Corbin. 29. She lives in Killeen Cove. Ruth felt it land. Not with a crash, with a click. The quiet, precise sound of a tumbler falling into place. Killeen Cove, she said. That's 35 minutes from Buckhorn. About that, Jake said. I pulled her up. No criminal record. She works as a pharmacy technician at a CVS in Killeen Cove. She lived there for about 6 years. Single. No kids. Social media. Some. Facebook mostly. She doesn't post much, a photo of her cat, a sunset, the occasional share from a news page. But there's one thing, Jake clicked again. The screen filled with a photograph. A group of women, 6 of them, sitting in a living room with wine glasses and books scattered around them. They were smiling. Some were laughing. One was holding up a paperback with a lurid cover, a woman in shadow, a knife, a splash of red. Below the photograph, a caption, Bloody Bookmarks True Crime Book Club Girls' Night. A true crime book club, Ruth said. A true crime book club, Jake repeated. 6 women. They meet regularly, based on the posts. They read true crime books, listen to true crime podcasts, discuss cases. The group has its own Facebook page, private, but the profile photo is public. Ruth looked at the photograph. 6 women in a living room. Books and wine. Smiling faces. She thought about Travis Maitland, walking into the pawn shop on a Thursday evening to sell his dead mother's pendant. She thought about Buck saying he'd seen a group of women that day. 7 or 8, he'd said. A whole group of them. They came in together. A true crime book club, and a dead detective, and a woman's DNA on a piece of cardboard in an alley. Jake, Ruth said. The other women in the photograph. Run them. All of them. Already started, Jake's fingers were moving on the keyboard. I've identified 4 of the 6 from tagged photos and cross-references. The one I haven't been able to identify yet is partially obscured. She's turning away from the camera. But the 4 I've got are, he stopped typing. His hand hovered over the keyboard. He was staring at his screen. Jake, Aaron said. One of them is dead. The room went still. Noel Whitfield. 39. Killeen Cove, Jake looked up from his laptop. She was shot and killed by local police 4 days ago. At her home. Officers responded to a 911 call, reporting an armed and unstable woman threatening to kill a cop. When they arrived, she fired a weapon from inside the house, grazed one officer. They returned fire. He paused. She's one of the women in the book club photo. Ruth felt the hair rise on her arms. She looked at Aaron. He was already looking at her. His notebook was closed, his pen capped. The expression on his face was the expression he wore when the pattern he'd been sensing, but couldn't see suddenly became visible. Not satisfaction, not excitement, something closer to dread. The understanding that the thing you've been hunting is bigger than you thought and uglier than you imagined. A woman from the True Crime Book Club whose DNA is at the Maitland murder scene, Ruth said. And another woman from the same book club shot dead by police 4 days ago. That's not a coincidence, Aaron said. No, Ruth said. That is not a coincidence. She looked at the group photograph on the screen. 6 women, smiling, holding wine glasses and true crime paperbacks. Bloody Bookmarks. One of them had vomited in an alley where a man died. One of them had been killed by police in her own living room. And the other 4 were out there somewhere, living their lives, going to work, sleeping in their beds. Lee Corbin, Ruth said. She lives in Killeen Cove. 35 minutes from here. You want to go talk to her, Aaron said. I want to go talk to her right now. She picked up her keys from the conference table. Aaron was already on his feet, already moving toward the door. Ruth stopped at the threshold and looked back at Jake. Keep digging on the other women in that photo. Every name, every address, every connection. I want to know who they are, where they live, and what they've been doing since Travis Maitland died. Copy, Jake said. Ruth walked out of the command center and into the parking lot. The afternoon was hot and bright, and the asphalt radiated heat, and the sky was wide and blue and empty. She got in the Range Rover, and Aaron started the engine, and the air conditioner blew warm for a few seconds before it caught and turned cold. Aaron put the Range Rover in gear and pulled out of the lot. Chapter 23. The bumper cover was in Diane's garage, wrapped in a blue tarp, behind the snow chains and the Christmas decorations. Lee knew this because Em had told her, and Em knew everything. She told the others a different story. She told me one night, Lee said. They were at Kristen's apartment again, the 4 of them, the curtains drawn, the television off this time. About 2 years ago. Just the 2 of us. Dee had a bottle and a half of wine, and she was in one of those moods where she needed someone to know how clever she was. You know the mood. The Diane mood. They knew the mood. There was a man at her office. Todd Beckerman. Her supervisor. He'd written her up twice and put her on a performance improvement plan, and she hated him the way Diane hates. Quietly, completely, with her whole body. She talked about him, sometimes at book club, remember? The way she'd say his name, like she was spitting out something bitter. Kristen nodded slowly. I remember. She called him a cockroach once. Said cockroaches always get what's coming to them eventually. He got what was coming to him. October, 3 years ago. He was walking home from a bar on Route 12, about a mile from his house. Diane was waiting for him. She hit him with her car. Didn't stop. He went over the hood and into the ditch, and she kept driving. Joy's hands went to her mouth. He didn't die right away. He was in the hospital for 6 weeks. Shattered pelvis, spinal injuries, traumatic brain injury. He went into a care facility after that. He died 8 months later. The official cause was complications from his injuries. The hit and run was never solved. Nobody even looked at Diane. She drove a dark car on a dark road, and there were no cameras and no witnesses, and she got away with it. How do you know she's not making it up? Tammy said. Diane talks a big game. She likes people to think she's dangerous. Because she kept the evidence. That's how Diane works, she can't let go of anything. She had the front bumper cover replaced at a body shop in Waco, 2 hours from home, paid cash, gave a fake name. But she kept the original bumper cover. The one with Todd Beckerman's blood on it. It's in her garage right now, wrapped in a blue tarp behind the Christmas boxes. Why would she keep it? Kristen said. Because she's Diane. Because throwing it away would mean losing control of it. Because as long as she has it, she decides what happens to it. That's how her mind works. She keeps everything, our Facebook passwords, our messages, our secrets. And she keeps the bumper cover that proves she killed a man, because the day she throws it away is the day it might turn up somewhere she can't control. The room was quiet. The air conditioner clicked on and hummed. That's how we get her, Lee said. We send her a message. Anonymous. We tell her we know about Todd Beckerman. We tell her we know about the bumper cover in her garage. We tell her the police can pull her phone GPS and her car's navigation history for that night, and put her on Route 12 at the time of the hit and run. And we tell her to come to a specific place at a specific time, alone, or we send everything to Buckhorn PD. And then what? Joy whispered. And then we deal with her. Face to face. On our terms. Not hers. They sent the message that night. A text from a prepaid phone, not the one Lee had used before, a new one bought at a different store, a different town. The text was short. Todd Beckerman. Route 12. October 14. Blue tarp in your garage. Copper Ridge Overlook. Thursday. 9 p.m. Come alone, or the police get everything. Diane didn't respond. She didn't need to. They knew she'd come. Diane always came when her control was threatened. It was the one thing you could count on. Copper Ridge Overlook was 7 miles outside town, at the end of a county road that wound up through cedar breaks and limestone bluffs to a flat clearing at the edge of a ravine. It was the kind of place that showed up in high school legends and backseat stories, a parking spot for young couples, a place where you went to watch the sunset drop behind the hills and the stars come up over the canyon. During the week, it was deserted. On a Thursday night in late spring, it would be empty. Lee drove. Joy sat in the passenger seat with her hands in her lap, her fingers woven together so tightly the knuckles were white. They didn't speak. The road climbed through the cedar in long switchbacks, the headlights cutting white tunnels through the dark, the brush pressing close on both sides. A jackrabbit froze in the road and then bolted, a streak of brown and white disappearing into the scrub. They reached the overlook at 8:40. Kristen and Tammy were already there, parked at the far end of the clearing, their lights off. The sky was clear and the moon was half full, and the ravine was a black mouth opening at the edge of the flat ground. The far wall visible in the moonlight, pale limestone, vertical, dropping 300 feet to a dry creek bed that wound through the canyon floor like a white scar. There was no guardrail. There had never been a guardrail. The county had talked about putting one up for years after a teenager had driven off the edge in 1987, but the money never materialized, and the sign that said danger, cliff edge, was rusted and leaning and half hidden by brush. They parked and got out and stood at the edge of the clearing, away from the rim. The air was cool up here, cooler than the valley, and it smelled like cedar and limestone dust and the faint sweetness of juniper. Crickets sang in the brush. An owl called from somewhere in the canyon, a low questioning note that echoed off the walls and came back changed. "What if she doesn't come?" Joy said. "She'll come," Lee said. At 9:07, headlights appeared at the bottom of the road. They watched them climb, slow, deliberate, the beams swinging through the switchbacks, disappearing behind the cedars and reappearing higher. The engine sound reached them before the car did, a low growl that grew louder as it climbed. Diane drove a black Lexus SUV, and she drove it the way she did everything, with control, with precision, with the absolute certainty that whatever waited at the top of the road would bend to her will. The Lexus crested the last turn and pulled into the clearing. The headlights swept across the four women and pinned them against the dark for a moment, and then the lights went off and the engine died, and the door opened and Diane got out. She was wearing dark jeans and a black jacket, and her hair was pulled back, and her face in the moonlight was the face of a woman who had come to destroy whoever had dared to threaten her. She stood by the car and scanned the clearing, and when she saw them, all four of them, standing together, their faces visible in the half-light, her expression didn't change. It hardened. It went from cold to something colder, something that had no temperature at all. "You," she said. The word was flat. Not a question. A verdict. "You sent the text." "We all did," Kristen said. She stepped forward, her shoulders squared, her voice carrying the bravado of a woman who had rehearsed this moment in her head for days. "We know about Todd Beckerman, Diane. We know what you did. We know what's in your garage." Diane's eyes moved across them. "Kristen. Tammy. Joy. Lee." She counted them the way a person counts threats, assessing, measuring, calculating angles. "You don't know anything," Diane said. Her voice was low and even, and it carried across the clearing with the clarity of a voice that had spent a lifetime giving commands. "You know what Lee told you. And Lee told you what I told her when I was drunk. Which means every single one of you is now an accessory to blackmail, on top of everything else you're already accessories to." "We're not the ones who killed Todd Beckerman," Tammy said. "No. You're the ones who killed Travis Maitland. Every one of you. And if you think for 1 second that sending me a threatening text message changes the balance of power here, you are out of your minds. The balance of power changed when you killed Noel," Kristen said. Diane's head tilted. A fraction of an inch. The gesture of a predator recalculating. "I didn't kill Noel. You swatted her. You made the 911 call. You posted the fake blog with her name and her photo. You've been systematically destroying us one by one since that night, so you can be the last one standing. I have been holding this group together since that night. Diane's voice rose for the first time, the control slipping, the thing underneath it pushing through. I organized the cleanup. I made the pact. I kept every one of you from falling apart and running to the police and getting us all arrested. And this is what I get. Ambushed on a cliff by 4 women who can't wipe their own noses without instructions. She took a step toward them. Joy flinched and moved behind Lee. You, Diane pointed at Kristen. You manufactured a fake Facebook page and led us to kill an innocent man. You, the finger swung to Tammy. You drove the truck. You drove his body 12 miles into the brush and dumped it like garbage. The finger moved to Lee. You threw up at the scene and left your DNA on the ground like a calling card. And then the finger found Joy, hiding behind Lee's shoulder, her eyes wide and wet in the moonlight. And you. Little Joy. You just stood there and watched. You watched us beat a man to death, and you didn't lift a finger to stop it, and you didn't make a sound. You think that makes you innocent. You think standing there makes you less guilty than the rest of us. Joy was crying. Silently, the tears running down her face, her mouth open, her breath hitching. I'll tell you what's going to happen, Diane said. Her voice dropped back to the register she used when she was delivering a final judgment. The voice that Lee had heard her use at book club when she was explaining why someone's opinion was wrong. The voice that was always calm and always right and always backed by the absolute certainty that Diane knew best. You're going to delete that text. You're going to go home. And tomorrow morning, we're going to meet at my house, all of us, and we're going to have a very honest conversation about who has leverage over whom. Because I promise you, whatever you think you have on me, I have 10 times more on every single one of you. I have your messages. I have your search histories. I have your locations. I have everything I need to put every one of you in prison for the rest of your lives. And I will use it. Don't think for a second that I won't. She looked at Joy when she said it. Directly at Joy. And the look on her face was the look of a woman who viewed every person in her life as a piece on a board. A piece that could be moved or sacrificed or swept off the edge when it stopped being useful. That was the confirmation. Lee felt it go through the group like a current, the shared understanding, the collective realization that everything she'd told them about Diane was true. Diane would sacrifice them. Diane would destroy them. Diane would walk into a police station and hand over their names and their evidence and their lives without blinking, the moment it served her to do so. It was written in every line of her face and every syllable of her voice and every inch of the finger she'd pointed at Joy like a weapon. They moved together. Not by signal, not by plan, by instinct. The instinct of hunted things that have been cornered long enough and have decided, all at once, that the only direction left is forward. Kristen reached Diane first. She hit her at the shoulders, driving forward, her legs pumping, her momentum carrying both of them toward the edge. Tammy was a half-second behind, coming from the side, grabbing Diane's jacket, pulling her off balance. Lee pushed from behind, her palms flat against Diane's back, feeling the ridge of her spine through the fabric. Joy was there too, small, shaking, her hands on Diane's arm, pushing, not hard but pushing, committing, choosing. Diane fought. Even then, even with 4 women driving her backward across the flat ground, toward the black mouth of the ravine, Diane fought. She twisted and clawed and kicked, and the sounds she made were not screams, but snarls, the raw guttural sounds of an animal that refused to be taken down. She dug her heels into the dirt, and the gravel sprayed behind her, and she got one hand free and raked her nails across Kristen's face, and Kristen screamed, but didn't let go. The edge was 10 feet away. 5, 3. Diane's heel hit the lip of the ravine. She felt it, the sudden absence of ground behind her, the void opening up at her back, and something changed in her. The fury became something else. Not fear. Calculation. The final calculation of a woman who understood, with absolute clarity, that she was going over and that going over alone was not an option. She grabbed Kristen by the front of her shirt with her left hand. The fabric bunched in her fist, her fingers locking, her grip tightening with a strength that seemed impossible for a woman her size. Her right hand shot out and caught Tammy's wrist, caught it and clamped down and held with the same iron grip. The grip of a woman who had decided that if she was falling, she was taking the world with her. Kristen saw it. Lee saw Kristen see it, the moment of understanding, the flash in her eyes, the mouth opening to say something that never became a word. Tammy saw it too. She tried to pull free. She twisted her wrist, yanked, threw her weight backward. Diane held. Diane's fingers were white on Tammy's wrist, the tendons standing out, the grip locked beyond any force that could break it. They went over together. Diane's back foot left the ground and her body tilted into the void, and her weight pulled Kristen forward, and Kristen's feet left the ground, and Kristen's weight pulled Tammy, and Tammy's heels dragged 2 grooves in the dirt at the lip of the ravine, and then the grooves ended and there was nothing. The sound they made was not the sound Lee expected. She had expected screams. What she heard was a rush of air, a clatter of loose rock breaking free from the cliff face, and then a silence that stretched, and then, from far below, a sound that was not a single impact but 3, staggered, spread across a fraction of a second, each one arriving separately, heavy, wet, final. Then nothing. The crickets had stopped. The owl had stopped. The canyon was silent. The moon hung over the far wall and cast its light into the void, and the light fell 300 feet and illuminated nothing that Lee wanted to see. She stood at the edge. Joy stood beside her. They stood there, and they didn't move, and they didn't speak, and the silence filled up the space where 5 women had been standing and left only 2. Joy turned to Lee. Her face was a ruin, tear-streaked, contorted, her mouth twisted into a shape that was trying to be a word and couldn't get there. She reached for Lee and wrapped her arms around her and buried her face in Lee's shoulder and shook. She shook the way a person shakes when the body has run out of every other response, and shaking is all that's left. Lee held her. She put her arms around Joy's thin shoulders and held her and felt the shaking travel through Joy's body and into her own. She looked over Joy's shoulder at the edge of the ravine. At the dark. At the drop. She took a step. Small. Almost imperceptible. A half step really, a shift of weight, moving them both toward the rim. Joy didn't notice. She was crying too hard to notice. Lee took another step. Her foot found the ground closer to the edge, 6 feet now, maybe 5. She adjusted her grip on Joy's shoulders, widening her stance, planting her back foot. Another step. 4 feet from the edge. The gravel was loose here, disturbed by the struggle, and Lee could feel it shifting under her sole. She tightened her arms around Joy and turned them slightly, rotating, positioning Joy between herself and the void. Joy felt it. It wasn't the steps, she hadn't noticed the steps. It was the rotation. The shift in Lee's grip from an embrace to something else, something that held her in place rather than held her close. Joy's head came up from Lee's shoulder. Her eyes were red and swollen, and confused, and then they were red and swollen, and not confused at all. She looked past Lee's face. She saw the edge. She saw how close it was. She felt Lee's hands on her shoulders, no longer holding her but positioning her, and the confusion in her eyes was replaced by something that Lee wished she hadn't seen. Understanding. "Lee," Joy's voice was barely a whisper. "What are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Joy." Joy tried to pull back. Lee's grip tightened. Joy twisted, pushing against Lee's chest with both hands, her sneakers scraping on the gravel, trying to find purchase. "Lee, stop. What are you doing?" "It's the only way." "I'm sorry." "It's survival of the fittest." No. No, Lee. Please don't. We're friends. I'm sorry." Joy screamed. Not a word, a sound, high and thin and animal, the sound of a creature that understands what is about to happen to it. She clawed at Lee's arms, raking her nails across the skin, drawing blood. And Lee felt the pain, but it was distant. It was happening to someone else. It was happening to the woman named Lee Corbin, who used to count pills in a pharmacy, and feed her cat and watch television on the couch, and fall asleep to the sound of the refrigerator humming. And that woman was gone. That woman had died in an alley behind a strip mall 3 weeks ago. And whoever was left was doing what needed to be done. She shifted her weight. As he pushed, the headlights hit them like a wall of white. They came from the road, from the last switchback, 2 beams cutting through the dark and sweeping across the clearing and finding them at the edge. 2 women locked together, one pushing, one clawing, their shadows stretching behind them across the gravel and over the rim and into the void. A car door opened. Then another. A voice. Clear, authoritative, cutting through Joy's screams and the crunch of gravel and the sound of Lee's own breathing like a blade through cloth. "Stop. Right there. Don't move." Lee froze. Her hands were still on Joy's shoulders. Joy was still clawing at her arms. The headlights were in her eyes, blinding her, and she couldn't see who was behind them, couldn't see the faces or the badges or the guns, could only see the light, white, absolute, inescapable, filling the world from edge to edge, leaving no shadows, leaving no dark, leaving nowhere left to hide. Chapter 24. Killeen Cove was a small town, trying to pretend it was bigger. A main street with a hardware store and a diner and a florist. A strip mall with a grocery store anchoring one end and a CVS anchoring the other. A water tower with the town name painted on the side in blue letters that were starting to peel. Ruth had driven through towns like this 100 times in her career, and they all had the same quality. The quality of places where people knew each other's names and each other's business, and the biggest news on any given day was who had parked in whose spot at the post office. The CVS was in the strip mall on the east side of town. Ruth and Aaron walked through the automatic doors at 4:15 in the afternoon. The store smelled like air freshener and floor wax, and the pharmacy counter was at the back, behind aisles of shampoo and greeting cards and seasonal displays. A woman in a lab coat was behind the counter, mid-50s, short gray hair, reading glasses on a chain around her neck. She looked up when Ruth showed her badge. "I'm Ranger Baker. This is Ranger Tate. We're looking for Lee Corbin. We understand she works here." The woman's face did something complicated, concern and worry and a protective instinct all moving across it at once. "I'm Dana. I'm Lee's supervisor. She's not here today." "Is she scheduled to be here?" "She was. She called in this morning. Said she wasn't feeling well. Dana took her glasses off the chain and folded them in her hands, a fidgeting gesture, the gesture of someone who wanted to say more but wasn't sure she should. I'm worried about her, honestly. She's been having a hard time lately. How so? She's been off. Distracted. Forgetting things, which isn't like her. Lee's usually the most reliable person on the floor. Last week there was an incident. What kind of incident? A customer. A man. He came in agitated, clearly under the influence of something, and he started getting loud at the counter. Banging on it, yelling about a prescription he said we were holding. Lee was the one working the window, and she just froze. She went white as a sheet, and she couldn't speak, and she couldn't move, and I had to come out and handle it. Security escorted the man out. But Lee was shaken up badly. She went to the break room and sat there for 20 minutes before she could come back to the floor. Has she talked to you about what's bothering her? No. She keeps to herself. She's always been quiet, but lately, it's different. It's not shy quiet, it's heavy quiet. Like she's carrying something. Dana paused. Is Lee in some kind of trouble? We just need to speak with her. Can you tell me when she was last here? Yesterday. She worked her full shift. Seemed okay, maybe a little distracted, but she did her job. She left at the usual time, 5:30. Ruth thanked her, and they walked back through the store and out into the parking lot. The afternoon sun was low and hot, casting long shadows across the asphalt. The agitated customer, Aaron said. Think it's connected. Ruth considered it. A pharmacy technician freezing up when a man got aggressive. It could mean a lot of things. It could mean she was naturally anxious. It could mean she'd had a bad experience with a volatile person in the past. Or it could mean that a woman who had recently helped beat a man to death in an alley was having a trauma response when confronted with male aggression. It sounds like a stress reaction, she said. Could be related to Maitland, could be something else entirely. A woman working a pharmacy counter deals with agitated customers all the time. If this one hit her differently, it might just be a bad day. Or it might be a woman whose nerves are shot because she's been reliving a murder every time she closes her eyes. Either way, we need to talk to her. Let's try her home. She called Jake. We're at the CVS. Lee Corbin called in sick today. Give me her home address. Jake read it out. A street called Magnolia Lane, about a mile from the strip mall. They drove there in 3 minutes. It was a quiet residential street, small houses with small yards, the kind of neighborhood where retirees and single people and young families lived side by side. Lee's house was a 1-story frame bungalow with white siding and a covered porch. No car in the driveway. The porch light was off. The curtains were drawn. Ruth rang the doorbell. They waited. She rang again. Nothing. No footsteps, no movement, no sound from inside. She stepped to the side and cupped her hand against the glass of the front window, peering through the gap where the curtain met the frame. The living room was dim and still. A couch with a crocheted blanket folded over the arm. A television on a stand. A bookshelf against the far wall, packed full, the spines visible even in the low light, rows of paperbacks with dark covers and bold lettering, the lurid fonts and shadowy figures of true crime books. 2 dozen more. An orange tabby cat was curled on the couch cushion, watching Ruth's face in the window with indifferent green eyes. Nobody home, Ruth said. Car is gone, She called in sick, but she's not in bed, Aaron said. Which means she's somewhere else. They stood on the porch. Ruth looked up and down the street. A neighbor was watering a flower bed 3 houses down, the hose arcing silver in the afternoon light. A mail truck was idling at the curb at the end of the block. Jake, Ruth said into her phone. Lee Corbin isn't home. What do you have on the other women from the book club photo? I've got names and addresses for all 6, including Corbin and Whitfield. The remaining 4 are Diane Purcell, 43, lives on Oak Street here in Killeen Cove. Kristen Hadley, 36, apartment complex off the highway. Tamara Tammy Vasquez, 31, lives on Elm, about 2 blocks from Corbin. And Joy Whitaker, 28, lives on Pecan, east side of town. We'll try Diane Purcell first. She seems to be the group's hub. The book club met at her house based on the Facebook photos. They drove to Oak Street. Diane Purcell's house was larger than Lee's, a 2-story with cream siding and a manicured lawn, and a flower bed with marigolds arranged in precise rows. The driveway was empty. The house was dark. Ruth rang the bell and knocked and got nothing. She stepped back and looked at the house. The precision of the flower beds. The symmetry of the window treatments. The doormat that said welcome in clean block letters. The house of a woman who controlled her environment down to the angle of the marigold stems. Nobody here either, Aaron said. Ruth stood on Diane Purcell's front porch and thought. 2 members of the book club not home on the same evening. One had called in sick but wasn't in bed. The other's house was dark and her car was gone. What if they're meeting tonight, she said. The book club. What if they're having a meeting somewhere? After one of their members was just killed by police. That's not a book club meeting. That's a crisis meeting. Exactly. And if they're meeting, they're not meeting at Purcell's house. It's empty. They could be at one of the other women's places. Or somewhere else entirely. Her phone buzzed. Jake. Ruth, I've got the detective handling the Noel Whitfield shooting on the line. Killeen Cove PD, Detective Barrera. He's willing to talk. Want me to patch him through? Do it. A click, a brief hum, then a voice, male, tired, with the flat cadence of a man who had been answering questions about the same case for days and was running out of new ways to say the same things. Ranger Baker. This is Detective Mike Barrera, Killeen Cove PD. I understand you're interested in the Whitfield shooting. Detective. We're investigating a separate case that may have a connection to Noel Whitfield. Can you walk me through what happened? Straightforward on the surface. We received a 911 call reporting an armed and unstable woman at Whitfield's address. Caller said the woman had a gun and was talking about killing a cop. We dispatched 3 units. When officers arrived, Whitfield refused to open the door. She was yelling through the door that she knew why they were there, that she wasn't coming out. Officers attempted to de-escalate for several minutes. Then Whitfield opened a side window and discharged a firearm, striking one officer, a graze wound to the forearm. Officers returned fire. Whitfield was struck multiple times and was pronounced dead at the scene. You said straightforward on the surface. Barrera exhaled. On the surface. But the more I dig into it, the less it sits right. The 911 call, the caller said Whitfield was armed and planning to kill a cop. But there's no evidence Whitfield had ever threatened a law enforcement officer. No prior threats, no history of anti-police sentiment, nothing on her social media or in any of her communications that suggests she had any reason to target police. So where did the caller get that information? That's the question. The caller was female. She sounded panicked, scared. She gave the address and the claim about the gun and the threat, and then she hung up before the operator could get her name. The call came from a burner phone. Prepaid, activated that same day, purchased at a Walmart about 15 minutes from here. We pulled the store's security footage, but the buyer kept her head down and wore a cap, and we couldn't get a usable face. Were you able to geolocate the burner? We were. And that's the part that really bothers me. The burner was active in the vicinity of Whitfield's house at the time of the 911 call. Not just nearby, right there. Across the street, based on the cell tower triangulation. The caller was watching. That's my read. It's classic swatting behavior. You make the call and you park nearby to watch the show. To see the cops roll up, to see the chaos, to get your thrill, bearer paused. Except Whitfield really was armed. She really did fire on officers. Which means either the caller somehow knew Whitfield had a gun, or the caller told Whitfield something that made her pick one up. What do you mean? We found a text on Whitfield's phone. From another burner number, different from the 911 burner. Sent about 2 minutes before our units arrived. The text said, Ruth heard him reading from notes. The cops are coming for you. They have shoot on sight orders because you shot a cop. Whitfield had never shot a cop. She'd never shot anyone. But she read that text, and she believed it, and she grabbed a revolver from her bedside drawer, and when the police showed up at her door, she thought they were there to execute her. Someone set her up, Ruth said. Someone set her up. Made the 911 call to bring the police, then texted Whitfield to make sure she'd be terrified enough to do something stupid when they got there. It was a kill shot disguised as a swatting. And without any suspects, I've got no way to move forward. Detective, I may be able to help with that. I'll be in touch. I'd appreciate that, Ranger. The line went dead. Ruth looked at Aaron. He was leaning against the Range Rover with his arms crossed, his face tight. Jake, Ruth said. I need you to pull Lee Corbin's cell phone records. I need to know where her phone was on the date and time of the Noel Whitfield shooting. Give me a few minutes. They sat in the Range Rover in front of Diane Purcell's dark house and waited. The streetlights had come on, casting yellow pools on the sidewalk. The neighbor with the hose had gone inside. The street was quiet. Jake called back in 8 minutes. Ruth. Lee Corbin's cell phone. On the date of the Whitfield shooting, her phone was active in the vicinity of Whitfield's home address. It arrived at approximately, he checked the data, 12:47 p.m. and remained stationary in that area until approximately 1:20 p.m., which is about 15 minutes after the shooting occurred. Then it moved away, heading north, back toward the commercial district where her workplace is located. Ruth closed her eyes. She pressed her thumb and forefinger against the bridge of her nose and held them there. She was there, Aaron said. She was there. She watched it happen. She made the 911 call. She sent the text. She set Noel up, and she sat in her car across the street and watched the police kill her. Ruth opened her eyes. And then she went back to work. She went back to the pharmacy, and she put on her lab coat, and she counted pills. The car was silent. The streetlight hummed. A moth circled the light, its shadow huge and jerky on the pavement below. This isn't just about Maitland, Ruth said. Lee Corbin's DNA is at the Maitland crime scene. She was present at the Whitfield swatting. She's connected to both deaths. And the other women in the book club are potential targets, or accomplices, or both. We need to find them. All of them. Right now. Jake, she said, I need you to run cell phone locations for every woman on our list. Diane Purcell, Kristen Hadley, Tammy Vasquez, Joy Whitaker, and Lee Corbin. Current locations. Real time. Where are they right now? Jake was quiet for longer than Ruth liked. She could hear him typing, hear the tap of keys and the click of a mouse, and then a pause and more typing. Okay, he said. That's interesting. Talk to me. Diane Purcell's phone is off. Powered down or dead. Last known location was her home address at approximately 7:45 p.m. Then it went dark. And the others. Kristen Hadley, Tammy Vasquez, Joy Whitaker, and Lee Corbin. All 4 phones are currently active, and they're all in the same location. Where? About 7 miles outside of town. Heading west on County Road 19. It's a rural road that goes up into the hills. There's nothing out there except ranch land and, he paused. There's an overlook. Copper Ridge. It's a scenic point at the edge of a ravine. Local spot. Ruth looked at Aaron. His arms had uncrossed. His hands were on the steering wheel. Diane Purcell's phone goes dark at 7:45, Ruth said. An hour later, 4 women from her book club are all at a remote overlook at the edge of a ravine. And Diane is nowhere to be found. Aaron started the engine. How far, he said. 7 miles. County Road 19. Take the first left after the gas station on the west side of town and follow it up. Aaron pulled away from the curb. The tires chirped on the asphalt. Ruth put her phone on speaker and set it on the console. Jake, call Killeen Cove PD and get units to Copper Ridge Overlook. Tell them Rangers are en route and the situation is potentially dangerous. Copy. Units on the way. The road out of town narrowed fast. The streetlights ended, and the houses ended, and the strip malls ended, and there was nothing but the road and the dark and the cedar pressing close on both sides, the headlights cutting white tunnels through the brush. Aaron drove fast, taking the curves tight, the Range Rover's suspension absorbing the rough patches where the county had stopped maintaining the surface. The road climbed. Switchbacks through cedar breaks, limestone bluffs pale in the headlights, the terrain rising steeply. Ruth could feel the elevation in her ears, the pressure building, the air cooling through the cracked window. They came around the last switchback, and the road leveled out and the clearing opened ahead of them, a flat area of gravel and dirt at the edge of a ravine. 2 cars were parked in the clearing. The moon was half full, and the light it cast was thin and silver, and it showed Ruth 2 figures at the edge. 2 women. Locked together. One pushing the other toward the rim. Aaron high beams. Aaron hit the brights. The clearing flooded with white light, and the 2 women were caught in it, their shadows stretching behind them across the gravel and over the edge and into the void. The woman doing the pushing was taller, her hair pulled back, her face contorted with effort. The smaller woman was clawing at her arms, her mouth open, screaming. Ruth was out of the Range Rover before it stopped moving. Her weapon was in her hand. Her boots hit the gravel and she planted her feet and raised the gun, and her voice came out of her the way it always came out in moments like this. Clear, steady, carrying the full weight and authority of the badge and the state of Texas behind it. Stop. Texas Rangers. Step away from the edge now. Chapter 25. The light was blinding. Lee stood at the edge of the ravine with her hands on Joy's shoulders, and the white light filling her eyes, and her mind went to the only place it could go. The place M had trained it to go. Survive. Adapt. Control the narrative. She let go of Joy. She stepped back from the edge. She raised her hands, and she let her face collapse. It wasn't hard. The tears were already there, had been there for weeks, and she let them come, let her mouth crumple, let her body fold in on itself the way a broken person's body folds, the shoulders curving inward, the chin dropping, the posture of a woman who had been through more than she could bear. She'd seen this posture 100 times, on Dateline, on 48 Hours, on every true crime show she'd ever watched. The survivor's posture. The victim's posture. The posture that made cops lower their guns and EMTs, bring blankets and juries feel sympathy. Please, she said. Her voice cracked. She let it crack. Please help us. Please. Two figures behind the headlights. She couldn't see their faces, but she could see their silhouettes, one taller, broader, the shape of a man. The other shorter, the shape of a woman, and the woman had a gun raised in a two-handed grip that didn't waver. Step away from the edge, the woman's voice said. Both of you. Hands where I can see them. Lee stepped forward. She kept her hands up, palms out, and she let the tears stream down her face, and she said the words she'd been composing in her head since the headlights hit her. They made us do it. Diane and Kristen and Tammy, they made us come up here. They said if we didn't help them, they'd turn us in. They said they'd tell the police that Joy and I killed that man, that detective, and they'd walk free. They've been threatening us for weeks. They've been terrorizing us. We didn't have a choice. We didn't. She let her voice break. She dropped to her knees on the gravel, the stones biting into her skin, and she sobbed. She sobbed the way Joy sobbed, the way Noel had sobbed, the way women sobbed when they wanted the world to stop hurting them. She made herself small. She made herself helpless. She made herself the thing that people wanted to protect. Where are the other women? The male ranger said. His voice was steady, careful, the voice of a man who was still assessing the situation. They went over, Lee said through the sobs. They went over the edge. They were fighting. Diane grabbed Kristen and Tammy and they fell. All three of them. They're down there. Oh God, they're down there. She could feel them processing it. She could feel the shift in the air, the slight relaxation that happened when people heard a story that made sense, that had a shape they recognized. The victim and the aggressors, the innocent and the guilty, the survivors and the dead. It was a shape they wanted to believe because it was clean and simple, and it meant the worst was over. Please, Lee said again. Please. We just want to go home. Joy and I just want to go home. We didn't do anything. They forced us. They. SHE us lying. Joy's voice split the night like a blade. Lee's stomach dropped. She's lying. She tried to kill me. She was pushing me over the edge. Joy was scrambling away from Lee, stumbling on the gravel, her arms waving, her voice rising to a shriek that echoed off the limestone walls of the canyon. She set this all up. She told us Diane was going to frame us, and she told us what to do, and she talked us into coming up here, and we pushed Diane, and Diane grabbed Kristen and Tammy, and they fell, and then she tried to push me over. She had her hands on me. She was going to kill me. Please help me. SHES going to kill me. The gun came up. Lee could see it now, the moonlight catching the barrel, the woman behind it stepping forward out of the glare of the headlights, and for the first time, Lee could see her face. Young, hard, the face of a woman who had heard every lie that every suspect had ever told, and had learned to sort them the way a machine sorts coins, by weight, by feel, by the sound they made when they hit the counter. And the look on that face told Lee everything she needed to know about how her performance had landed. Let go of her, the ranger said. Step forward. Hands where I can see them. Now. Lee's hand moved. Not to her pockets. Not to her sides. To the small of her back, where the Glock sat in the waistband of her jeans, cold against her spine, the gun she'd been carrying since the night M told her to keep it close. The gun that had been Travis Maitland's. The gun that Lee had kept when nobody else wanted it. The gun that M said was her insurance policy, her last card, the one you play when every other card has been played. As she pulled it, she moved fast, faster than she'd ever moved, faster than she thought she could move, and she had Joy by the neck before Joy could take another step, her left arm locked around Joy's throat, her right hand pressing the barrel of the Glock against Joy's temple. Joy screamed. A raw, guttural, animal scream that bounced off the canyon walls and came back multiplied. Back off, Lee shouted. Back off right now or I'll shoot her. I will shoot her. I'll do it. The Rangers froze. She could see them clearly now, both of them, the woman with her gun still raised and the man beside her, his hand on his holster, his body coiled. The woman's eyes were wide, not with fear but with the shock of recalculation, the shock of a situation that had just changed shape beneath her feet. Put the gun down, the female ranger said. Her voice was different now, harder, tighter, the voice of a woman who had been in this position before and knew the mathematics of it. Nobody needs to get hurt. Put the gun down and we can talk. There's nothing to talk about. I'm leaving. I'm getting in my car and I'm driving out of here and you're not going to stop me. That's not going to happen. You know that's not going to happen. It is going to happen because if it doesn't, I pull this trigger and Joy's brains end up on your boots. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Joy was whimpering. Small, broken sounds, the sounds of a person whose body had given up fighting and was just waiting for whatever came next. Lee could feel her shaking, could feel the pulse in her throat hammering against her forearm, fast and wild. Listen to me, the ranger said. She took a step forward. Her gun didn't move. There is no version of this where you drive away. There are units coming up that road right now. There is nowhere to go. But if you put the gun down, stay back. The ranger stopped. But she didn't lower her gun. She stood there in the headlight glare with the weapon raised and aimed at Lee's face and her eyes locked on Lee's eyes, and the look in them was the look of a woman who was running calculations of her own, angles, distances, the gap between the barrel of Lee's gun and Joy's skull, the probability of a clean shot, the risk of a miss. I will do it, Lee said. She pressed the barrel harder against Joy's temple, and Joy cried out. Don't test me. I've already killed one person. You think I won't kill another? I think you don't want to kill anyone else. I think you're scared and you're trapped and you're looking for a way out. Let me give you one. Put the gun down. The only way out is through that road, and you're in my way. They stood there. The night was still. The crickets had stopped. The canyon was silent, Somewhere down the road, sirens were building, faint and distant, climbing the switchbacks. Lee struck Joy with the gun. She did it without deciding to do it, without thinking about it. She pulled the barrel back from Joy's temple and brought it down on the top of her head, a short, sharp blow, and the sound it made was dull and wet, and Joy's knees buckled and blood ran down her forehead and into her eyes, and Joy made a sound that was not a scream and not a word, but something older than language, something from the bottom of whatever pit humans carry inside them. "See," Lee said. Her voice was steady now, steady and cold, the voice of a woman who had crossed the last line and found that there was nothing on the other side but empty air. "See what I'll do. You want to see what else I'll do?" "Ruth," the male ranger said. "One word." "Her name," said quietly, with a weight that carried everything: caution, concern, the professional assessment that this situation had moved past negotiation and into the territory where milliseconds mattered and every calculation was life or death. The female ranger, Ruth, held for one more second. Lee could see it in her face, the war between training and instinct, between the protocol that said de-escalate and the part of her that wanted to end this right now with 2 pounds of pressure on a trigger. Then the gun lowered. An inch. 2 inches. Not holstered, lowered. The barrel pointing at the ground between them, instead of at Lee's face. "Fine," Ruth said. Her voice was flat and hard, and full of something that Lee recognized because she'd seen it in M's voice: patience. The patience of a hunter who knows the prey will make a mistake. "What do you want?" "I'm going to get in my car. Joy's coming with me. And you're going to stand right there and watch me drive away." "And then what? Where are you going to go?" "That's not your problem." Lee backed toward her car, dragging Joy with her. Joy's feet scraped on the gravel, her legs barely supporting her, the blood from the gash on her head running down her face and dripping off her chin. Lee kept the gun pressed against Joy's head and her eyes on the 2 rangers, and she moved step by step, feeling for the car behind her with her hip. "We know you killed Detective Maitland," Ruth said. Lee's hip found the car door. She stopped. "We have your DNA," Ruth said. "From the crime scene. From the vomit you left on the cardboard in the alley behind the strip mall on Route 9. We matched it through your father's genealogy profile. Richard Corbin, 63 Temple. Ancestry DNA." Lee felt something cold move through her chest. Not surprise, she had expected them to find it eventually. M had told her they would find it. M had said it didn't matter because by the time they found it, the plan would be complete. But the plan was not complete. The plan was falling apart on a cliff edge in the dark, and the sirens were getting louder. "It wasn't just me," Lee said. "It was all of us." Ruth looked at her. The headlights threw sharp shadows across her face, carving it into angles, and her eyes were dark and steady, and they didn't blink. "But you orchestrated it," Ruth said. "Didn't you?" Lee shrugged. The gesture felt strange with a gun in one hand and a hostage in the other, but she did it anyway, a small lift of the shoulders, casual, almost amused. It was the gesture M would have made. "What if I did? You'll never be able to prove it. It's my word against a dead woman, S. Against 4 dead women, S. All I want to know is why," Ruth said. "Why Maitland? He was a detective investigating a serial killer. He was trying to help people. He was trying to save lives. Why did he have to die?" Lee smiled. She felt it on her face, and she knew what it looked like because she'd practiced it, not in a mirror, but in her mind, the way M smiled, The way M's voice sounded when she said things that were true and terrible and meant exactly what they said. "I'm sure you'd like to know that, wouldn't you?" "Well, we all have our secrets, Ranger Ruth Baker." She saw it. The flicker. The flash of recognition in the ranger's eyes, the slight tightening of the jaw, the almost imperceptible shift in posture that told Lee she'd landed a blow. "Yes," Lee said, nodding slowly. "I know who you are. I know all about you. I was hoping it would be you who found me." Ruth Baker stared at her. The hard face changed for the first time, not softening, not breaking, but opening like a door pushed ajar by a gust from an unexpected direction. "Who are you really?" Ruth said. "What's this all about? Why did you kill Maitland?" Lee reached behind her and found the car door handle. As she pulled it, the door swung open, the interior light coming on, spilling yellow light across the gravel. She started maneuvering Joy toward the opening, trying to force her into the back seat, keeping the gun on Joy's head, keeping her eyes on the Rangers. "We all have our secrets, Ranger Ruth Baker," Lee said. "Don't you have yours?" Something moved in Joy. Some last reserve of terror or defiance, or the simple animal refusal to get into a car with the person who was going to kill you. Joy twisted. She dropped her weight, going boneless, sliding down through Lee's grip like a fish through wet hands. Her head ducked under Lee's arm and she threw herself sideways, away from the car, away from the gun, and she ran. She ran blind, stumbling, the blood in her eyes, her arms pumping, heading toward the Rangers, toward the headlights, toward the only safety that existed in this place. The car door was in Lee's way. She was half inside the car, half outside, her body twisted, the gun hand caught behind the door frame. Joy was getting away. Joy was running toward the Rangers, and Joy was going to tell them everything. Every word Lee had said, every instruction she'd given, every step of the plan, and Lee couldn't let that happen. She couldn't let the little rat get away. She swung the gun around the door frame and tried to sight on Joy's running back, and then she saw it, a flash of metal in the headlights. A reflection, hard and bright, the Ranger's gun coming up. Not slowly, not tentatively, not with the careful de-escalation of a negotiator trying to talk someone down. Vast. The way a gun comes up when the person holding it has made a decision, and the decision is final. Lee moved her gun. Not toward Joy, toward Ruth Baker. She pulled the trigger. The gun kicked in her hand. The sound was enormous, filling the clearing, bouncing off the canyon walls. She fired again. And again. 3 shots fast, the muzzle flash strobing the night into freeze frames. The gravel, the cars, the Rangers, the canyon edge. Everything flickering like a film with frames missing. But there was an echo. Except it wasn't an echo. The shots were doubling, overlapping, her 3 answered by 2 that sounded different. Sharper, cleaner, the sound of a weapon fired by someone who practiced every week and never missed. Then wetness. On her chest. Warm and spreading, blooming through the fabric of her shirt like a flower opening in fast motion. She looked down and saw the blood, dark against the light cotton, expanding in a ragged circle below her collarbone. She looked up at Ruth Baker. The Ranger was standing in the headlight glare, feet planted, gun extended. Her face a mask of concentration so intense it had burned away every other expression. No anger. No fear. No hesitation. Just the pure, focused intent of a woman, doing the thing she had been trained to do. "You shot me," Lee said. "Drop the gun," Ruth Baker said. She was moving now, coming around the car, her weapon still raised, her steps measured and precise. Lee tried to raise the Glock. Her arm felt heavy, impossibly heavy, as if the gun had gained 50 pounds in the last 2 seconds. She got it halfway up, and the barrel wavered, and the clearing swam in her vision, the headlights smearing into long white streaks, the ranger's face blurring and sharpening and blurring again. The ranger's gun flared. The second shot hit her high on the forehead, and the world didn't fade or dim or slowly darken the way it did in the movies she'd watched and the books she'd read. It slammed shut. Like a door. Like a fist. Like the lid of a box closing over everything she'd ever been, and everything she'd ever done, and everything she'd ever wanted to be. In the last fraction of the last second, in the space between the impact and the dark, one thought surfaced. Clear and whole and final, rising from the wreckage of her mind like a bubble from the bottom of a deep black well. But Em told me it was all going to be okay. This wasn't supposed to happen. And then there was nothing. Chapter 26. The sun came up over Copper Ridge at 6:12 in the morning. It came up the way it always did in the hill country, slow and gold, the light spreading across the limestone bluffs and the cedar breaks and the dry creek bed 300 feet below, filling the canyon with color, turning the pale rock from gray to amber to white. It was beautiful. Ruth hated it. She was sitting on the hood of a state trooper's Tahoe with a paper cup of coffee in her hands, watching the recovery teams work. They'd been at it all night. Ropes and harnesses and floodlights powered by generators that hummed in the dark, the beams cutting down into the ravine, illuminating the creek bed in harsh white light. The bodies had come up one at a time, strapped to backboards, hauled up the cliff face by teams of 2. 3 from the bottom. 1 from the gravel clearing at the top. Diane Purcell. Kristen Hadley. Tammy Vasquez. Lee Corbin. 4 body bags lined up on the gravel near the edge, zipped closed, tagged, waiting for the coroner's van that was parked at the bottom of the road with its engine off and its lights on. Noel Whitfield was already in the ground. Travis Maitland was already in the ground. 6 people dead, and the morning was beautiful and the coffee was hot, and the birds were singing in the cedars as if none of it had happened. A state trooper, young, clean-shaved, the crease in his uniform still sharp despite the long night, walked over with a fresh cup and held it out. "Ma'am. Thought you could use a refill." Ruth took it. "Thank you." He smiled and nodded and walked back to his vehicle, and Ruth watched him go and thought about how young he was and how the night they'd just worked would be a story he told for the rest of his career. The night he worked the Cliff case. The night the Rangers shot a woman at the edge of a ravine. Aaron came around the side of the Tahoe and leaned against the fender beside her. He had his own coffee, black, and he held it with both hands the way he did when he was tired, wrapping his fingers around the cup for the warmth even though the morning was already 70 degrees. "Joy's still talking," he said. "Good. She's been going for 3 hours. Brett can't write fast enough. She wants to tell it all. Every meeting, every conversation, every text, every decision. She's giving us the whole thing from the beginning. She thinks talking will save her. It might. She was a participant, but she was also a victim. Barara from Colleen Cove PD is here too. He's been listening. He says between Joy's testimony and the cell phone records, the Whitfield case is closed. Lee Corbin made the swatting call. Lee Corbin sent the text. Lee Corbin sat across the street and watched it happen. Ruth sipped her coffee. It was bitter and too strong, and it was the best coffee she'd ever tasted because she was alive to taste it. "So here's what we've got," Aaron said. He set his coffee on the fender and counted on his fingers. Maitland's murder. 6 women from the Bloody Bookmarks book club lured him to the alley behind the strip mall. They believed he was a predator who had abducted a young woman named Shelby Dawes, based on a fake Facebook page that led them to identify him as the suspect. The pepper spray, the physical assault, the dumpster, it was chaotic, unplanned in the moment, driven by group hysteria. They dumped the body at Virgil Cope's ranch and made a pact of silence. Then the group fractured, Ruth said. Lee Corbin engineered the fracture. She manufactured the fake blog post that named Noel Whitfield and triggered the fight at Diane Purcell's house. She made the swatting call that got Whitfield killed. She manipulated the remaining women into believing Diane was the threat and led them up here to push her over the edge. And then she tried to kill Joy Whittaker to eliminate the last witness. The question is why? Ruth looked at the spot on the gravel where Lee Corbin had fallen. The blood had been photographed and sampled and marked with evidence flags, small yellow triangles that stood in the dirt like tiny warnings. The morning light was reaching them now, turning the dark stains on the gravel from black to a deep reddish brown. From everything we've learned, Aaron said, she appears to have been deeply disturbed. A fixation with true crime, an obsessive relationship with the book club dynamic, a need for control that escalated into manipulation and eventually into murder. Joy says Lee was the calm one, the rational one, the one who always seemed to know what to do next. She was the one who kept the others from panicking. She was the one who had a plan for every contingency. Joy didn't mention anyone else. No outside contact, no one feeding Lee information or instructions. Nothing. As far as Joy knows, Lee was acting on her own. The other women trusted her because she was steady when they were falling apart. She used that trust to turn them against each other one by one. Ruth turned the coffee cup in her hands. The paper was soft now, losing its structure from the heat. She thought about Lee Corbin standing in the headlights with Joy Whittaker's blood on her hands and Maitland's gun pressed against Joy's head. She thought about the words Lee had said. I know all about you. I was hoping it would be you who found me. We all have our secrets, Ranger Ruth Baker. I don't like it, Ruth said. Aaron looked at her. What don't you like? I get that she's the one responsible. The evidence is clear. Joy's testimony fills in the gaps. Lee Corbin manipulated the group, manufactured the crisis, and systematically eliminated the other women to cover her tracks. I get all of that, she paused. But I don't like incomplete endings. There's something underneath this that I can't see. Something that doesn't fit. The fake Facebook pages, the blog posts, the level of technical sophistication, that's not a pharmacy technician who reads true crime books. That's someone with skills and resources, and a plan that goes deeper than anything Joy is describing. And the things she said to me at the end. The way she said my name. Like she'd been waiting for me. She shook her head. I want to know more. Aaron was quiet for a moment. He picked up his coffee and drank and looked at the canyon. The sunlight was filling it now, the shadows retreating down the walls, the creek bed brightening from gray to white. You're expecting too much, he said. Look at Maitland's cases. We now know he was right. There was a serial killer operating across 5 counties for 4 years. We identified him. We connected the victims. We found the ritual mark. We confirmed the pattern. When the lab results come back on the remaining victims, we'll have physical evidence linking Suttles to the crimes. Maitland spent months building that case, and we finished it for him. And Suttles is dead. And Suttles is dead. We'll never get a confession. We'll never know why he chose those women beyond the access and the opportunity. We'll never sit across a table from him and ask the questions that the families need answered. He turned to her. That's the difference between true crime and made-up fiction, Ruth. True crime is real. And real is messy. It doesn't tie up neatly with a bow and all the loose ends snipped and the whole thing packaged like a gift. Sometimes the killer dies on a highway. Sometimes the manipulator dies on a cliff. Sometimes the answers die with them, and you have to live with what you've got. He took another drink of coffee. We started out to solve a detective's murder, he said. We ended up solving that and uncovering a serial killer case that nobody else had seen. 11 victims across 5 counties. 4 years. We did that. We gave those families answers that they never would have gotten. Hector Garza is going to know who killed his daughter. That's not nothing. That's not incomplete. That's the job. Ruth looked at him. His face was lined with exhaustion, his eyes red-rimmed, his jaw dark with stubble. He looked the way she felt, wrung out, emptied, running on caffeine and the stubborn refusal to stop until the work was done. But underneath the exhaustion there was something else, something she recognized because she felt it too, buried under the dissatisfaction and the unanswered questions. The knowledge that they had done what they came to do. That the work had mattered. That 11 women had names on a board, and those names would now be connected to each other and to the man who had killed them, and the families who had waited years for answers would finally have something to hold. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. But it was what they had. She nodded slowly. You're right. This is over. We won. She slid off the hood of the Tahoe, and her boots hit the gravel and her legs ached from standing all night, and her back ached from the tension and her trigger finger ached from the memory of the recoil. And she was tired in a way that went deeper than her body. Tired in a way that lived in her bones and her blood and the place behind her eyes where the images lived. Let's go home, she said. Aaron grinned. The grin was tired and lopsided, and it didn't reach his eyes, but it was real. The grin of a man who had been waiting for those words all night. I thought you'd never ask. He got in the Range Rover, behind the wheel. Ruth walked around to the passenger side. She put her hand on the door handle and stopped. She looked back. The cliff edge. The evidence flags. The gravel, scuffed and churned by the night's work, the drag marks and boot prints and tire tracks overlapping in the dirt. The ravine beyond, the limestone walls golden in the morning light, the canyon stretching away to the south, deep and quiet and empty. The spot where Lee Corbin had stood with a gun in her hand and a dead man's secrets in her mouth, and a smile that said she knew things that Ruth Baker didn't. We all have our secrets, Ranger Ruth Baker. Don't you have yours? Ruth looked at the spot for a long moment. Then she got in the car and closed the door. Aaron turned the Range Rover around, the tires crunching on the gravel. He pointed the hood toward the road, toward the switchbacks, toward the valley below where the town was waking up and the morning was spreading across the rooftops and the water tower and the strip malls and the quiet streets where ordinary people were making coffee and feeding cats and getting ready for another ordinary day. Let's go home, he said. Ruth couldn't think of a single reason to argue with that. This concludes the audiobook recording of True Crime by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily.